Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us for your favorite program, Open Forum Political Discussion on Tembei TV. Thank you so much for choosing to be with us and help us navigate through our discussions. We're here to see to it that every Kenyan gets the right information before they make up their mind on who they decide on the ballot booth. So I am happy that everybody enjoys what we bring forth on this particular broadcast, and we just want to encourage us to keep the good job up and continue celebrating the goodness that is happening to this country, and as well as flexing your muscle to tackle whatever challenges that may arise by reason of decisions that we make and choices that we make. Well, the link to use to get into the studio so that we talk with you is right now in the comment section. I want you to plug in and come forth and let us get down to talking. Well, today it's official now. Raila Odinga confirmed as ODM presidential candidate. What does that spell out as far as Kenyan politics is concerned, and the deal of Jubilee, ODM, and Oka? What does that one add to the political significance and progress so far? And of course, DP Ruto with Kenya Kwanza Alliance were in Nyandarwa and promising more promises, as well as blaming the handshake, as well as Raila Odinga for what did not work in the Jubilee government. Well, it is his duty and his aspiration to become president, and so he has every reason to pull every string in his direction. What do you get of that? Is he sinking in with the Sagana 3 responses, or what is cooking? Well, I want to celebrate all of you that are joining fast and furious. I'm glad that you are watching. Solomon Mbone, thank you. You're number one today. Thank you. Alum State House ni asubuhi na mapema. Leo nalala na viatu. Hi to you. Thank you so much, Alum. Thank you, Evans Maragia, for joining us. I'm glad you are watching. Margaret Achola, thank you. Akengo Omwangu, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Eric Ogoth Suarez, thank you so much. Bokero Simba Lewelin, thank you so much for joining us. We are glad you are watching. Richard Osano, thank you. You say mute. I don't understand what you mean. Shadi Blues, thank you so much. Is it Bruce? Asante sana. Betty Vincent, I say Village TV. Whichever that means. Debbie Wapenina, good evening to you. Watching from Kisumu, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna huyu Grefas Igati, greetings to all. Thank you so much. Sylvester Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Evans Maragia, asante sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika studio. Na tumia hiyo link, hakikisha ukiklik kwa link unaruhusu StreamYard i-control kamera yako na audio yako. Hivyo ndio utaweza tu kuwasiliana nasi ukifika kwa studio. Ukizuia chochote basi utaweza kufanya vile inavyopaswa. Eugene Japan, thank you. Kevin Kabete, asante sana. Kuna Hemiston keeps Rotich, thank you. Kuna Douglas Onzinho, thank you so much. Rashford keeps just fat, asante sana. Joseph Angele, thank you so much. Betty Vincent, we are glad you're watching. Thank you so much. I salute all of you for coming in fast and furious. Of course, Bishop Sila Lastborn, kuna Godfrey Onyonyi, Haron Simon Mitungu, Eric Suarez, huyo ni shamwongelesha, of course, Alex Isoe, asante sana Eric, thank you. Huyo anaitwa nini? Angano one. That whichever that means. Kimani Shunja, thank you so much. Kuna Dan Oliwa, asante sana. Karibu kila mmoja, asante kwa kujumuika nasi. Naamini uko tayari na maoni yako kwa yale yanayojiri katika siasa ya nchi hii. Naomba tu kila mmoja hakikishe kwamba tunajenga nchi hii kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunapeana maoni na mapendekezo ambayo yanakubalika na sheria na yanakubalika na maendeleo yanayohitajika kwa kizazi hiki. Tusirudi nyuma, lazima tusonge mbele, na kwa kusonga mbele lazima tuanze kusonga hivyo katika hekima, ufahamu na kujua yale yaliyo ya muhimu yanayosaidia sio sisi tu bali vizazi vijavyo. Thank you so much. Alex, leo wewe ukatangulia vipi?
Niko sawa, sina kitu ya kusema kwanza bana. Wacha master ndiye atatusaidia hapo. Hata jina inasema.
Sawa. Haya master, namna gani leo? Bwana master, unmute and speak to me.
Yeah.
Yes. We can get you. Go ahead. Hey, mitamba yako inaonekana iko na hitilafu. Iko shida. Naomba utoke kwanza alafu tarudi urekebishe audio yako. Hatukupati. Twende kwa Bruce.
Okay.
Bruce. What's happening? Okay. Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. How are you today?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Bani, Friday haukuwa na form?
Ati? Si form ni, kwani kuna form nyingine?
Basi, umenijibu ya kusole. Nasalimia kila mtu, habari zenyu?
Salama.
Mimi sina mengi ya kusema kwa sababu tumeanza saa hii, lakini tumeona mambo mzuri leo. Tumeona Raila
Samahani. Hii mitambo leo imekuaje? Bwana Favor, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And how are you?
I'm well. It seems you're having a rough start, but let's keep going.
No, that is the challenges of technology. I want to greet everyone. It's nice to see everyone. I think I'm just happy, maybe because before I go into my submissions, I think I want to register. I think yesterday I didn't join in, but I was just following from the background. And I think for the first time, maybe just in my own view, because it's not that I've watched all the session, I think there was one panelist yesterday by the name Solomon, who I think is leaning on the side of UDA or KKA, that I can say I saw some soberness in him a little bit, because in all the discussion, he didn't appear angry as their normal identity. And I think as much as there were also limitations in his argument, but you could see somebody who is ready to reason through. And I think at one point I told myself, probably if I joined in, I would have just said, at least thank you very much for coming in. Yeah, not like we are used to those when you start asking questions, they get very angry and they are only abusing or accusing. So I think I would give credit to him that I think he appeared sober, which is very good, because that is the essence of this platform. I mean, you come with your opinion and try to sell it to us in form of argument, and then let's see if it resonates well, or if maybe there are errors we correct. Yeah, now back to today, I think I may not say so much as I start, but at least just to appreciate the sessions that I saw. I think I followed a little bit, rather at lengthily, the NDC for ODM. I think for Jubilee, I just got little clips. Yeah, but I saw actually, and then I think the conclusion of the day when finally Oka was actually moving towards Azimio and finally agreeing, though they put some conditions. And I think in this panel, there was a time I think some panelists had made actually that statement that it's just these people are just mark timing, and in due time they will actually come into this other side. And I think it is very good when people actually go out and sell their ideas and try to talk on a point of informing the masses as to why they want us probably to vote for them and what actually are the changes that they can be able to put in place. And then try to also bring out things that probably you have done. You may not have done very well, but I think use that opportunity to be very honest with the masses, because I think that is what is missing. Because even the KK meeting today, I think in Nyandarwa, I listened in the news. I didn't watch it, but I found every statement that was being said, people are just attacking. And I think that is very misleading, because you are not really selling out an idea. If you went to Nyandarwa today and asked the people, yes, there was a rally held, and what did you take home from that meeting? I think people will remember more the idea of hiding behind the president, or probably a stooge or whatever. So that one will not actually carry the day. And I think, to be very fair, our young people should come out open and be able to interrogate what kind of a Kenya do we want? How are we going to walk towards that Kenya? And then we follow that train moving on forward. And I think it will be very good if we can be very honest as we do mass education or civic education to the people around us, and actually trying to win their support so that we can be able to move towards actually the end. And I think I know that actually from today now, it's like the train has already left the station. And I think, as I had Kivuta Gibona trying to mention, people should come and sit. There are seats already. People have sat in front. They shouldn't come and want to come into the front. I think that statement, I will want to say it's a little bit too early to start saying that. Probably you should just be, you are the same people who stood the other day and trying to say, come and join us. Then now the person has joined you, then you're already coming to try and say there is pecking order. That wouldn't really resonate very well. Probably just keep that in the back room and discuss it in the office, but not in the public, because we do not want to start having that division again in the big, because we have made that a very big house. We now, I think I saw Jubilee with other parties signing with them. I think close to 5 parties that they have signed some documents. And then, of course, we have Oka coming, which already has a number of parties. And then we have others that are still going to come. So it will be very important that going forward, politicians try to measure what they are saying. And I conclude by saying, I remember one time, I don't know whether it was Chris Murungaru who had faulted Kiraitu Murungi, that time whenever he would open his mouth to speak, that they would lose almost 1,000 or 1,000,000 votes. And now, you know, that is the kind of a thinking I want our leaders to think about, that when they stand to speak, they should not be speaking in a way that actually they'll be curtailing the whole movement. Because I saw it clearly in ODM when there was their meeting, when they were saying, as much as we know very well we are rallying Raila to actually take the seat, but let us remember that even our local politics, let's not make it in such a way that we will lose the ultimate, because the ultimate actually is to make him actually become the 5th. So we may differ at local in the ground, but at least let us still remain together to keep the votes, so that the votes will count at the end of the day. Thank you very much. I'll submit more as the session continues.
Okay, thank you, Favor. We appreciate your observations, and the perspective is important. I believe everybody needs to have sense of responsibility with everything that is being said and done. Putting the nation first will help much when everybody mounts the platform and gets the microphone. self-seeking is now not necessary at this point in time. The moment you belong to a polygamous family, you must accept your brothers, whether they look like you or not. So I see Alex is there shaking his
You
head.
will start another topic. You will start another topic that you will set the whole train into motion. Watu wako na mashida.
No. Who wants my numbers, Alex?
Evelyn Anyango.
Why is she asking for my number in public?
I don't know. Amesema umwekee Facebook. Kuna jina yake hapo, Evelyn Anyango Facebook, mtumie namba yako. Maybe probably she has some information that we need to know.
Alex, I will help you. I will let you deal with that. Now, I can't access Facebook from my end until I'm out of back office.
Okay, nampea. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me.
Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Nilikuwa nimepotea kidogo.
Mr. Kamau, ngoja kwanza. Sasa Wangira alikutangulia, vile ulipotea, lakini unarudi.
Ni mimi au ni nani?
Mr. Wangira, take it please.
Habari yako? Habari yako Bernard?
Salama, namna gani?
Mzuri, internet yangu iliamua kwenda live.
Hapana jali, ni msukosuko tu.
Ndio imerudi tu saa hizi, hata limekuwa blackout, sijui ni nini kinaendelea bwana.
Nafikiria ni mazoezi ya saba.
Yaani wacha nichangie tu kidogo because limekuwa blackout kabisa, internet ilipotea tangu juzi. So let me just make some brief contribution. Now we can see that the rubber is meeting the tarmac, and even the UDA family started agreeing, realizing that William Ruto will not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Today, the National Governing Council of the Orange Democratic Movement, ODM, endorsed Raila Odinga as their presidential candidate, and tomorrow we are expecting the NDC to approve the same. Despite Raila having been endorsed as the ODM presidential candidate by the National Governing Council, I've just watched Maina Wanjigi still throwing tantrums and claiming that, the due process was not followed to endorse Raila Odinga as the ODM presidential candidate, and that he will be at Kasarani tomorrow as an ODM candidate, as an ODM delegate. So we are waiting to see how it will play out. Again, I've just watched Kalonzo Musyoka saying that they are already engaging in structured. They already engaged in structured talks with ODM and Jubilee to form what they are calling Azimio One Kenya Alliance. So just like my brother said there, and just as we have been saying on this program all along, it's just a matter of time, and perhaps in under 2 weeks we could have Kalonzo Musyoka at part of the Azimio. And finally, today in Nyandarwa, we saw the Kenya Kwanza Alliance under Deputy President William Ruto, and what I saw were lamentations. After Uhuru Kenyatta endorsed Raila Odinga for the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, they are confused. They don't know how to really handle this issue. They don't know whether to attack him directly or whether to now attack Raila Odinga. And today they were saying that Raila Odinga is now hiding behind Uhuru Kenyatta, and that he should come out and face them. And again, I also saw Abita Musalia Mudavadi today in his home in Mululu, where the guy sounded very bitter. I didn't see much sense out of his talk, apart from the bitterness that he was trying to throw out. You know, he said that we have helped these people for a very long time, and you know they have taken us for granted. He was purporting that they have helped Raila Odinga for a long time, and Raila Odinga has taken them for granted, forgetting that Raila Odinga has been his own man who has penetrated Western Kenya through his own means, and who the people of Western Kenya love him as a leader because of 1, 2, or 3 reasons. So, because I've been in blackout, Bernard, I don't think I have much to contribute. Let me leave it at there, then allow somebody else to continue. Asante.
Okay, thank you Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Kamau, utangoja kidogo tu tumsikilize Mama Selina kwanza for gender balance, alafu tusonge mbele. Tunarudi kwako. Thank you Mama Selina, vipi?
Salama sana. Asante, hata sijui ulichoacha naenda kasi. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Nataka kusalamia kila mtu, niwaambie leo ni leo, asemaye kesho ni muongo. Mambo inapamba moto. Penat delegate ya ODM tukianzia, oh my God, they were very smart, real yellow everywhere. Style, nataka kushukuru, walipatia wamama kukaribisha baba. They were saying no man in the old way. That was so good. Na utaratibu ile walifuata na wale wote waliongea. Na nashukuru sana kijana yangu, na ninasema kila siku ODM wako na vijana. Kijana Babu Owino, he did a very good lecture, na hiyo walikuwa wanataka kuweka age 18 to 35 and then they wanted 36 to 45. Hiyo ilikuwa ni kukawanya wananchi, lakini nashukuru baba alisimama na watu wakakubali. Sasa Jubilee wakaendelea pia na wamesign agreement na chama ya Munya, chama ya Amason Kingi. Niliona chama kadhaa wameungana. Sasa ile ya kucelebrate na ya mwisho ni ya Azimio, sijui Okoa Kenya ama Azimio New Kenya. Tunataka kukaribisha Kalonzo na Penat. Nataka kuambia yes, mtoto akisaliwa ya kwanza hawezi mwambia mama nimetoka nje, wengine wasitoke ndani ya tumbo. Twins wanasaliwa na ule alitangulia hawezi funga tumbo ya mama, wao watoto wengine waingie. So tunataka kuambia wale ya kwamba tumbo ya mama haifungwi mpaka the last minute. So kama wewe ni firstborn, uko na nafasi na ulikuwa na nafasi ya kunyonya matiti ya mama, na hiyo matiti ya mama bado mtoto wengine anakuja kunyonya na itakuwa ni sawa, si ati maziwa imepunguka. So ni kumaanisha mambo ya Kalonzo, na ndio vile Raila alisema kwa delegate ya Kalonzo. I hope watu wajue, alisema tutakutana na Kalonzo huko mbele. Hawa watu walikuwa na chora, lakini wenye walikuwa wanafikiria waliponyoka. Hiyo plan ilikuwa ni kwa sababu Mudavadi alikuwa anaonekana ni arrogant, na walikuwa wamechua UDA, walikuwa wanataka kuchukua hawa. So hiyo ni mchezo tu, ilikuwa unajua saa ile vijana wanataka kutahiri Penat na wanajua chondoni ni next year ama 2 weeks. Kuna wale watoto waoga. Sasa lazima wawekwe katikati ya wanaume, wasiruti chini, wateremuke. So wakati wanaume walikuwa wanajitayarisha kwenda chondoni, tumepata ya kwamba kuna wawili walitoroka. Huyo ni Musalia Mudavadi, huyo ni Wetangula, waliokopa Chondoni. Lakini nashukuru leo wale wanaume walipaki, wameingia kwa nyumba ya sherehe, na sasa sherehe inaendelea. Kesho sisi kina mama, wasee, vijana tunashangilia kwa sababu mambo yatakuwa yameisha. Yes, niliona deputy amesuspend campaign huko Ukambani kwa sababu crowd ni hostile. Yellow uniform bado inaendelea na imereduce kuwa chache. Nikaona Kipiripiri pia yellow imekuwa chache, na sasa wanasema kitendawili amejificha ndani ya Uhuru. Nataka niwaulize jameni, baba, kama baba hakujificha ndani ya Moi, who else katika Kenya ndiye ati baba anaweza okopa? Vijana mkuwe na heshima tafadhali. Heshima si utumwa. Hata kama mnataka viti, tumia language yenye wananchi hawawezi kuwachekea. How can you call Raila anajificha? Kuface nani? Who is that? Nani huyo sasa anasimama na Raila? Kama Uhuru mwenyewe aliweka mkono juu, mtoto ya Chomo aliweka mkono juu akasema baba tuongee, hata wengine wafikirie sana. Wakenya si I wish angekuwa naongea kuhusu Kalonzo ama Mudavadi ama hata Hassan Choni mwanaume alisimamisha rais damu Mombasa. Anyway, sisi tunaambia Wakenya wakati ndio huu, mama ndio huyu amejifungua. Sasa tunataka kulea mtoto, mkuje na towel, mkuje na maji, mkuje na masiwa. Na mimi naambia Kifuta Kibwana, wewe mtoto ametoka nje, hawezi rudi ndani. Kwa hivyo saidia mama kuosha hiyo mtoto. Na naambia Wakamba kuna vijana walikuwa wametoka leo, university students, youth kutoka Ukambani, walikuwa wamesema nyinyi viongozi kama mtakaa nyuma sisi tumeenda. Na niliwaambia Wakalenjin 97 ama 207 walitangulia kwa Raila, viongozi waliwafuata. Hii ya Western vijana wametangulia, wananchi walitangulia, so ilikuwa ni nafasi ya wa viongozi wafuate wananchi. Penat, wacha niwatie hapo, wacha nisikie maoni ya mandugu zangu wengine, lakini at least tunaambia UDA msichana mkubwa amepeanwa, na mimi naona kwa nyumba ya hiyo mama naona wako na wasichana wengine wadogo. So tunasema anyway, ngojeni mtoto ingine atakuwa mkubwa akitosha kuolewa. Nyinyi wale mlikuwa mnataka msichana, tutawakaribisha, tuwaambie hiyo nyumba haikukuwa na msichana moja. Mama huyu ako na wasichana wengi na watakuwa wakubwa na watakuwa tayari kuolewa after 5 years ama after another 10 years atakuwa ametosha. Asanteni.
Asante sana Mama Selina, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Kamau.
Asante sana. I'm back. I think niko pande hii ya Kisumu kuna mvua. And it's like kuna blackout inakuja ikienda stima, so wifi inaenda shida, so I bought bundles.
Sauti iko sawa, endelea.
Haya, so ningetaka tu kuongelelea mambo mawili ama mawili peke yake. Moja ni jambo la Azimio team, na la pili ni kuhusu vijana, kwa sababu hiyo inahusikana pia na vile niliona huko Nyandarwa. Nashukuru sana kwa sababu sasa it is the writing is on the wall. I think the die is cast. It is almost obvious that Azimio team is going to win this election. But having said that, I also want to caution them that sometimes to be overconfident is a big problem. Now that we have almost everyone in the team, now what we need to do, just like Putin is doing to Ukraine. I think it's a high time now we strategize in what we call military precision campaign, whereby now the luminaries in Azimio are dispatched in the ground, in the air, and in the sea, so that the team of Kenya Kwanza and the Hustler movement and the narrative is disbanded and, of course, dismantled to a point that they have no return. But we have a danger whereby if we do not, we be so overconfident. For example, if I take, for example, in Nairobi, almost every MCA now is in Azimio. But now the problem is we are so confident that Nairobi is ours, no groundwork is being done. And therefore, for me, I think it is a high time, because we have less than 5 months, we start now getting out, because we might have the numbers, but these numbers have to come out. Coming out requires people to go and talk to these people. So we want to groups that are dispatched every part of this country to a point that now the narrative of Hustler Nation is actually uncovered, because we do not need that narrative anymore. It has been there for 4 years. Tumevumilia kusikia mauongo. Now it is high time now we now bring the truth. And I'm saying that in connection with the next point. The group that was born in 1995, or the group that is under 35 years in this country, they got this country with the roads, with motorbikes, with smartphones, with Zoom messages, with Netflix, with YouTube. So they actually feel like everything is easily done. And they see the deputy president with a chopper, and they think that is whatever he's talking about is the truth. That he can bring 50 billion in a day, or in their counties, or in their wards, and they can change their lives. This is what we need to address as the Azimio team. We need to tell them there is a process to getting there. We also need to tell them that at the end of the day, it is not about what you promised. It is being a valuable. Let me put it this way. You are a young person and you should know your value. Your value is not a wheelbarrow. Your value is not a promise. You should be part and parcel of the solution, not the problem. And therefore, I think we have a job to do, because this generation is, I found that in Nyandarwa, for example, is fanatic. They think that the solutions of solving their problems will be done just like what we call an instant coffee. You know, unaenda unaweka coffee, unasema is instant. It is not going to be like that. I think there is a process, and that is what I've read part of Azimio or Mr. Odinga's manifesto, the Commission of the Youth, the Ministry of Youth. These are the things that we need to teach them, so they realize that they have to be part and parcel of the solutions, and they should know their worth. I want a time to come where a young person now can stand in that podium and ask great questions. How is this going to change my life? Kwa hivyo mimi, my concern is these people that they got plenty of things in this world, and now think they can get very fast riches through the promises being done by that part of the group. And we have to be there. And I thank God for this kind of forum, because I know most of them are here, and I know most of them will listen to this. There is a process. There is no glory without a story. There's no glory without a story. There must be what you've gone through to be where you are today. And anybody telling you that once I come, I'll solve your problems immediately, that is a lie. I think the narrative should change. And I think even the president talked about these young people. He told them he loves them, but they are getting lost. because they want to change what is happening and destroy it, and they don't know they are destroying the life of their future. President Uhuru Kenyatta has not done everything, but he has done one important thing. He has laid the ground and the ground of a revolution that is economical. And that is why I'm saying any young person should write proposals, should think proposals, and to speak proposals, so that at the end of the day, we have solutions that can solve our problems. I've always said, we will not make better cars than Japan. We can't do that. We will not make better ships than Britain and better aircraft than Boeing and what have you. But we can do something. We can be participating as they make it. We can build a resourceful nation that can be absorbed by those companies. And these are things that we can do. Kwa hivyo mimi, kwa hao machache, nashukuru kwa hii fursa ambayo umenipatia Bwana Bernard. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Kamau. I appreciate that, and it's good that we tell the young people the right thing. The president said we shouldn't be afraid of them, and I agree with him. Some of these things can only work when we accept to panel beat these people into understanding what they need to understand. The future and the greatness of this country requires responsible men, not people who want to run around and look for the shortest cut to the greatest catch. And so as the seniors, we must take that responsibility. Hii maneno ya kusema tu vijana wote wameenda na wheelbarrow kwa hivyo tuache tu waende, it doesn't work that way. I always use the phrase, I went to school when school was still school. Those days you'll be arrested and taken to class, and learning was not a matter of your choice. It was a matter of you've been arrested na mzee wa mtaani na umepelekwa shule, ukifikisha shule umekaa kwa class. At times your class teacher will be you will be taller than your class teacher. I mean but you will lazimishwa kusoma. So we can't let the young people lead the agenda. Nani huyo anaweka microphone yake on? Kiputele. Mute your mic until it's your turn to speak. We can't let the young people lead the agenda or to nowhere. They must succumb and understand that this country requires this and this, and so everybody needs to think soberly and make an informed decision. It is very important. So let's not go easy on them. Let's ensure that we do the right thing because it is right and it is important. It is a critical election that needs to have a resounding win, and this resounding win requires everybody on board, the young, the old, the middle age, and every other person. All of them sober, not carried away. No more being carried away. Thank you very much. Now, keep tele Mugo. Ulikuwa unasemaje?
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. So, what I can say, I really witnessed the two rallies, the one for the UDA, the one in. First of all, I just want to say the one in Kakamega, where Nani Musalia. It was awesome. I saw Musalia is really organizing the team, and I know in the course of due time things will change on the ground. And the one for Ruto, I saw that kind of humility. Ruto was really showing. But although I think in the near future, the ground is really with us, and we are enjoying that euphoria which is ongoing currently.
What do you mean in the near future the ground is with us?
Yes. But you saw yourself in the rally we had. In things will work well, and Baba will not sleep. I know very well where he is. He won't sleep. We are there on the ground, and I think that is my remarks for now. But we are there on the ground.
Okay, thank you so much for saying nothing. Austin, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for saying nothing. Austin, go ahead. All right. Please just kindly accept my opinion.
Okay, thank you. We
And,
appreciate Austin. Austin, you are next.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, Mr. Alex.
Austin, you are next.
How are you?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Alex. How are you?
Okay, I salute everyone, and I'm grateful
I salute
of
everyone.
Raila been away.
And I've been away.
First of all, I would like to correct my friend Kiptelel. There are words that we are now used to, and as a youth, I would urge you, like Madam Salina urged the youths. Youths, it is time we should wake up. We should wake up and know about our future.
Oh, Austin, we can't hear you. Austin, can you hear us?
Austin, kama mehang. Let's get somebody as Guru.
It's Guru now.
Hold on. Guru
Hello?
has gone for a long time. That's why I let him speak and then tuende by side. When Austin comes back, tutaendelea. Guru, how are you?
I'm fine.
Baada ya kumaliza minofu ya Sagana 3 sasa ndio unaonekana.
Tulienda huko na njia zote
sikuiona tena.
pale, tulienda na njia zote, tulienda na mpaka miguu na pikipiki na magari. Kwa hivyo tulikuwa wengi sana huko. Niseme nini isipokuwa kwamba vile tulikuwa tunatarajia na tulikuwa tunaongea kwa muda mrefu ndio inakuja kudhihirika sasa. Oka ishaingia Azimio, na hiyo ndio ilikuwa kadi ya mwisho, na ikiwa kuna mtu anataswishi hapa ama haamini mwelekeo wa siasa ya Kenya tukiingia August 9th, basi huyo mtu anajidanganya. Siasa ya Kenya si siasa ya kupiga tu kwa big rallies. Raila amejaribu hiyo siasa miaka mingi na haikumsaidia. Siasa ya Kenya inaongelewa na what we call gatekeepers in various communities. Hawa ni watu wana ushawishi mkubwa kwa kila jamii, na ukiangalia mzuri saa hii, ukiangalia kama jamii ya Kisii, kila mtu ambaye ana ushawishi unaweza kuona ako upande gani. Ukienda kwa upande ya watu ya Western, utakuta wale wana ushawishi kubwa wako upande gani: Nyanza, Central, Northeastern. Sasa hiyo ingine ni siasa ya vijana wa bonda ambao hawapigi kura. So I pity those who still hold the unreasonable idea that the juggernaut that has been built by
Raila Odinga and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is beatable. It is not. Hata hii Central unaona kuna wale wanaongea kwa nguvu, ni vile hawajaelewa ni watu ya Central. Sijui waambiwa mara ngapi kwamba watu wa Central they are they are very slippery people. They know what they will do, but they don't show it. Inakuja tu kudhihirika dakika ya mwisho. Hawawezi kukuonyesha wako upande gani, kwa sababu wanataka ile shilingi unaleta, na ni mzuri. Hakuna mtu hataki shilingi. You cannot buy, you can only rent, and that is the truth. Ndio unaona hata huyu mama wa Kirinyaga anaitwa Girishi, siku hizi afichi, anaenda mpaka State House kwa sababu hakuna ati atapoteza kura kwa sababu ameonwa na rais. Hapana, rais hana ubaya yoyote, na hii jamii inajua Uhuru hana shinda yoyote. Kwa hivyo mtu akifikiria ati ukionwa na rais ati ndio kura yako itapotea, huyo ni mtu ambaye hajui siasa vile inaelekea. So in short is that the kingpin has started taking his position very strongly, and he wants to stamp his authority tomorrow in the ADC. I believe he is going to be the insurance of this community in the coming government, because what the people of Mount Kenya the little fear that perhaps some of them may have is that Raila may get the power and forget about them or mistreat, as the propaganda has been in the past. But once they are sure that Uhuru will be hovering somewhere in the horizon, and that he has a party through which he participates in the government, I think even those who are not decided will just join in, because they are sure that their interest will be catered for. As for the deputy president, we wish him well, but things look very, very dicey for him. The mountain is getting slippery every day, and he needs to buy maybe new boots that have greater grip on the slippery ground. Otherwise, I don't see him heading anywhere with his insistence that his party is the only one that can harvest votes in Mount Kenya. That is his greatest undoing, particularly in Central Kenya, sababu watu pale walifinywa wakati ule mwingine, na hata ukifuata ulisikia rais akisema anaelewa kwa nini kila mtu anataka kuwa na chama chake pale, sababu walifinywa wengine. Mtu hata akiwa ndiye alikuwa na watu wengi kwa nomination, unakuta amenyimwa ile tikiti. Sasa ile siasa iko pale ni kwamba hatupigii chama, tunapigia watu, tunapigia viongozi. Kwa hivyo pale itakuwa watu ya vyama vingi ndio watashinda. Utakuta kuna TSP, unakuta kuna chama cha kazi, utakuta kuna NAK Kenya, utakuta kuna Mbas ya Kiraitu Murungi, utakuta kuna PNU. Hao wote nadhani wataleta wajumbe moja kwa moja kwa parliament, na ndio hiyo ndio inatakikana, ili wakiingia pale washikane na baba na watengeneze serikali. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Guru. I believe that's clear enough. Isaiah Don? Unmute the mic beside your name. You click on the mic beside your name before you speak. We can't get you when you mute.
Yeah, nashukuru sana na salimia kila mmoja. Amazing. this is my first time to participate.
Get close to the mic. We can hardly hear you.
Nasema nasalimia kila mtu, and this is my first time to participate in this forum. So
Bwana Isaiah, inaonekana kuna shida na mic yako. Ama ni mimi?
I don't know whether it is there or with me here. Can you hear me now?
That's better. Get close to the mic and speak up.
Yeah, I'm here with you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Okay, pole. Let's hear Bwana Murunga. Mr. Murunga, come in please. Wale watu mko nyuma ya screen tunafagia sasa hivi. Behind the curtains. You are darkening the screen. Mr. Murunga, are you off for something? Okay, let's hear from Penny.
Habari gani?
Salama, namna gani?
Hakuna taabu, iko vizuri sana. Mada ya leo mna contribute ya nini na gani?
Uko na ngoma yako?
Hapana, nimetoka kwa ngoma. Where you are very important.
Wewe karibu, toa mchango wako. Tunazungumza kuhusu Raila confirmed ODM presidential candidate or ODM Jubilee Oka deal Ruto in Nyandarwa today.
Wow, that's good. Ruto in Nyandarwa and the other gentleman in Western, that's great. But this as a new get together is really a big joke, and this is one you guys, especially you young people, should be contributing a lot to, because this politics of betrayal started in 1960 when Kenyatta lied to Odinga, and then it came on to where Moi lied to Saitoti, and we have been betraying each other over and over, and you can repeat since Kenya had its own independence. So we really need to work on that so that we practice direct or straight politics. There is if you look at the politics of Julius Nyerere or Mandela in South Africa, they're straightforward. But Kenya politics is dirty, and the latest dirtiness came when Kenyatta just threw away his assistant and went and got Raila Odinga. So that's wonderful, but we as Kenyans need to debate this and you really put an end to it, especially you young people. Should you look at it directly? Why did they kill Pinto Gama Pinto? Why was Jem Kariuki killed? This is politics of betrayal, as what Kenyatta did in Sagana 3. That's politics of betrayal that started with his dad when he lied to the other guys in London that let us go to Kenya, then we can fix our problems. And he put the Odinga in his pocket. But by 1965-68, he had kicked Odinga out. So this is very dangerous, and that's why we are so poor. And I listen to your show a lot nowadays. And the gentleman yesterday who kept calling you Mr. Alex, Mr. Bernard. There is pain. There is young people have no future in Kenya. And you guys just want only to have a future of one side. Every market you go to, every town you go to, they are just lying around. And that's very, very dangerous for any country to do that. So that we only got 5 months to go. And let's figure out what we're going to do after that. Thank you very much, Bernard. And yes, I did pay to the contribution of your trip, even though I'm in UDA. And I just want to hear the progress of it. That's it. So long as we are helping somebody, it doesn't matter which party you are in. Thank you.
So, what is your solution to politics of betrayal?
Stop it, or the debating like you're debating in here, and put an end to it. Because the betrayal has been a lot ever since Kenya had its own independence. And we're not blaming somebody like Kenyatta yesterday. It's anybody. Moi did the same thing. And Moi was even worse. He could find people in the street.
What did you expect Kenyatta to do that he did not do?
He lied to us. I voted for him twice. He lied to me that he was going to do 10 years and 10 years of Ruto. You never even supported him. But now that he's supporting...
Is that how the Constitution prescribes?
The Constitution does not go to personality. Any Constitution does not address issues of personality. We never knew. Personally, when I voted for him twice, I don't know about you. When I voted for him twice, I was thinking that all the programs they were having, the electricity, the roads, the hospitals, all those would continue to have Kenya among the threat. But for the last 4 or 5 years,
wewe unaelewa constitution how somebody becomes president. Haitokani na kumi yangu na kumi yako.
Oh, some of us believe it. That's not my weakness. But I thought that.
So are you bringing your weakness here?
No. My weakness is like this, Alex. We have lived in the societies where directly politics, if it's a Republican support the Republican forever. But Biden is telling me that, like, Trump lost the election, Biden should have put him back and made him president. That's not the politics. That's your weakness. It's not even my weakness. Because how could we do that?
Go get a therapist.
Ukweli ni kwamba mtu kufanyika rais Kenya mpaka ashinde uchaguzi, okay? Na huo uchaguzi unatokana na uamuzi wa Wakenya wote, sio uamuzi wa mtu mmoja.
Yes. You're right.
And so
but I'm saying that
Ruto has expressed his preference. Let the other person who wants also to be preferred or to be supported seek support from Kenyans. If he gets a mandate from Kenyans, nobody will stop it.
Yes. No, all I'm saying is that you're saying everything is right what you're saying. But all I'm saying is that instead of him using the last 5 years to look for a job for 5 people, he should have used that 5 years to look for a job for thousands of young people who don't have even a job in Kenya. But as far as qualifications of the president, whatever, you're right. I can't argue with any of that. But he has shown us what anybody can do. All I'm saying is that
you want 5 people to be jobless?
So you prefer millions to be jobless, but not 5 people?
Thank you, Bwana Penny. Naona tukiendelea hivyo tutakwama. Bwana Guru.
Thank you.
Yes. There is a statement that this man has made which cannot pass unchallenged. When he says that we are poor because of politics of betrayal, he presumes, and does he presume that passing over political power to people who have promised others, like one was promised yangu kumi, yake kumi, that is the way to develop the country? Then where is the place of democracy in this? I challenge that statement.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask that question?
Respond very fast, Bwana Penny, tusonge mbele.
Huh?
Penny, do you have a response to what Mr. Guru said?
Oh, yes. No, what I'm telling the gentleman is that the politics of betrayal has really got us, worse than a third world country. You look at any country, from Germany, they just had elections the other day. They fought the constitution to form the government for the next whatever time. Look at Israel. Any democracy, their politics is clear. The politics of betrayal is in Kenya. As from when Kenyatta took over, when Moi took over, when Kibaki took over. Kibaki told him, Raila Odinga, let's get in this government. They had a memorandum understanding. When he was sworn in, he didn't even open the door for Raila Odinga. All I'm saying to the gentleman is, right now we should be focusing on getting our country together where everybody could have a meaningful job. Not necessarily a wheelbarrow. A wheelbarrow is just as simple. But politics of betrayal started a long time. You should study it and they put an end to it, as from 5 months from now. Because
Penny,
what has happened has happened.
I don't think that is correct. I don't think that is correct at all. By assuring one a job, just like you are saying, yangu kumi yake kumi, how does that develop the country? You don't mix up issues here. Please, we have a democracy. You go to the voting booth, you put the vote where you want, it is counted, and whoever wins takes over the country's leadership. That's all.
I agree with you. All I'm saying is that whatever it is that you talked about.
Order. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Mr. Guru. I appreciate all of you and your submission.
I wanted to give Penny some information he asked.
Yes, Alex.
Penny, the DP is coming to Washington on the 5th, and he wants to meet his people, like Mama Mboga and Boda Boda, and you are on the list of Boda Boda, Penny.
Thank you.
So Penny, ushabukiwa, tafadhali hakikisha unafika kumwona makamu wa rais, alafu mfundishe jinsi ya kusurvive betrayal kwa sababu ni muhimu. Ama maagizo ya Tony yaende kufanya kazi, tukate miti. Muhimu ni kwamba nafurahi kwa sababu una support umoja wa Kenya. Hiyo inamaanisha huko katika azimio la umoja. Asante sana. Twende moja kwa moja kwa Jared.
Thanks, Bernard and the rest of the panelists. Yeah, as also to react on what's happening today is what was expected. I'd not think that the OCA had so much of options left, but you know, as a man, you have to also keep your pride. So if you remember in 2017, how they looked Mudavadi in, they let him form the NASA, and then they joined the NASA just to make him happy that he's the owner of NASA, but he was nobody in NASA. And I do think when I heard from this OCA that they wanted to be a Simeo 1 Kenya something, nobody cares on how what they want to look. Even if they want and they come and say we're gonna have one Kenya alliance and the presidential candidate is Raila, nobody cares. We will still go on if that makes them happy. But the only thing which I've noticed is that we already have like 6 parties forming a coalition with Jubilee. And then the Jubilee coalition will form another agreement with ODM. Now, is ODM that big that these other ones, they have to combine to be equal partners? So are they removing these small parties to bring in as principles? So I think the strategy here is, even if Kalonzo, they have to be very careful. They might also go through Jubilee. Then we would have only 2 principles to avoid these things of anybody coming and calling them principles. So they're going to come with the predict that first principle will be Raila and another principle will be Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So now they will come and say, we wanted from Jubilee, and Uhuru Muigai is the one who will represent us in these talks. I don't know what that meant when I saw them going through Jubilee. I really didn't understand, but it helps rather than having PNU as a principal, DAP as a principal, UPIA, and all these people. So I think they want to they have learned from the past, from people like Wetangula, calling themselves partners, principals. So they want to have the main principals who bring something to the table. Also, another thing I have noticed as a change, I don't know if it's a change of heart, or is Ruto in the rally in Nyandarwa has changed now. He's not attacking the president. He's referring him as my friend, has decided this, and he want to deal with at Raila, come face me. And I was asking myself, when was he not facing him? The candidate is Raila, and he has always been Raila. But that is something which he thought that he has been advised that it's already going to backfire, so leave the president alone. And that's why you're seeing that as soon as he would leave Mount Kenya, he will go back to attack the president. But when he's within Mount Kenya, he's trying to show that, hey, I have nothing against the president. He has made his choice. So that is the challenge, of course. But I believe tomorrow, when all of these parties will stand and sign the agreement that they are behind Raila Odinga, it should be a done deal. It should be a done deal. I don't say I was actually, when you guys were talking, I was talking to one UDA candidate from back home. I was trying to talk to the candidate, and I was asking, can you honestly tell me that in your heart of hearts you believe that Ruto can win? You know, he couldn't answer me because he knows that the truth, there is no route, because Ukambani is locked 100%. You know, that is a very tough thing. And I was actually telling them that today, the only miracle, maybe a small route for Ruto, Ruto should now go to his knees and start praying that there is a state BPI. So if BPI comes back, at least he can now go to Western and say, I'm going to give Mudavadi to be a prime minister. You know, other than that, I don't see where he would do. Today, I see Mudavadi is holding a meeting in his home. Why would be a presidential candidate like him be holding in his home instead of he would be in Kisii, he would be in Nyanza? So I don't understand this. But I believe, as I was talking to people, and these people, if somebody tells you honestly that William Samoei Ruto is going to win, that person, if he's truly genuinely saying that, that person needs to be checked in Matara somewhere. They need to check that person. I'm hoping that it's just to put a face, but the truth, everybody knows the truth. Unless I don't see, I don't want to say even unless, I don't see any route which you can win in. He should be fighting not to become a current kingpin. He should be fighting. You know, politics is a very different game. You will find Isaac Ruto coming to Asmio, and he will be left by himself. So I think he made some errors, but as the president said, if he changes, and these are some of the things he will learn as he keeps growing up, as he becomes opposition leader, he will learn these things, then he will be ready. The good thing I give to Ruto, he has started clearing the future competitors like Mudavadi. So he turned Mudavadi to be now a spokesperson. How will Mudavadi come later on to challenge him in the future? So that is one thing I can give him credit, that he has started clearing these people, because he knows Kalonzo is not coming back to challenge him. The only person who was left there is Mudavadi, and the rest will. So that is what I can give him credit for. Otherwise, I will stop there. Alex, I can see you. Let me know if we're going to receive the deputy president. You know, we might give him one or two advice. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I have already reserved. I will go, and I'm not afraid because, as I said, was it yesterday or the other day? No, yesterday. Ruto has conceded, and he has agreed, and Ruto knows the truth. I think the people who are nursing wounds are a few people who believed what he used to say. But I think him being a deputy and also understanding the politics of Kenya, he was fighting for a political survival and a space so at least he could be relevant, not to become a president. I think that is what the deputy was doing. And if you can look, the deputy has done that. He is going to remain a little bit relevant. And as you said, and that is the truth, and I said it yesterday, we pray that God will give Agwambo Baba good health and also life, because the guy has finished the other guys. He has no competition. The future looks for him easier, and all he needs to do is behave as he was told. And as I said yesterday, there is something magical when you are in opposition. Unakuwa sanitized, and that is the politics of Kenya. So, but as of now, his supporters have become orphans too soon. They're very bitter, and you can see it everywhere. I mean, you talk to a UDA guy, if he's truly not your friend, they are really throwing tantrums. Let me speak about what I saw today in the ODM meeting. It was one of the greatest organized events, whether you like it or not. It is an event that was choreographed in a way, and I think the future is going to be there. In the future, when parties are going to endorse their presidential candidate, now they have a formula. We have been missing that for a long time. Now we have a formula on how candidates should be endorsed and the consensus that will be done. And I think they did a great show to a point that I want to see what will happen tomorrow. Now that the mighty ODM has shown that even with them alone, without Jubilee and without the OCA, they are ready for the government. So you can see tomorrow that they come as the bigger brother, not the smaller brother. So that is one thing that I like what they did today. Two things that I did not like today. The first thing is ODM gave us a signal that we are not going to have nominations. It's going to be consensus. And I'm afraid about that. When it comes to consensus, trust me, it will break other people's hearts. Why is it so? Because consensus is easier when it's in national. But when it comes to seats like MCA, seats like governorship, we tend to get out of tribalism. Now we move to clanism. And there is an emote issue there when we go to clanism. It's even more dangerous. So I hope they find a way of just doing nomination through elections, not consensus, because you are going to bring voters apathy, or there are people who are going to throw tantrums and go to the other side. When nominations are done, whether we like it or not, there are people who jump the other ship and others jump the other ship. So I hope they become clearer on how they are going to do it. But they gave an elaborate way that even in that consensus, how they are going to do it. Hopefully they have a better thing. The other thing I didn't like is the music they keep on playing. They should stop playing those music. You know, playing Christian music when we are, as Kenyans, they must stop that. They must find like Luero song, should be constant, and it cuts across. stop putting Christian music. There were so many Muslims there. And I believe that should be there so that we can welcome other. Because and Olo just told me he's an atheist in in the forum. It looks like the script that was written is working out very well. There was a very elaborate script that was written, and at some point I did not believe Atuoli and Murathe what they used to tell us. I used to think, I mean, these people are blowing things out of proportion. But it looks like when COVID kicked in, the meetings that were in Kajiado, it was a well-oiled machine. They planned everything. They wrote the script, and they knew even how Kalonzo is going to play his people to the last minute. You know, we knew Kalonzo all along was with us, and he kept giving us butterflies. You know, even Themba was here making noise every day about Kalonzo. But you see how Kalonzo has just come in, and the rest is history. And as you see, Kalonzo, his statements that he will never make he will never come together with Raila was easier for him to go through Jubilee. But the fact is that Raila has joined hand with Kalonzo, or Kalonzo has joined hands with Raila. So it is a beautiful day for the people who are progressive, me and you and others, but it's a sad, bitter day for the other side. Very sad. I'm telling you, they are nursing wounds. And hata kama mnafikiria ni mchezo, some people this weekend, either they will drink too much or they will sleep too much. That is a fact. But by Monday, they will have accepted and things are going to go well. But it's a beautiful week for us, and hopefully we maintain that momentum. And I thank God that we have come to see a day whereby we are united as a country. And that is a good democracy. Lastly, it's a sad day for Ukraine when your country is being taken like that. I mean, sometimes I ask, where is God when such things happen? And that is the danger of having a person like Ruto in a region. Ruto is a person who is in the same WhatsApp group with Putin. He is a dangerous man, and we have been told. And we saw yesterday from the clip of Jirongo and other people on how he deals with the people. He's a dangerous man. Hopefully, when he goes to opposition, he will tone down and become a better person. But if he takes over as a leader, Ruto can do what Putin is doing, and he can put regional imbalance. And he should understand that is the reason the president said when the president needed peace, Ruto refused. And you can almost see that is why the president went back and so no, peace is more important when you are a leader. It's not ideology, it's not manifesto. Peace is the number one prerequisite for a leader. So I think Ruto should start learning to be a peaceful man. Thank you so much. Ribatos.
Asante, Juan Alex. I think you're clear on that. Only that I support consensus, not as a standard, but as selected places. Selected places. There are places where we are deciding for candidate, even through the ballot, is going to be very difficult. Also understanding that there is always the invasion of the other side to come and get a weak candidate so that they win in the final elections. So with those dynamics, I support the aspect of consensus, but backed up with extra information, like carry out a poll, get information. This person you are agreeing, hata kama amekubali, does he have what it takes to deliver the seat? Because we need the seat, not just somebody to appear on the ballot. I would go for that. It will also tone down the fights. And then, of course, these people who are stepping down, they are secured either at the county level or at the national level. See it, they are only stepping down, then they disappear. The other point that I think we talked about Ruto ending up as the Kalenjin kingpin. You should fight to retain that. I support it. If he has any fight remaining to fight, is that one. And then for him to fight for that, he needs to go back to the elders and apologize to them and help ask them to help him pick up. But if he comes with the mentality of I took over from Moi, I can take from anybody, he will still end up where he is now in 2027. You don't walk alone when you're looking for national seat or public office, especially when it comes to your backyard. Move with the elders, move with others. Respect those that have gone ahead of you. It secures you as a political leader. But if you walk all alone, we say that the reason why snakes die is because they walk alone, okay? No man is able to confront 9 cobras or walking in a pack of 10. You will not have guts to confront them. But if you walking alone will make it die easily. So he needs to get back and consolidate the Rift Valley. If he doesn't do that as a matter of urgency, then he has a very good example with him, Salim Davadi and Moses Wetangula. If he doesn't draw lessons from them right now, they will end up in the same basket and wataendelea kufarijiana. Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo kulingana na mimi. Yes, Jared.
I also wanted to concur with what you have told Alex, that Alex, what happens with consensus is that there is this attitude when somebody, even he didn't have even votes, when we have nomination, they will say that they stole the votes. What happens in consensus when you are in a room, you agree, it's difficult to go out and say when you are accepted what was happening. It's not going to be a consensus without the facts and without the candidates. I think for now that should be encouraged. And also, if you add what they were saying, what they have been able to do on by-elections, it's what they used, the methodology they used has always produced the right candidate. They said actually in Musambweni, the science told them otherwise, but they tried to go and do the nomination, and that's where what happened. The other candidate went to the other side and won. So I also encourage consensus first, then because as Bernard said, we are interested in the winning. Winning is the number one we need from your competitor. At the end of the day, you want to make sure that you have somebody who is going to win, not just to have somebody for the sake of it. Secondly, I wanted to respond to there is a good person here called Jeva Appleton in the chat, saying that we are forcing him to listen to ODM nonsense. I don't know if there is anybody forcing somebody to log in and listen. There is a way, maybe he doesn't know how to mute or turn off or log off, then you don't have to listen to it. But if you logged in, it was by your own will. So sometimes people get confused when they say they are forced. So I don't know, and this Bernard, you clarify if there are other people who are forced. For me, I just join in voluntarily. So I don't know if you force people to join to listen to this. Thank you.
20 seconds, Bernard. Jared, be nice to those people. They are nothing.
Just a moment, Alex. One moment, Alex. Duncan Ruben, what are you up to on the comment section? You don't use any language you want here. Please watch your language or you go. Thank you. Yes, Alex.
Jared, these people are really nursing wounds. You know, we took it for granted that kumi yangu, kumi yake was, you know, a rhetoric. But you have seen even Muzee, who was born before independence, come here and say that he believed it. So, I mean, give the young man, be nice to the young man. If people like Muzee believed it, be nice to the young man. And when I say that the consensus can bring problem, I'm looking at it from the political point of view of clanism. Trust me, clanism, has a greater impact sometimes in a manner that we don't understand, especially now that we have started knowing that the future of our country is not in the national, it's in the counties. And we cannot belittle that. We must take all factors into consideration that some of the greatest fights we are going to fight are going to be gubernatorial, not even senatorial. Who cares for the Senate? Nobody. You know, when devolution came at first, people like Orengo, who have read the Constitution, had these wild ideas that being in the Senate was the best, and all of them went to Nairobi. 5 years later, they are coming back to fight people who laid ground for the devolution, so that I wish all of them could have taken the second, except just for a few. People like Kabogo had laid foundation. Unaona? So you can understand now that the foundation has been laid, and people know that you know, power is sweet, power is honey, power is everything. You're going to see a situation whereby people are going to clash over clanism, not even ideology. That's why I'm afraid that even that consensus, we need to be very clear that we perpetuate more ideology, but I don't think in some areas people are going to listen. For example, I'll give you an example in Kisi. We have our Nyaribari and Ababasi, and Simbarati has put his team so well, but you can almost feel like our Nyaribari are united, even though they have been given the deputy with Simbarati, they are almost refusing and saying, we will come together and only vote for who? Ongeri, even though Ongeri is an old guy. So let's remember that the fight, now that we know that Baba is almost certainly is going to be the president, the next fight is going to be gubernatorial, and it's going to be fierce. So consensus is going to be tricky too.
Sawa, that is good question. Yes, Favor?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what actually Alex mentioned. It's true, I listened to when ODM was actually laying out some of the things that they want to do. And I think I listened to the delegates and they were bringing on board certain requirements, which is actually going to make it very tricky. For example, we are looking at trying to keep the 2/3 gender rule. Now, I do not know which areas people will agree and just say, okay, for this area, for example, we want a lady to stand so that we have a woman. That means even if there are men there, they have to agree and then be very willing to support that candidate in terms of get marshalling support. Now, you also come to look at persons with disability or living with disability also want to be considered, not only in the nomination, because I think there's a time I had somebody asking that this idea of nominated seats should be removed, but I realized they don't understand because those were seats which were brought on board to cover for those other minority groups. Then you also have to think about areas where, like as Bernard has mentioned, as Alex has mentioned, it is true that when you come down, let's say at the county level, then you are looking at member of county assembly. These are areas that actually people are just divided by maybe a river or a garden or something, because they are like almost the same families living together. And because there is that idea, because actually if you look at it, it is actually at the Senate level where probably I listened into a discussion today, though it was, by the way, somebody was arguing between Sakaja and Tim Wanyonyi, I think, who has done much. And I think many people was attributing Wanyonyi to have done much, but not Sakaja. But I think it's because they didn't understand that, for example, the seat of a senator, it doesn't come with the goodies like, for example, member of parliament, you have bursaries and all those things. So having looked at all this, it means they have to walk that road very carefully. And then another thing, I'll end by this. Let's also know that there are also malls. I think, sorry to use this example, somebody like Muhammad Ali, as much as he was in ODM, but this is somebody who actually was fully funded by UDA. At that time, of course, it was the DP who had actually funded his position and whatever. So people willingly took him on board thinking he's actually an ODM person. But at the end of the day, he bought. So that is whether we will want to go universal suffrage, where we say people go for nomination nomination, but we should be fielding a candidate that, number one, should be loyal to the party. When we talk about loyalty, people always look at somebody who will just be saying yes. No, we need in a party to strengthen political parties so that then they can have a say. For example, when you look at nations countries that have developed, when you say that, which is actually what we should be looking forward when we look at all this. So whether they will agree at consensus, whether they will move further and say, okay, let us actually go forward and actually have to dominate or whatever, whichever way, but they have to work it very critically so that we don't have fallouts that will actually make us lose in the long run. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Favor. Caution is required, but leadership should be provided. That's my counsel. There are things are inevitable. We will still have a winner and a loser at the end of the day, but we should manage the winning so that at the end of the day we have a working team that will actually deliver. Because we have people who just want to get the seat, then after that they do nothing. Like that post by somebody talking about Musalia Mudavadi blaming Raila Odinga for not bringing development in his region while they were in opposition. I don't see how that computes. But I really want to take some break and study this man called Musalia Mudavadi, because right now I don't think he's in his senses and he seems to be talking without thinking, because he was a member of parliament of the place forever, and then he has been the leader of the place. He was vice president while he was in the place. He ran for president in 2013 while he was in the place. So where does Raila come into being blamed for lack of development? At least he should blame Otichilo or Akaranga. Was Akaranga the governor? Yes. At least that can make sense. But dragging Raila to be the blame person for everything that goes wrong, I think we need to get leaders who are able to shoulder responsibility other than look for somebody to blame. Na hii tabia kulaumiana tuachane nayo, kwa ikuwe kikezo ambacho tunatumia. Mtu kama amezoea kulaumu wengine hawezi kuwa kiongozi. Kiongozi ni yule mtu anawajibika, anasema hapa tulifanya makosa, tunataka kwenda kufanya hivi. Sio kusema nani ndio alifanya, nani alisababisha, handshake ilisababisha, mtu wa kitendawili alisababisha. All that blame should end. We need national leaders who can shoulder responsibility. Tunaweza kuwa tuko the lowest level, but you are promising us the highest level and you are taking responsibility. Si eti ikiwe isipofanya utatafuta mtu wa kulaumu. Wapi Mokulu Mobone?
Yes. Bernard, you forgot that he was actually a deputy prime minister for 5 years and also a vice president for 2 months. You forgot that, and a finance minister on top of it. So
yes, all that time, and still Molulu doesn't have a road. Molulu doesn't have this, doesn't have water, doesn't have that, and then he wants to blame it on Raila. I think these people should spare Raila some time.
Bernard,
why would they make Raila everything? They can't even blame the people who are presidents. They blame somebody who did not make to the presidents. This is serious.
Bernard, they've been in the government for so long. Wetangula, Mudavadi, what have they done for Western Province? In fact, the Mululu way, hiyo njia kwenda kwa Mudavadi, iliundwa to the time her mom died. Yeah?
Yes.
He should bring on the board and tell the people from Western, this is what I've done. This is what I've done for you guys. Because he has been in government all through. So he should stop.
Sawa, thank you Captain. Ngoja tumsikize nini, tunafuata mkururo. Victor, nimeona mkono wako lakini nataka let's not dig further. Tuokoe muda. Mokulu Mbone. Is it Mbone or Mambane?
Hiyo ni Mokulu Mbema.
Mbema. Karibu.
Sasa karibu, asante sana Ben. Ya, naona leo naona Azimio saizi naona kuna line imeshatengenezwa na naona kuna dalili hapo mbele. Unajua kitambo ilikuwa hivyo, lakini sasa kenye tunabaki nao ni after nomination tena ndio tujue inapitia mkondo gani, na pia kuchagua hii the running mate. Sasa hapo tena ndio italeta msosumuko kidogo, lakini naona hii gari ya Azimio naona saizi iko on the right track in terms of nini. Wale wengine unapata saizi wako confused, wanataka kuconsolidate huku, wanaona huku inaungua. The only thing yenye wanakwanga nayo ni ile wamejua hata kama umejua, hata wafasi yao ukiulizanga tu, unaona hapa itakuwa aje, wanakuchorea sijui mara Western tumelock 80%, Raila ako 20% hapo, kwa sababu wanaona Mudavadi ambaye reflect na hiyo. Alafu one other thing yenye wanajifanyanga nayo ni hii the Rift Valley. Najua wanasema Rift Valley ni yao 90%. Na wajua hapo Rift Valley kuna Kajiado, kuna Nakuru hapo, kuna hizo dosa. Unless maybe useme sehemu kama Bomet hapo tunaweza sema. Alafu pia hii ya Mudavadi ya leo, inasmuch alisema pia kuna ingine pia aliongezea eti mara hawakupewa nafasi, Raila kuwapea nafasi azinaku after the handshake, sijui hizo appoint sijui wakina nani wakuwe huko, lakini yeye mwenyewe ndiye alikataa hata kuenda ile swearing in, tulikuwa huko Uhuru Park. So unaona sama kuna tu ile confusion na ile tu, the only thing yenye unaonanga hapa, kuna wale pia wana defend to their seats. Their main issues is defending their seats, ili at least nikikaa pale nimejua niko na Ruto nitaingizwa ndani. They are not focused on that. I think maybe wana prepare for 2027 ndio at least waone vile itakuwa, but for now nasema somehow wana lose track kidogo, na hiyo tu ndio naweza sema for leo.
Okay, Bwana Victor ulikuwa unasemaje?
Okay, thank you. I hope I'm clear. Hello, Bernard, am I loud?
Yes, I can hear you. Carry on.
Okay, if you hear me, then my panelists will hear me. I only wanted to ask, I will contribute, but for now, there's this guy called, is it Murunga, who was like, there are some questions that I think, as a normal human being, you should even ask. Whether Raila, whether what, whether I even forgot. I wanted to ask you the very minute you know, I don't know, but let me tell you, Raila was not born to be Raila. Raila found himself to be Raila. So the only thing that we can say, regardless of, let me just contribute, regardless of what these other people are saying, there are things that we, the electorates, are left to choose. This is somebody who has fought. This is somebody who has, everybody is just enjoying, including his close critics. I was at work, I never followed the debate today, the politics today, but I followed it just some 1 hour ago. What I want to say is just one. Raila is not a project. Today, deputy leader, deputy president, if you are a project of our government, you will choose from what I've said today. Who is enjoying the security of government? Who is living in the government house? Who is being served food from government, prepared from government employees? Raila Odinga is some ordinary Kenyan. He's not a hustler. I will not say that. You people are contemplating me to say that Raila is a hustler. Raila is not a hustler. Raila is only using his own resources to make him being what he is. When the president of Kenya talked as an individual, the president talked as an individual, and he talked in his native language. And we have got several languages in Kenya. And those several languages, we map them all. At the end of the day, they become national language. And that is where we have Kiswahili. We have Swahili. Do we have Swahili and speaking nation? The people who came up with the national anthem were Pokomo. Pokomo were believed to be the Swahili spoken community from the coast. We have the Luo nation, the Luo language. The Luo is a language that is being spoken
Victor.
from Congo.
Victor, how are you?
Who is talking?
Imerkoso.
Alex, by then I was coming to you.
Tura Mosi, Ibinade.
An maber baba, an maber.
Rokamano, Ana Mosi.
Wadwa, okan marach, ange gimara temo drive home. Can I proceed? Alex, is the item mine?
Yes, brother. You lost some better, man.
Alex, Bernard, Mr. Bernard. Alex has disrupted me, and kindly, can somebody continue so that I can recollect myself?
Order, both of you. Order, both of you. Now, I want, as you're on this platform, to behave as mature people, okay? I deliberately gave you the opportunity. I thought you have a question. You said you want to submit. I gave you the leeway to submit, okay? How you ended up with the exchanges with Alex, I don't know. The language you are using is foreign language to me. So I don't know how to defend you. Bwana Victor, what is happening?
What I was like, I was contributing, and unfortunately or fortunately, I believe Alex interrupted me.
Please let's do this, Victor.
Yes.
There is a title of what we are discussing. Let us restrict ourselves to that, not bring in new things. Secondly, let's use national language on this platform, because we have Kalenjins here, we have Luyas here, we have Komos here, and all that. And all that is just what makes Kenya Kenya.
But is it my mistake, Mr. Bernard?
I don't know, because the exchange between the two of you, I didn't get one word. I don't know Luo. Unanielewa? So I cannot judge that kind of a case.
Sasa, this guy muted. This driver
So,
who's just
hiyo maswala mlifanya nyuma ya curtain, mtaonana nyuma ya tent, mmalizane.
then I was requesting.
Yes.
Mr. Ben, I was requesting.
Yes.
Can I just pause a bit, and then you give the next person as when I recollect, and at the same time I recollect with yeah.
Sawa Bwana Victor, utarudi, relax kwanza, utakuja baadaye. Tumsikilize Murunga. Murunga alitupwa nje na internet. Murunga.
Yes, Bernard. Hello, Bernard.
Naona una dance lero ni leo.
Let me get back. Just give me about 5 minutes, I'll be back.
Hey, now you are taking space, eh? And you are
no. What happening is,
Captain.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for giving me. Hi, my panelists.
Hello to
Today,
you. Welcome, Captain. Make your submission, please. And the people behind the curtain, meanza kufagia.
So today, many things happened. I followed the ODM, NDC. It was very powerful. I love the maturity in ODM. You know, if you follow ODM, if you are a life member of ODM, you realize that Kitambo, there used to be many fights whenever they meet. But today, how they handled their meeting actually, and I want to congratulate what they did. There's a question Jeanette asked about the nomination, and Baba came out clearly and answered the question on nominations, because what they were saying, they don't want a situation whereby if you don't get the party ticket, then there's a fallout. There's going to be a free and fair nomination process that is going to take in the party primaries. Then whoever wins the ticket shall be supported by the party. Baba explained it very well, and all the members accepted. Then also on Mudavadi side, I think sometimes you should be very careful with the names you choose. Ukiita mtoto wako mjinga atakuwa mjinga. The names you use, always watch your mouth. If you speak prosperity, you'll prosper. If you see yourself as a poor man, you'll be a poor man. So this earthquake thing, I've seen it's almost it's killing Mudavadi itself. It's like the earthquake is going back to him, because today he was given an opportunity. Him and Wetangula walikuwa na mkutano pale Mululu. I wanted, if Mudavadi says that is the kingpin of Western, si angeweka mkutano Buhungu. Alienda nyumbani kwake. Even if you see the leaders who attended there, always tell you every day, read the mood. Look at their faces. Look at their body language. They feel defeated. Somebody on the comment said, amesema Western is locked. Darila Rogers. Western is not locked for Kenya Kwanza. He should read the numbers. Kama Western is locked and people believe in Mudavadi or Wetangula, let them bring the numbers. Let them hold a big rally in Kakamega. Let us see. I was looking the MPs who accompanied Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula. I was surprised. They brought the village guys from Mululu just to come there and waonyeshe kulikuwa na watu. But he has really lost it. He never expected this, because they were pursuing Kalonzo to come. And we pray God Kalonzo has come. Though amesema the Azimio thing is going to change to Azimio what? Oka Alliance. So I don't know if it's going to be accepted like Azimio Oka Alliance or itaitwa Azimio. But that's what Kalonzo said, Oko ijamezwa. But there's something that we discussed yesterday about Jirongo. Jirongo is a smart guy in politics. When Jirongo, they were doing their NDC, Jirongo alisema harakisheni, hatuna wakati, let's join Azimio stroke Oka. Today, there was some pressure because Kalonzo they had a meeting at Karen at 4. Hii meeting iko imepangwa. It was like walikuwa ambushed tu. They had a meeting. Then after their meeting, they called a press conference, because I think we are going to have a joint rally. All guys that have joined Azimio, they're going to have a joint rally on Sunday. That's why if you need to join the bus is going. So if you need to join the bus and sign a contract, you have to do it right now. because Kalonzo has told us they're going to sign by Monday. So let's wait by Monday. We see if they're going to join like Azimio, or we are going to join Azimio or Alliance. That's something we need to think. Between the Deputy Ruto, the rally that the deputy had, in any marriage, when the marriage doesn't work, sometimes Wetangula said it's going to be messy. When marriage doesn't work, we realize the marriage between Uhuru and Ruto never worked. Na ukijaribu kufukuza msichana na hatoki, na umechoka, unampea divorce hataki, you move on. So Ruto never expected this, but the president has decided to find another bride. He has decided to find another partners. Na huyu kama bado yuko kwa nyumba, because constitutionally Ruto is still in Jubilee. He's still the deputy party leader in Jubilee. He has not resigned. So he's in Jubilee and he's also in UDA. So this is a marriage that is not working between the two. So the president has decided, kama amekataa divorce, wacha nioe wengine na nyumba ingine. Nitamwacha akae hapo, but I will go to another house. So that's what is happening. And when you realize even their campaigns, language has changed. Tulimsifia juzi, but today he has disappointed me. I thought he's growing maturely. Kumbe the more the earthquake, the more bitterness, because I think he never expected Kalonzo to join Azimio. So right now they don't have agenda. What they're actually doing, they're discussing on what the president said about pastors. They're looking for, let me say, votes za kuhurumiwa. Yani you want to paint the president as if
they are sympathy addicts.
Yes, that we don't like churches. That's what they are preaching right now. They are not preaching the agenda. They've lost it. And they have to accept. Right now, they've gone back to the mountain. They're trying to tell the people of mountain, competition is between mimi na Tinga. Huyu jamaa hajaipigia Uhuru kura. Huyu jamaa hajui sisi ndo tulipigia Uhuru kura. Sasa asikuja tuambia hapa ati sisi namna gani nini. Serikali kama mlipigia serikali, mnaweza kubali walete opposition tuchaguliwe rais. So he's trying to convince the people of mountain that all is not lost. This is our guy. This is the same guy we voted for. These guys have never voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. Yet, they're claiming right now they need our votes. So the bitterness that is in UDA, they need to accept it. They are going to lose the election. And let me tell you how Kenyans vote. Kenyans always follow their leaders. There's a song that says, follow your leader, 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 follow your leader. Kenyans always follow their leaders. If Kenyans were not following their leaders, hatungekuwa tunapasiu Kalonzo kuja. We know what Kalonzo is bringing in the basket. We know what other parties are going to bring in the basket. Because when your leader goes to the ground and tells his people, my people from my village, this is the way, that's how they will vote. The people who listen to their leader. So hata wakisema Wakenya wamerevuka ati hatupangwingwi, ati wao jamaa walisema watatupanga, wanakuja wanatuchagulia rais. You are telling the people in the mountain, they'll be surprised. The people in the mountain listen to their leader. Sawa Bernard. That's my submission. That guy
Yes, endelea. Okay, umemaliza.
Nimemaliza.
Asante. Kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa all the same maneno ya Oka sijui what alliance, hiyo story imeisha. Okay, if Kalonzo is coming to Azimio through Jubilee, we will not even be talking to Kalonzo, we'll be talking to Jubilee. So he should talk to us through Jubilee, and then we'll be talking to them through other means. And that, to me, it's a very good move. It will help a lot, so that we only have two centers of power of decision making, other than having all these people with I'm a principal. All that principle thing, let it be dissolved into two major principles. Then these two major principles can move this country forward without all this manner of I'm also a principal. I support that. And then the other aspect is we are a democratic state, and democracy requires that the majority have their way. And so the DP and his team should accept and concede and stop all these issues of people who have never voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is not the standard of how to be a Kenyan. You vote for Uhuru Kenyatta to be a Kenyan, or not vote for Uhuru Kenyatta to be a Kenyan. William Ruto knows very well, for you to be eligible for presidency, you need to be of sound mind, of right age, and want to be president, and then be supported by Kenyans to do so. It has nothing to do with who voted for who, where. If it is all about the people who voted for Uhuru Kenyatta, why is he in Western Kenya? Why is he going to Nyanza? Why is he going to the coast? The majority of the people there did not vote for Uhuru Kenyatta. So let William Ruto be honest for once. Wakati umeshikwa ama umepatikana, kubali makosa, mambo itaisha haraka. Hii story ya kutafuta excuse ka kujificha hapa, another excuse ya kujificha hapa, is what makes you not look like a leader you are portraying yourself to be. Free advice to you, DP. Just own up the mistake, correct it eventually. Chilo Koshe. Hey.
Bernard, the clarification.
Yes, Captain.
There's only one problem. Why is Kalonzo coming to Azimio and he wants us to change Azimio-Oka alliance? And they need to register again that as Azimio-Oka alliance.
That's what I'm telling you. It's too late for that. Okay, if he wanted to come to Azimio and want to change the names, angekuja mapema kwanza. Pili,
because Azimio has already been
kwa Azimio. Kama yeye ana sign na Jubilee kwanza, alafu Jubilee mlete kwa Azimio, hiyo ni game rahisi. Yeye atakuwa na deal na Jubilee, wa Jubilee ndio wabadilishe, watengeneze Oka ikuwe kwa ndani. Sisi tukideal nao tuna deal na mtu mmoja atego. Okay, one person takes care of everything. But if you want to be a principal on the table, then he comes and then we see tunaingia nyumba inaitwa Azimio, then let it be Azimio. And Kalonzo Musyoka is a lawyer, senior counsel for that matter. Okay, he knows that this constitution is not the old constitution. So if he's trying to bring up the issue of NAC, it started as NAK, then it turned into NRC, all that. That is not viable now. Okay, if you're going to reintroduce that, unless he's looking for how to sabotage the process, because after 26th of March there will be no more political parties to join and belong to or shift to. So I think it's just amefika kwa nyumba, anapaswa sasa kupokelewa, aonyeshwe hapa ndio kuna sitting room, hapa ndio kuna kitchen, hapa ndio kuna bedroom. So a relax, tutamuonyesha jinsi ya kutembea na atapata nafasi yake, hakuna shida. Hii nyumba ni kubwa na baba yetu ana watoto wengi, kwa hivyo ukija ujua kwamba kuna utapata wengine na wakiwa hapo basi jifunze jinsi ya kuishi nao. Akuku Danger had several of them and if you accept to be born as one of them, you must accept that we are our Father who art in heaven, not my Father who art in heaven. Yes, Alex.
Captain, Kalonzo is a man who has always been under siege. You have to know that. And his biggest mistake is he has been in government the longest, but the man is practically broke. And if you look at what he does, he looks for wheeler dealers. The only person who stabilized him politically was Raila, because he told him, look, we can support you and you play party politics that is democratic. And that is when you saw Wiper actually grow. But when you look at Kalonzo, Kalonzo was with Mutula Kilonzo one. When he died, Mudhama took over. Though Mudhama was there before, but the two could speak because the other one was a lawyer, prevailed over Mudhama. Mudhama took over. When Mudhama now chickened out, the guy had to depend on ODM. When they did not receive money for national party allocation, what happened was next, he started now shopping for other people. That's why you see even Oka. Oka in itself is a project of Gideon Moi. If Gideon Moi gets out of Oka, he was going to be left like an orphan. And then you look at when he realized Gideon might get out, Kalonzo brought in Jimmy Wanjigi. Then he realized Jimmy Wanjigi had bad manners. So Kalonzo has no money, as you see. And Wiper needs, and if you see, all the governors, 3 of them, are not even in Wiper. So he knows that Wiper, if he doesn't have money, they might even lose parliamentary seats. So when he's saying it should have the name Oka, he's trying to buy loyalty so that it can be affiliated, so that he might still gain a little bit of those seats. But he came in too late and he has a challenge, and some of those challenges he's going to pay for taking too long. And some of the challenges that he's going to have is, one, he might lose some seats and a little bit of rebellion within. So we don't know how he's going to handle it. But Kalonzo is trying to show that he's with them totally so that he can buy loyalty. But I think it's too late. That's why he's trying to negotiate, to show that he's part and parcel of Azimio, whereas he was not.
Yes, Kosha. Unmute. Your mic is mute. Oga. Sorry. Mama Selina, do you want to weigh on that?
Thank you so much. Naona watu, yani hii Kenya inatushangaza saa zingine. Unajua wakati Musalia na Wetangula walienda 2 individuals, wakaenda wakapatilisha UDA ikakuwa KKA. So Kalonzo anafikiria pia yeye ni principal, anataka pia alete vile, lakini wale walikubali na hata wajakubali hakuna mahali walisign. Hiyo KKA ni kwa barabara, lakini saa zingine unakuta original ni UDA. So I think they are trying kuonyesha watu, but China si shida. Ile kitu iliyoko ni vile mwenzangu amesema, tunamtarajia, tunatakia yeye mema. Tunataka at least yakuwe na MPs in Ukambani, ya kwamba Charity Ngilu, Mudua na Kifuta Kibwana wako na machama sao, na sidhani kama watakubali waingia Azimio na machama sao iishe. These 4 individuals in Ukambani wanajaribu kusurvive. Lakini ukiona vile mkutano simekuwa na uone wale vijana ya university walisema wako kwa Azimio, kuingia kwa Ngilu, kuingia kwa Mutua na Kifuta Kibwana, na pia Kalonzo hatutaki kuunderrate, lakini akuje upole na watu wasimuchape. Ile tu tunataka ni akue principal. Hiyo China watermelon it cannot go. Tabia ya mtu inafanya, kama umai kuwa mwisi na ukasema nimefungwa na nimetoka chela, alafu watu watakuangalia sana kwa sababu wanataka kujua are you really safe, ama ukiona kitu patu utapita naye. So Kalonzo lazima atuambie ama akuwe na msimamo. Ya pili, kama wameungana na Jubilee na Jubilee wamesema Uhuru anapaki kama spokesperson, na wanasema Uhuru ndiye anaenda kunegotiate na Azimio na Raila. Sasa turudi pale wakati walikuwa KICC wakisalamiana baba na Uhuru. So Kalonzo asipochunga ataanza tena kuambia Jubilee amuku niambia yale mnapanga, lakini Chirongo, Gideon Moi, hawa watu wako kwa Uhuru na hawana maneno, wanataka tu kuunda Kenya. So Kalonzo amai kuwa vice president ya nchi, na Kalonzo anasema amai tumika Kenya, na ni ukweli ameenda nchi saa nje kuleta amani kwa nchi ya Afrika. Tunakubali. Nini imemfanya? Unajua unaweza tongoza msichana na msichana amekukubali, but mkifika kwa kitanda unalala tena, kesho unamuita msichana anakuja ako ready tena, anaamuka. Sasa atashangaa huyu mtu ni ako ready ama ne. So siku ile utataka ya ukweli, tamaa itakuwa imeisha, hata msichana hana hamu tena. So all these things inaenda hivyo. Hii siasa na kukua, unataka kukua wewe ni, najua, I'm sorry to say that, ya kwamba tulikubaliana tutakaa virgin mpaka wakati tutafanya harusi, lakini unafanya makosa, unanilete kwa nyumba yako. Kukaa virgin mpaka tufanya harusi ni wewe ukae kwenyu na mimi nikae kwetu. Tukikutana the wedding day,
Pastor, funga masikio.
hapo ndiye mambo. Yeye ndiye anatuambia, pastor anasema anataka watu wakae hivyo ndio waoane. So hii ya kukuja tunakaa pamoja, tunalala pamoja, alafu sasa unaharibu. Siku ile utataka kuoa bibi, already mtu amefikiria maneno mingi. So hiyo ndiye Kalonzo. Akuje, anyamase, wacha mwanaume sasa ajaribu kitu ya kufanya. Asanteni. Na munisamee, hiyo ni ukweli mambo.
Asante Mama Selina, tunakuelewa vizuri.
20 seconds.
Yes.
You know, we should not forget this name, One Kenya Alliance. You know, we are so quick to forget that name. When we had a debate about revenue allocation, there is a group of senators, and starting with Murkomen, who, when they realized that the monies were not going to be sent the way they wanted, because they wanted the money to cause a disruption, because they had a political agenda. And then they formed a consensus. In that consensus, they wakaanza kuwa na vichwa ngumu. Some of these senators, Murkomen was there, Chergai was there, Mutula Kilonzo was there, the senator for Nairobi was there. So these senators converged together and started thinking they are very powerful. And you saw that they conglomerated together and started going to different parts of the country. Wakaanza kuwa na kichwa ngumu. That is the start of the problem with Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Before that, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. was very sober in thinking. And Mutula Kilonzo has given Kalonzo a lot of problem when it came for Kalonzo to join. And up to recently, 2 days ago, you saw him and his statement. So Kalonzo is under siege. Even as he has agreed to join here, you must know that there are people who are planning on what to do next within Ukambani. Remember, he has already 3 problems. He has Mutua, he has Ngilu, he has Kibwana. He doesn't want to create more problems. So wacheni Kalonzo pia anas his wounds kidogo, so that he can think. That's a placebo. He is creating a political placebo so that he can look that he has a stake on what? On Azimio. And if that works for him, I think I'll be happy for him.
Sawa, yes, Bwana Captain.
I always say read the body language. Tuangalie body language ya Kalonzo venye walikuwa wanafanya press. Gideon, Jirongo, you could see actually Gideon and Jirongo, their body language were like they were smiling. They know where they are going. But Kalonzo, the way he was speaking, even the press hawakumuuliza swali, the way alikuwa anazungumuza ni kama alikuwa umewekwa kona, sema ama tutakuacha. It's like he has been pushed. You are joining this thing, ama uende. If you leave, the way Alex has said, Gideon will leave him, Jirongo will leave waingie Azimio, yeye atabaki ana pesa na he cannot survive without money. So the body language of Kalonzo today was weird. That's all.
Okay, thank you. He's entitled to the same. You know, wewe huwezi karibishwa kwa nyumba alafu unaanza unataka kuongoza. The negotiation, he said he wants structured negotiation. I thought those negotiations were taking place behind the scenes. And if they were taking place behind the scenes, there must be a deal behind the scenes. So let him come and sit down and let's follow the deal that was signed behind the scenes. Hii ingine ya kutuletea drama, sisi hatutaki drama. Sisi tunataka uongozi ambao utasaidia nchi isonge mbele. Kama unataka uhusiano ambao utatuletea tena ile shida tuko nayo saa hii kuendelea, hatuhitaji that. We have had enough trouble with that. We need to have a coalition that will settle down and work. Not every day discussing what have I eaten, I have not eaten anything, you are giving this one 3, I have not gotten 1, and all that. We want a working team, not a team that is going to jostle and eat from each other. Yes, Jared.
I think I agree with what Captain was saying. If you saw the presser, he started actually by expressing himself that, hey, what I'm going to read, don't persecute me personally, but persecute everybody. That was very weird how he started it. And, you know, that's where the exemplifying the leadership. I thought you are the leader of OKA. You should lead the statement, you know, with authority, coming to say that, hey, don't kill me. There is other guys here. We are all together. I agree. It might have been I'm twisted a little bit. Of course, he knows finally he will come, but he was trying to buy time. And I do believe that this is the reason why he might want to buy time. Remember that the moment he joins Azimio, he will not have much leverage. Like now, he has a wiper where he wants more candidates to fire in wiper in Ukambani. So once he gets to this, they're becoming more now. Everybody can learn from any party because they will be in Azimio. I think that is the danger he's trying to see. That how can I get the members at first? Then when you saw, he finished with something else, which you know, sometimes you wonder, you know, everybody knows that Mio as a presidential candidate. He finished that, oh, Oka will present a presidential candidate. For what? For the namesake? So sometimes he didn't know what he wants, you know? That's why probably if you go there clearly and watch, he doesn't know what he wants exactly. But I think they have made the right choice that in order to move this forward, we only need 2 principals who are lead principals. So he can be a prefect in the Jubilee coalition. If they want, he can be the head of the other smaller principals within Jubilee. That can be good. I don't know. Sam, how are you doing? Are you doing okay? Yeah, so I hope you're doing okay, Sam. But otherwise, you can grab some cold water, then the headache will not be there. So, yeah, so that's what we need to watch on Kalonzo. He's always been person who is not decisive. Even when he's left to be a leader by himself, I thought that he could have taken Oka as the main person and then negotiate with the two, Jubilee and ODM, to become a third principal with Oka, leading Oka. But if he goes through, if he's shying away from facing Raila, I don't know where he's gonna end up. But we need Kalonzo so that we can lock the Eastern Fort 100%. All right, thank you.
Give me kindly.
Yes, Favor, what is it?
Bernard.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a point that actually all this that we are seeing is just bringing out one thing. I think right from the beginning, all these alliances, you can see like Azimio is the one that clearly like had a roadmap. I think even what Jared has just mentioned now, I think if you listen to the NDC for the ODM, Raila actually had mentioned something that I know we have our coalition. Okay, on our side, ODM, we have brought our candidate. If other parties in their own NDC will bring somebody, then we will also have a scenario where we will see among all these candidates that have been mandated to lead or run for presidential seat, then we can be able to see who then will carry the flag as the flag bearer for the Azimio. As much as we know very well he is the one. But I look at that and I see clearly it's like they already have a roadmap all the way up to the end. But you can just see this statement the president did the other day has thrown the One Kenya Alliance into confusion. You can see what Mudavadi and Wetangula were talking today, and I thought by him calling the people and trying to say he has come back to his staff, probably we should have focused much on why he wants them to agree with him and support this person rather than still throwing blames and condemning this and condemning that one. Then you come to the side of Kalonzo, as much as yes, he actually is agreeing to move, but he's trying actually to still bring the issue of that we are coming together and we will discuss together. But what I fail to understand is when he says we will come to sit together, but he says through Jubilee. So, and yet I saw Jubilee signing some agreements with up to around other 5 parties. So I didn't understand clearly. So at the end of the day, I concluded it's only in Azimio where you can clearly see there is a clear roadmap. Like you can see they already know where exactly they are going. It's like they drew the ballot, the voting date, and then started working their road all the way back. And you can see it's like every step they are making, they have already known. So checkmate all their competitors. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Captain. Is it a rebut?
Now, Bernard,
yes.
Just a request. If you can find the press that Kalonzo did, I just want you to play it.
Okay, let me try to find it. Alex, can you help me find it? Patia tu link alafu download from my end. Okay, yes. Ngoja Jilo.
Yes, Ben, some of us.
Wait, Wanasam. Yes, Goshe, Sema.
Okay, Ben, thank you so much. Some of us, we are conversant with what Kalonzo said. And Kalonzo said that he's in discussion with the Azimio and the Jubilee coalitions. This person, for us, he has been in this extremic factor for some times. We are not new to him. So we know him very well and we understand him. So whenever Kalonzo comes or he may fail to come, then the continuity of what's going to happen must happen. So if he feels he can join Jubilee or he can join ODM as he says, or he can join UDA, which he has not said, that does not matter because this person, we have been with him for some times, and you see we do not even condone with him, by the way, because this person is a human being whom you cannot even define where he belongs, as much as you know what he calls himself, or what, I don't know even about him. So if Kalonzo may feel to, you know, join the side of Azimio, or the side of the what is it called, Kenya Kwisha or Kenya Kwanza, whatever it is called, if Kalonzo may feel to join them, we are fine as Kenyans. So what we are asking is, if Kalonzo may decide as a human being, as a 12th Christian, as he calls himself, that he's a Judah, I don't know what he calls himself. If he's a real Christian, then he should join where Kenya belongs. And as far as we are concerned, at this momentary time, Kenya belongs to the way of God. And the way of God that we think as humanity, as human beings, as Kenyans, as every other human being who lives on this earth, as earthly persons or personalities, it is that we belong to the prosperity of our nation or our country. We need to lift ourselves up from where we have been left behind by those who have migrated from us or ourselves. There are some peoples who have came with us long, and these people left us on the way, and they have rejuvenated themselves to uncertainty, where we don't know, we even don't understand where they have went. Now, we as humanity, we have to invent ourselves from where we have been left. And as I think, as a person, as my thoughts lend me to be, we have to reinvent ourselves with this old man, that Kenyans, that those who do not think him to be a human being, or I don't know what they call him, this man or this old man, as they call him, Raila Odinga. Let us call ourselves with this old man, and let us put ourselves under this old man's foot, so that we should rejuvenate ourselves as youths. I being a youth, let us put ourselves under this old man's foot, so that if he can, he put us to a fertile ground. Then if he can't, let him kill us all, because people have been talking of this old man killing us. This old man is going to finish us. Is nobody, is somebody who is not circumcised. If those people who are not circumcised is going to kill us or is going to finish us, let them finish us. Let us see it by our eyes that these people who are not circumcised are now going to finish us. Now, that is where our future is being based. That's my thought. I'm not basing it on any person's thought. Now, if this person who is said to be not circumcised is not what is going to finish us, let him finish us, and let us see it by our eyes. Because those who are circumcised,
sawa bwana Goshe, tumesikia. Asante, umemake point yako, nashukuru sana kwa msimamo wako mkali lakini mzuri. Kwa hivyo tutasonga mbele. Asante sana.
Asante.
Yes, bwana Sam, umeinua mkono alafu unaenda nyuma ya curtain. Watu wale wako nyuma ya curtain narusha nje sahi.
It's okay. Jared, thank you, Bernard and the rest.
Panadu gave you the chance, not me.
Jared, I heard you when I raised the hand. You say, "Oh, Sam, what do you want?" No, it's okay. I just want
So,
to.
Sam, go straight to the question. Is it a question or a comment? Quickly, we are moving on.
Sorry?
Yeah, Sam, speak.
So, what is it?
We were asking, how are you doing today?
No, fine. Thank you, Jared. Alex.
Yeah, we want you to speak. We're waiting for your submission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank
I
you,
had
sir.
something Jared said about my brother Jared, a respectful person, I can say. Jared, whatever what was happening today or whatever is happening with Kalonzo, gentlemen, respect his own decision. He's not a politician, he's not a diplomat, and he's playing his own game. He knows. When I say he knows, I mean it to my own assumption, my own narrative. Kalonzo knows that when he goes to Asimio, he will never get any seat. It's not good because this is a senior. See, he has been one of the senior politicians, not even senior politician, vice president of the country. So he knows the Asimio has his own person who can dictate who is going to get what, who is going to get what. It's a very simple thing. Let us be very clear in our mind. Kalonzo is playing his own game in his own way. He knows I'm not going to get anything. I'll be taken back to those backbenchers or what do you call it, junior ministers. He has been vice president of Kenya. Come on, gentlemen, let Kalonzo Musyoka play his own game. He knows. Forget about Gideon. Gideon wants he wants his own future. Gideon is building his own future politics. How do you call it? Chirongo is building his own future politics. For Musalia to the effect, or for Musalia to go to, how do you call it, the Kenya one, or the Kenya Kwanza, sorry, so not Kenya one, to Kenya Kwanza. Maybe he had three, four things in his own mind. According to today, what I heard from from Mululu, he was narrating in a very strategic way, whereby if I'm a good politician.
Mzee, did you have a question or you are making a submission?
I'm making a submission to him a little bit. I'm finishing.
But we needed the question. We need the question. You want to ask Jared a question.
Alex, I know, Alex, you want to control me. I know that. Alex, I know that, Alex. Don't be
no, Sam, I gave you permission to ask a question. You are making a submission.
Gentlemen,
I didn't want to intercept because if I do, I'm always accused.
I ask a question. Okay, that was enough.
Please put it across very fast. We have time to save now.
The question to Jared. Jared, what do you
I got the question. I got the question. I can answer it.
Okay.
Jared, what do you want Kalonzo to do it now?
So you say that Kalonzo knows that he's not going to get something in Azimio. What are other options if he doesn't get in Azimio? Where is he going to get something? You didn't say that. So what we're saying is that we recognize Kalonzo what he has done past, and we want him to be in the best place. And in the best place, as I said, he can do well if he can be a prefect of all those other parties which are joining Jubilee, then they would have one principal from Jubilee. That's all I was saying. He can be a prefect of those ones, but he has proved that he cannot be a principal on himself. He had that opportunity. As Oka, he could have come in and negotiate with ODM and Jubilee, but he decided to say, going to negotiate with Jubilee, then Jubilee has one principal who will be the president. So it is his own liking, but he doesn't have any other options, not in UDA, obviously not in UDA. And if he stays in Oka, I don't know, then where, he has no other option. So I don't know why you say that he's going for actually in Asmio, he can make a very good speaker. That's what I can tell you, that there is something given by Baba, not given by Ruto. You see, that's the difference. He's senior. For somebody younger to give him a position is not good. That's disrespecting Carozo. So, but from Baba, he can take anything he is given. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Jared. I think that settles that. I support the idea. If Oka or Kalonzo has a reservation cutting a deal with ODM, let him cut a deal with Jubilee so that it becomes a Jubilee issue, as we want to work with Jubilee without much consultations in terms of have you consulted and all that. So they agree with Jubilee, then they come as a team, we sign one treaty, let that be finished. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Sir Jack. Quickly, watu wa nyuma ya
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Yes.
Carry on.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First, I will start by talking about the meeting of the Musalia Mudavadi in Mululu and Manueta the 5th. So, Musalia Mudavadi organizing a meeting in Western. I think the important thing that he should be doing is to explain to the people of Western what position or what are the benefit of him joining hands with the Ruto, what benefit of the people of Western will get, rather than going there telling them that Raila Odinga has done nothing for them for the past 10 years that he has been outside the government. I think if Musalia Mudavadi wants to win a little bit of 1 or 2 votes from Western, he should be telling those people, I have joined UDA so that I can at least propel your any problems like reviving some of the factories in Western, like this and that, things that are at least to show the people of Western is an alternative, because he's always complaining that Raila Odinga have done nothing. And Baba has always been in our opposition. So in the opposition side, you cannot do much. No wonder the other day the guy was talking about Atukuli Barabara. You know, if someone talking about you are not eating roads, ndio unaona hata kwenda kwake Mululu hata hajaijenga barabara, because the guy is not development oriented, and he has been always been spoon-feeded since he was introduced to the politics by Moi. So he doesn't know anything about struggling. So he is only good in being spoon-feeded and given platform to talk things that are not of a sound mind. So if I was Mudavadi in my position, I will transverse the Western Bloc and tell them the important things, and I will not even bother talking about Raila Odinga. I will talk about what I am going to do to them when I am working with the Ruto. That at least most of the people in Western can try to at least to change their mind, say nyewe jamani za tusaidia akiwa na, but going there complaining, even in your village you have done nothing, you have not even built a 1 kilometer road, and the other side you are saying you don't eat roads, so people will see you like a joker. And the other thing about the Kalonzo Musyoka joining the Azimio, and the first thing is trying to dictate what the Azimio should, Azimio, the Azimio name Azimio movement. That is a household name. Is known is a big name in Kenya. Even is causing jitters in the other side. So Kalonzo coming with his own words, wanting to change the name to call Oka or Azimio Oka. I think that he's trying to show even that he has a little bit of some muscles, so that the people of Ukambani cannot see him as a weak candidate. So they can also see him as a big partner in Azimio movement. So you don't want to let that name go. But Kalonzo Musyoka is a good person. The only problem that Kalonzo has is the people who surround him, the likes of Junior, to like Kalonzo Junior. Now these guys are being elected. They are in Senate. They are enjoying benefit. But Kalonzo is getting old, being outside the government. But these people don't care. To like Kalonzo, he will be elected Makueni governor. He will be enjoying every privilege of a governor. But they are cheating Kalonzo Musyoka, that you push to the ballot, and Kalonzo Musyoka going to the ballot will get nothing. If Baba even anaweza mchukua ampatie hata kiti ya uspika, it's something. At least utakuwa ndani ya serikali and it will build your CV for to run for the big office later in your career. But staying outside the government and the likes of Mtula Kilonzo and other people enjoying the benefit, they will come and overtook you the way the governor of Machakos is doing. Governor of Machakos just a spokesman the other day in a NAC government when Kibaki was the president. It was just a spokesperson of the government. In 2013, he won Machakos Senate gubernatorial seat with Hawaipa. Now you see he has become a big name in Ukanani. Kalonzo, so he's growing. Itafika mahali pia na atatoka. So he should also be acting on his own, be a man enough. Unajua mtu kama baba, ndio baba ako na watu wengi wamemsurround, kina Orengo, kuna senior people who surrounds baba, but some decision baba who ana make as him, because ukikuwa leader lazima ukwe na una command. Usikue kila kitu unaambiwa fanya fanya. Some things you command yourself, say no, I'm not going that way. Another thing, this Oka, there is one person, that is my thought, but the panelists can differ with me. There is one person, I don't think he feels that he's working with the light. He can work with the Baba, but I don't see her feeling easy working with the Uhuru. Martha Karua, I don't know what beef they have with the Uhuru. You know, even in 2013, when Mount Kenya parties, those small parties were folding to join Jubilee, Martha Karua was the only person who refused to join the Jubilee coalition and follow her party. I think they have some rivalry thing there. Somebody can explain a little bit, because even today in the press, he was not around. She was not around. But is not that she doesn't feel very easy associating with the Uhuru. But I know he supports Baba, but there is some things there I don't understand that well. But I saw the last thing I saw, DP Ruto in Nyandarwa, rejuvenated. This guy is camouflaging, changing. You can't understand him. The other day he was in Kitui. He was a little bit calm, talking some sense. But I think he sometimes he get overexcited when he sees some big crowds in Central and trying to talk some things that are not reasonable. So you see him talking to Nyandarwa, seeing some people praising him a little bit. Then the guy, he cannot control himself and start talking something that is not understandable. I think for him to mature politically that way, even Uhuru saw this and say that this person is not a right person now to be a president. But if he go to opposition, he can mature. He can mature slowly, so that 2032, when he has matured politically and the age also if he will change his ways of doing politics. So I think I have that for now. About the last thing about the what was suggested in the ODM conference about the nomination, about the consensus and the electoral, and also the polling. I think consensus also can do, but it depends with the place, and also should do a lot of research on that, because there are some places where ODM, they have very strong candidates, and there are more than 3. For example, in Kakamega gubernatorial, we have more than 3 people. Even DAP is fielding, like Lugari MP is field. They are want to field. If they don't come to consensus and DAP field a governor, ODM field a governor, then UDA make a governor, they can win easily. In some places, at least consensus can work. Even in Kisii, like Alex talked about, in Nairobi, there should be at least a consensus so that Azimio can field one candidate who is strong. Because if they end up the other parties that have joined Azimio fielding a different candidate in the same umbrella of Azimio, Azimio having more than 3 candidates in the same gubernatorial seat and UDA having 1, that will be a big challenge. We will lose a lot of seats. For example, Kama today in Narok, UDA were having 2 people competing for the UDA ticket for the Narok gubernatorial seat, but I have seen today one of them Kama surrender. So I saw DP Ruto endorsing somebody to run for the seat. You see, for that is an upper hand for them in Narok. But as in Narok, ODM, we have like 3 people who are running for the Narok gubernatorial seat, and if they don't come to consensus, and for example somebody run for ODM, another one labda ashindo aenda asimame na Jubilee, we lose that seat. So consensus will work, but these other parties also in some stronghold like Nairobi and they should field one Azimio contender to run for these big seats. Thank you, the Bernard.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Jack kwa maoni yako. Namsalimia bro Benson, how are you?
Hey, Bernard, niko salama.
Hey, long time no see.
Mimi huwa niko wenu nioni, niko nyuma huko.
Naona kwa mbali.
Okay, asante.
Hali namna gani?
Hali mzuri.
Kazi
ya Mungu lazima iendelee.
Amina.
Okay, asante.
Thank you. Jakindu Bay, upo?
Niko. Habari zenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Salama tu.
Sauti iko sawa, picha imekataa?
Hapana, sio imekataa. Usiwe na wasiwasi, lakini Alex ananisikia.
Sawa.
Asante. Sasa mimi kusema ukweli, mimi ninatofautiana kabisa. Mimi hao viongozi nasema, hao viongozi ndio maana Kenya tuko mahali tuko. Sisi wa Kenya sijui sisi tuko na problem gani. Viongozi ambao wanatuonyesha kabisa sio viongozi, hao ndio tunashikilia. Watu ambao hawaoni, hawana ono la nchi ya Kenya, wao wanataka tu vyeo. Unaona kama hawa wanataka kuwa president, lakini hawataki nyumba. Ukitaka kujenga nyumba lazima upalilie, ufanye plan, ufanye nini ndio uanze kujenga nyumba. Lakini wao wanataka tu kuingia ndani ya nyumba, kuketi ndani ya nyumba ishajengwa. Hawajali hiyo nyumba inajengwa namna gani, kwa sababu wao hakuna kitu wanataka, hawashughuliki na chochote, wanataka tu kuwa president. Basi utakuwaje president bila mpangio? Hata ukitaka kufanya chochote, hata ukitaka kujenga barabara, hata ukitaka, lazima uwe na mpangilio kwanza. Wao hata hiyo mpangilio hawataki. Wao unawasikia tu wanataka kusaini sijui. Hawa watu ni watu ambao kwa maoni yangu sio viongozi. Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Mwetangu, hawa si viongozi. Ndio maana sisi tunachagua, ndio maana tuko mahali tuko. Mimi nawaambia ukweli, ndio maana tuko mahali tuko, kwa sababu tunashikilia mtu wetu, hata kama huyo mtu hafai, yani hafai chochote, tunashikilia tu huyo mtu ni mtu wetu. Mtu wetu anatupeleka wapi? Hiyo mtu wetu imetupeleka wapi? Hiyo mtu wetu wakati mmoja alikuwa anafanya kazi, hata kama alikuwa anaua watu wa Rift Valley bado walikuwa wanampigia kura regardless. Hiyo ni kitu moja tunatakiwa tuache hii mambo ya kukaa na mtu wetu. Sasa kwa mfano Kalonzo, sasa anataka nini? Anaambiwa wakati huu ni wakati wa kujenga nchi yetu. Wachana na mambo ya kusema mimi nataka hii. Kwanza tujenge nchi yetu kwanza, tuone kila kitu imewekwa vizuri. Lakini yeye anang'ang'ania tu, anataka. Sasa huyo ni mtu binafsi. Huyo ni mtu mbinafsi. Mtu binafsi hawezi kutusaidia, hawezi kusaidia nchi yake. Anajifikiria yeye. Kwa sababu kama yeye kweli angekuwa mzalendo, hata angekuwa anashughulika na hizo, angesema jamani, tukaeni chini tufanye kazi. Vile Uhuru aliwaambia tufanye kazi. Tufanyeni kazi ya kujenga nchi. Walisema Uhuru anadanganya Raila, sijui anamfanya nini. Lakini Uhuru alishikilia kwamba mimi nataka nchi yetu tuwe pamoja, tujenge pamoja. Tunataka viongozi kama hao, kama Raila, kama Uhuru, chini au viongozi wengine. Mimi kusema kweli, viongozi kama kina Ruto, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, hawa watu sio viongozi. Hawa watu wanataka vyeo tu. Wao ndio wanasema ati BBI ilikuwa inatengenezea watu vyeo. Wao ndio wanataka vyeo. Wao ndio haja yao ni vyeo. Kama hawana vyeo, wana hasira. Tunataka kujenga nchi yetu. Unataka kufanyia nchi yako nini? Sio kwamba wao wanataka tu nchi yako ikufanyie. Wewe mwenyewe, sisi wenyewe inatakiwa tufanyie nchi yetu kazi. Kwa hiyo umoja ndio jambo la muhimu. Hii mambo ya hao viongozi eti saa zote kusema nataka mimi nasema hiyo ndio maana sisi wa Kenya ndio maana tuko mahali tuko, kwa sababu ya kuchagua hao viongozi. Nimesikia nani akisema ati Kalonzo ni kiongozi ambaye anajua anataka sijui anataka nini. Tunataka kujenga nchi yetu. Si saa ya mtu kutaka sijui vyeo. Hizo vyeo vitakuja na tutaziacha hapa duniani. Tujenge nchi yetu. Tuacheni na hii mambo ya kuchagua viongozi ambao they are all about kuongoza, na hawawezi kuongoza. Hata ukiwapatia uongoza, hawana mipango ya kuongoza. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaambia Wakenya, hawa viongozi kama hao, tuacheni hawa watu kuwabembeleza. Wakenya wajenge nchi. Tujenge nchi yetu. Tuanze na hata mainjinia zetu siku hizi, tuacheni hii mambo ya kuomba watu. Tufanye mambo yetu wenyewe. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, kwa upande wa hiyo Kalonzo, mimi nasema na Mudavadi na Wetangula, unaona tulikuwa na wategemea kwamba ni watu wanaona mbele. Hawaoni. Wana chuki, wana sijui nini. Hizo vitu hazijengi nchi. Huwezi kuchukua hasira eti unataka kujenga. Haijengeki. Hata kwa nyumba yako, hata kwa boma yako, ukiwa na hasira, hiyo boma itaharibika. Lazima saa zingine kuna mambo mengine unaona unapiga na chungu. Niliwaambia saa zingine unapiga na chungu, yule anajua mambo ya kupiga na chungu. Kuna mambo mengine unaona na unaacha, unasema kusudi tuendelee tufanye hii na hii na hii. lakini mambo ya kung'ang'ania tu ati lazima kitu fulani ifanyike kwa sababu huyo ni ubinafsi, hauweki nchi yako mbele. Kwa hiyo mimi natarajia kesho natarajia mkutano wa Azimio ambayo itakuja kuunganisha hawa vyama vyote. Mimi nafikiri bila naangalia Jubilee tayari wanajua wanataka nchi yetu iende wapi, na mimi nawaambia vijana na wazee, ile mazungumzo Raila na Uhuru walizukaa chini wakazungumza, mimi najua pale kitu gani yani naweza kusema kwa sababu niliona mwanzo, nilikuwa kijana mdogo tu kama Raila, niliona mwanzo what happened, na hiyo kama walikaa chini wakarudi pale 1963 hawawezi kutoka tena barabara hiyo. Barabara wakikanyaga hiyo barabara hakuna mtu atawatoa, na wakikanyaga hiyo barabara watatengeneza nchi yetu. Na mimi naomba Mungu kila siku wakae hapo ndio nchi yetu turudi tujenge nchi yetu iwe nchi ambayo ina amani, nchi ambayo ina maendeleo. Wakenya ni watu wenye bidii, ni watu mashujaa. Kwa nini tunakuwa ati tuna umaskini? Watoto wetu hawaendi shule, hata tutibiwi. 1964 to 70s tulikuwa unaenda Kenyatta unatibiwa na unaenda nyumbani, kuulizi chochote, unapewa mpaka dawa. So ni mambo ya corruption, mambo ya upuzi, mambo ya kuchagua viongozi ambao hawatufai, kusema mtu wetu, hiyo tuacheni. Asante sana Bernard, hiyo kitu inaniudhi sana.
Asante mzee, asante. Tumesikia na mimi wahusika wamesikia. Ni muhimu Wakenya wamakinike, watofautishe kati ya wanaojipendekeza kuwa viongozi na viongozi halisi, kwa sababu hii nchi lazima isonge mbele, na kwa sababu ni muhimu isonge mbele, lazima watu wawekwe kwa mizani, wapimwe vizuri kabla wapewe chochote kile ambacho wangependa kukipata. Sam, what is it?
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka tu mzee mwenzangu Jagadube. Mzee mwenzangu Jagadube, habari yako? Lakini anyway, kabla hujanijibu, ilikuwa nasema hivi, mambo ya Wetangula na Musalia, mimi najua hakuna kitu wataleta kwa Ruto. So kwa nini mnashughulika na hawa? Wachana na hawa. Ikiwa kama mnajua hakuna kitu, ngoja kwanza nimuni. Hakuna kitu Musalia na Wetangula wataleta kwa Ruto. They cannot add value according to you. Ya pili, Kalonzo, he has to be he himself. Muachane na Kalonzo peke yake. Vile anacheza game yake mwenyewe kama politician, ni yeye mwenyewe. Sio lazima akue kwa Azimio, na sio lazima akue pale atakuwa. Ikiwa kama maamua atakuwa kwa president na ballot, leave him alone. He has his own right as everybody else. Ni kama wewe na mimi. Ukichagua mwanamke, wewe mwenyewe unachagua. Sio lazima uchaguliwe na mtu ama uende kwa mtu akuchagulia. Hapana. Ni mwenyewe. Kama vile mwenyewe amesimama hivyo, ni hivyo. Thank you.
So Sam, mimi najaribu sana kukuelewa, ni vile sikupati kabisa. Kwa sababu mtu ametoa maoni yake kulingana vile anavyoona na akatoa mapendekezo yake. Sio lazima ukubaliane naye. So sijui na wewe inakukera vipi, kwa sababu mimi nakereka kwa sababu Mudavadi amekuwa kiongozi miaka hii yote na Wetangula amekuwa kiongozi miaka hii yote. Itakuwaje sasa hivi wameshindwa kusimama katika zamu yao kupeana uongozi? Sasa wameamua sasa kumfuata mtoto badala hao kuongoza mtoto. Wewe hiyo ni kitu ya aibu kwa kizazi hiki.
Wacha mambo ya aibu. Unajua nini? Moral principles. Kuna kitu inaitwa moral principles. Moral principles. Ikiwa mwenyewe unajua, ngoja kwanza Bernard.
Ngoja Sam, acha.
Ngoja kwanza. Mbona utaki niongee?
Nani hataki uongee? Simekupatia muda wako wa kuongea, tafadhali sitaki kuleta.
Kuna ile kitu inaitwa moral principles.
Which is
ikiwa kama hauna principles wewe mwenyewe, ikiwa kama mimi mwenyewe sina principles, I'm not who I am. I'm just a person to be seen. Ikiwa kama niko na principles, I am who I am according to my own principle. Nikisema hapana, inamaanisha hapana. Nikisema inamaanisha ninaenda hivi, inamaanisha naenda hivyo. So leave them alone.
Have they appointed you to be their counsel?
Bernard, unajua nini? Unajua kuna ile nimesema moral principle. Ikiwa kama umedecide kwenda mahali unaenda, unajua ni kitu gani unaenda hivyo.
Wewe bwana Sam, tukubaliane. Wewe na Wetangula na Mudavadi mna kile ambacho mmekubaliana mkule pamoja. Kuleni tafadhali na msituuzishe tafadhali.
Ndio kwambia wachana nao.
Kile tunacho
alisema anajua kutui. Anajua kutui.
Mimi nasema tunajua kutui.
Alex, one moment. Sam, we are talking about Kenyan leadership.
Asante Alex. Mimi najua kutui. The rest I don't know.
We are talking about Kenya leadership and the kind of examples leaders are portraying to the younger generations. If you think you are not a leader, you are a leader in your own capacity as a leader, but the example you give is either building faith in leadership or no faith in leadership. So you cannot support cowards' moves and shrewd movements that are obviously wrong, and you support them as a senior citizen, and you want us to agree with you. It doesn't work that way. So tukubaliane, kama mtu amekosea ambiwe amekosea, ili watoto wasijifunze tabia mbaya kutokana na yeye. That is the responsibility of elders, and you being a senior citizen, that should be your most concern, not to defend what is wrong. If that is your principle, then I think we need to scrutinize your principles.
No, forget about scrutiny.
Sam,
okay, order.
Nataka kusema hivi mzee mwenzangu, mimi nilikuwa natoa tu maoni yangu kuambia Wakenya maoni yangu, kwa sababu nimewasikia watu wakizungumza juu ya Kalonzo na Mudavadi, na mimi nasema vile mimi naona hao, na nikiangalia na sisi kama wana Kenya, kwa sababu ya kuchagua watu ambao hawatufai kama hao kwa maoni yangu. Nimesema maoni yangu, sishurutii mtu, nasema tu maoni yangu na wasii vile vile.
Kuna mtu Jagadube, mimi sijasema huko, umesema.
Now let's set the house in order. Please, I have said over and over, the YouTube community does not permit people to smoke or drink on TV. I don't know any media house in the world that does that. So please, when you come on this platform, respect that. If you can't, we kick you out, and we have a way of keeping you off completely. Please, tafadhali, kama hata utuheshimu sisi, heshimu sheria za YouTube. Okay? And I don't think smoking is so much, addictive in such a way that huwezi kaa 5 minutes without. Njoo, fanya submission yako, toka, enda behind the curtain, do your thing. But don't make it a public issue. We are not advertising cigarettes here, and I don't think it's a good behavior in any civilized society. Please, let's adhere to that. Sitaki kurudia hiyo tena. Naomba to watch your video kabla tusonge mbele. The video from Kalonzo's press.
I've been tasked to read this statement, and do not crucify me alone if you have to. I'm very ably flanked by two strong men. Sister Mother is with us in this whole matter, representing NAC Kenya. So you have UDP, as you know, they had their delegates convention yesterday. KANU started this off, and I think we followed suit as Wiper. And not only that, we had full consultations about the statement we're about to make. If ever politicians can, or political leaders can talk of full, thorough, consultative consultations, I think that is what is given rise to the statement we're about to make. Therefore, this is a press statement by the One Kenya Alliance, OKA. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, the One Kenya Alliance wishes to inform Kenyans that it has officially initiated open and structured dialogue with like-minded political formations, namely the Jubilee Coalition and the ODM party. We are open to the formation of a grand coalition to be known as Azimio One Kenya Alliance. That shall be anchored on 3 equal pillars. As OKA, we firmly believe in open, honest, and structured dialogue whose basis is the promotion of national unity, upholding and respecting the dignity of all Kenyans, ending the culture of corruption and impunity, and restoring the decency of living within our borders. As announced in our earlier communication, OKA principals will on Monday, the 28th February 2022, officially signed the coalition agreement as an affirmation of our commitment to seeing a just, inclusive, and prosperous nation. Thereafter, we shall deposit the coalition agreement with the registrar of political parties. For the avoidance of doubt, OKA will be unveiling its presidential flag bearer. God bless OKA, God bless Kenya. Amen. Na sioni kama kuna haja hata kurudia kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu hiyo ni hatutaki hata maswali mengi sana. Lakini makaribisho hata hivyo kwa maswali moja ama mawili. Lakini I can even set the ball rolling by saying from that statement you can see there is nobody swallowing ama kumeza OKA atumezeki. We stress equality of partnership, and we are open, therefore we started this dialogue, and I'm quite sure it is very good for our country, for our country's unity of purpose, and so we are raring to go. Nashukuru sana, hakuna maswali. Thank you.
That is Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka for you. Can we weigh on the same beginning by who? Bra Benson?
Hey, hello.
Samahani. Bro Benson, just a moment. Jakin Bebe wasemaje?
Sema kwamba hiyo statement ya Kalonzo imeniudhi vibaya sana, lakini sawa tu.
Bernard. Bernard.
Yes, we can.
Bernard. Before Prof. Benson comments, I wanted to comment something on Jacket Bay. Maybe he's getting it all wrong. Huh? I'm one person who is very excited with that presser. And Kalonzo is a diplomat and a great negotiator. So he knows in negotiation there are stages. And first of all, in negotiation, you not only just state the intentions, but you carry along everybody else. So there are supporters of Kalonzo and Oka that wanted even Kalonzo to go up to the ballot box. But since they are making a transition, they have to prepare their supporters slowly. If you want to know, watch how Raila did even something called coapishwa. He slowly prepared his supporters. You don't just come out and say, today we have agreed and I am in Azimio. People will leech you. So one thing you can understand from that statement is that they are already together. But the rest are political statements to stabilize other groups and whatever. But the two teams have agreed to walk one journey. So isikume sana, usifikiria ati Kalonzo ameongea anything outside. No, look at even how Mudavadi and Weta approached UDA. In fact, people thought like this. At one point, Malala says they have joined. At one point, they refute. But what they were doing is to carry along their supporters. You transit them slowly. And then finally, they accepted the other side. When they joined the other side, hiyo kelele yote imeisha. In fact, they are not even asking for anything. Wamekuwa mtu wa mkono wa Ruto, and they don't have a problem with that. So the problem is always how you transit. You have to go slowly. You don't just jump ship. People will think you are cheap, you are been bought like that. I thought I just needed to comment on that. But be happy Kalonzo has already crossed. The other negotiation should not even bother us. At the end of the day, if a lady has accepted you, if she says, me, I want to get married in a wedding, or me, I want dowry to come before this, those are negotiations you can do, but the idea is you have been accepted. Thank you.
Asante Wekesa kwa kuni poza. Asante sana. Ninavyoiona ni kwamba mimi nasikia uchungu sana kwa vile Kenya vile tumekuwa tukihangaika na vitu ambavyo hazitusaidii, lakini ni sawa. Kama ni hivyo, mimi ni mtu kupeana support. Kama ni hivyo ni sawa.
Because when you look at the statement of Kalonzo and Raila, they somehow match. Raila also pointed out that if these other people come with their presidential candidate, then we will allow the coalition to choose among them who is the presidential candidate. So it's something that they discussed. Don't think he was just saying things that don't make sense. It's something they have discussed, but you have to psychologically prepare your people. You don't just say, now I've left, I'm not in the race, I'm supporting Raila. It will backfire.
Okay, thank you. I think that's clear enough now. Mikono inainuliwa juu. Iko nini Olo?
There Olo arudi comments man. Olo, go back to the comments.
Alex, okay. Thank you very much, Bernard. I just want to say that you know, on one side, I agree with Wekesa, but on another side, again, I side with Jakin Dube. Because as long as I can remember Kalonzo, he has anakuanga kuongea zingine za kichini chini zenye sometimes he leaves me wondering. Like, nikijaribu tu kumbuka the way he has been talking in the past, even during times of BBI, he's someone that is not easy to trust. Like, you don't know what Kalonzo is going to say next. And the things that he says sometimes are just to destroy. Like, kuna time watu walikuwa wameenda kukampeni ya BBI huko Meru. And then watu walikuja wakatoka. Vina kina Kipchumba Murkomen na Moses Kuria walikuja, watu wakatoka. Alafu, when Kalonzo stood up to speak, he started saying that I don't know what, naona kiwanja imekuwa wazi. And then, yani, he started showing that, oh, watu wametoka kwa hii mkutano. And then, like, I've just seen him a number of times. Even yesterday, kwa ile mkutano ya Jirongo, he started saying that, you know what, mimi sitaki politics. I don't want to talk politics. Maybe Brother Raila, you will talk politics. Yani, sometimes he wants to be an alpha, then he wants to show people that he's Mr. Clean, like he doesn't like politics, you know, such kind of things. He's always like, he wants to match Raila, but nguvu ya Raila imemzidi tu, so every time he's trying to pull Raila's leg but hakuna vile anaweza. So hata ukiangalia hii maneno vile anasema ati Oka haiwezi mezwa, so unaona tujamezeka, you know, hapo ana try kuplay kama alpha hivi kidogo ndio watu waone unaona Oka, lakini the fact is that Azimio is bigger than Oka. Hata I'm just waiting to see if they will change that name, but I don't know. I'll just agree with the Wekesa because we need him, but we will give him time, and we are watching him very carefully. If you compare Kalonzo and Munya and Joho, these are people who respects Raila so much. In fact, if Raila wants to choose a running mate, Kalonzo is not a good one because watakuwa disagree all the time on issues. That is what I can say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex, kwa kunitetea.
Oh, kuna watu wana watetezi hapa. Sawa.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yes, Captain.
Actually, David Olo just said whatever I wanted to say, but let me just put some point on what Kalonzo was saying. You know, in Azimio we have many parties. So mjua Kalonzo amezoea ile mambo ya NASA kwa principles juu nini. The moment, if you listen very well to Kalonzo's statement, alisema we are in negotiation with ODM and Jubilee. Tena akafika pale akasema Oka imezwi. You know, if you look at Azimio very well, there are so many parties. There are some parties that are joining through Jubilee. There are some parties that are joining through ODM. So it will be a coalition between Jubilee, ODM, and Oka. So kwa kila party, they have to give us a principle moja. Let's say kwa Jubilee watoe Uhuru will negotiate on their behalf. Then Oka, they choose one of them. If Kalonzo wants to go on the table, because Bernard need to understand, if these people join Azimio as they want, Azimio inaenda kuwa na principles ngapi? Because today when I was listening to Kingi, they've sent a contract with Jubilee and Azimio, but Kingi amesema wakati watu wanazungumuza kwa meza, sisi kama party ya PAA pia tunataka tuzungumuze maneno yetu tukue kwa meza. You'll come to realize that Azimio is going to have, we are going to have many principles. So we need to coordinate. We know this guy as amekuja amepata Azimio iko. Uwezi kuja upate tushaunda nyumba, then you come and tell us this is how we're supposed to do. If he needs to join us, let him join and respect the rule of the house. But as he join and dictate how the rules of the house are going to come. It's like I come to this show and tell you, Bernard, even to Tufani, you know, you'll take me behind the curtains. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you, Captain. Let's go straight to Brother Benson.
Yeah, asante sana Bernard and Wekesa. Mimi sina mengi though sijakuwa nikiattend, lakini ukiangalia kwa comments zingine unanipata, especially time yenye Themba na host. Na mimi naona kama maombi yangu ni kama karibu inajibika, kwa sababu maono ambao nilikuwa naomba Kenya, at least naona kama we are headed somewhere. And just to talk about Kalonzo, even though Kalonzo ni mtu ambao watu wanasema ni mtu wa hivi, but I think like somebody who understands Kalonzo better is Raila, because they've been somewhere, and that Kalonzo also understands Raila. They know both their weaknesses and their strength, and this one tells you something about them. If you look at the Kalonzo view on Kenya and Raila view on Kenya, there's some things that they do share together. You know, so majority of the things they do share together. So even though like we might be doubting Mr. Kalonzo, but I think even him, he knows what is best for the country and is going somewhere that he feels that they can at least put the country in a very good side of history. I don't think he can go somewhere that is not sure of. Then in all, like another thing in about, like when you look at Azimio is about sacrifice. There are so many sacrifices that all the principal will have to make, because like there's some people will have to drop their demands. Yeah, because if they don't drop those demands that they have, they will not kind of like achieve what they want. So when all of them, Kalonzo, if they are coming the way they are saying, the Raila, the Uhuru, and every party that is coming, there are some of the sacrifices they will have to make. Yeah, even if, for example, if a party comes that he wants 100%, you may end up even going home with around even like 15% for the sake of the country. You know, that is something that all of them, they know very well. And I know like the brains behind all these parties, they are working in communication. Like even what is happening today, I don't think it's something that started yesterday. This is a negotiation that has been going on for the longest time. Yeah, these are things that started long time ago. They're not things that started like yesterday, you know. So these are like sacrifices. And another thing about DP in Nyandarwa, I think like you've noticed the messaging of DP right now. I don't know whether you've noticed. He's not now going hard on Uhuru, but going hard on Raila and praising Uhuru as, you are our president, you retire home and like wacha kujificha nyuma ya Raila. And even if you look at even like from the way he started until today, the hustler narrative is kind of like dying. Yep. The hustler narrative, that the energy they had earlier when they started it, it's dying. And it tells you that as time goes by, so many things are going to change on their part. And he might lose. It might lose. And another thing also that I want to talk about, though is not here, about the talk of the Sagana. One thing that really happened was that when you listen to the talk of Sagana, immediately after the talk, people were really, really reacting. And it's going to take like something like a very short, let's say like 2 weeks, for some of the things that Uhuru said to sink in some of the members, especially like if you listen to some of the people, our friends from Mount Kenya, that's saying that Uhuru has one vote. He doesn't need to tell us where we are going. But like with the time when that thing will sink and they start to now put it in, their mind might change. That is what I can say.
Okay, asante bro Benson. Wekesa, I think I should hand over to you. Proceed with who. There's only one person who has not. I think everybody has made submission. Tuanzie sasa, kurudia tunaanzia kwa Mama Selina. Alex, mkono iko juu.
Wacha mimi make submission kwanza.
Yeah, I wanted to tell Brother Bernard, Benson and then submission. Benson, hii kitu naita sacrifice, I think we are trying to blow it out of proportion. It's ego. People need to put their ego down and put the country ahead. And I think that is what Jakindu Bey was saying. If we call it a sacrifice, I mean, it looks like these people are losing a lot. There's nothing they are losing. If it's wealth they have, if it's coverage they have, if it's security they have. Somebody like Alonzo, to my surprise, I was looking at the intel of Kenya. The guy is still being taken by the government of Kenya by 70 policemen, at least. So there's nothing like sacrifice here. These people must know we are the one who have made the sacrifices. So when it comes to making the grand coalition of Azimio, they must listen to us. And I think that is what Kalonzo did. He listened to the collective wisdom of the people. Because even if you looked at the polls and the people like Wekesa should tell us, the leaning towards Azimio was too much, and Kalonzo understood that he's not going anywhere. So let us be the bargaining power, not them.
Okay, you know, one thing that I agree with you about, that putting their ego down, but you know, it's even, let's say like you are going for something, like, yeah, and you come together and say, let us talk and see on how we want to achieve this goal. You know, there are some of the goals that you are going to kind of like postpone or classify them in a short kind of like the goals that can be achieved within a short period and a long-term goals. So which means when you are putting all these goals together, there are some of the things that you need to kind of like sacrifice. And how do you sacrifice? You sacrifice by saying, okay, I'm going to take a loan for us to get this goal. It's not a matter of like, now I'm dropping down my ego, because like, even if you look at Kalonzo, I don't think like Kalonzo has that ego. You know, you can just only have the ego if you know, like, I can make it. For instance, let's take for instance somebody like Raila. Raila has a big fan base, right? Yeah. And like when all these communication are coming in, and there's some of the things that maybe he wanted, but we'll have to sacrifice them or say, okay, I will have to listen to you and accommodate your ideas by dropping some of the things. It doesn't mean that he was so much in that ego was in him. You know, that's how I might be thinking it, you know.
Benson, let me tell you, if there was a time Kalonzo made sacrifice, it's 2013. But he has been with Raila for 10 years. He knows the journey that we have traveled. If there was a time he made sacrifice, it was then. Kalonzo and Mudavadi, what is driving them, especially Mudavadi, it's the ego. And we must point it out to them without even an inch of massaging it. We must tell them that their ego is too much. When you look at what Mudavadi is doing, one day he's saying this guy can't do this. Now he's going there because, according to Savula, Raila said, kama mnasema mimi na Uhuru will retire, why don't we take Oparanya? Then he feels bad. That is ego. He has struggled with Raila before, and he knows the fan base of Raila. So what I'm saying is that let us talk to these people and tell them that no, their ego, of course we are happy they have come to us, but let them not put their ego first. They should put us first.
Yes, I agree. So
okay, order.
About now, you've talked about
order. He exchange match inaanza kuwa too much. Let's do this.
Wait. He has talked about the Mudavadi, and Mudavadi has decided.
Bro, Benson, are you not able to get me?
I'm not. Oh, sorry.
Mute your mic. Thank you.
I think, Bernard, what you need to tell them is that they are saying the same thing in different languages. You see, you can sacrifice even your ego.
The ego is also required to be sacrificed. It's okay. But what we are saying is this. There is personal interest and there is national interest. When national interest comes into to cross with your personal interest, it is national interest that prevails. So at this point in time, the country is in a bad shape. We need it back on its feet, and all Kenyans must be considered. So any person who is bringing himself to stop this recovery of the nation and recovery of the livelihood of Kenyans, that person is the enemy of the people and should be named as so. Whether he has been good previously or not, at this point in time, nobody should come and say, lazima mimi nipewe hii, mukitaka niwa support, lazima nipewe hii, mukitaka niwa support. All those conditions should be thrown away first. Ugali na kuku iive kwanza, ndio uanze kunawa mkono. Hii story ya wewe kunawa mkono, atutashika kuku, atutachemsha maji, ugali yenyewe atujui kama kisiagi itakubali. Hii maswala yote inatokea wapi? So let the people put their interest last, put the nation first, and let's move forward. And anybody who is not thinking that way, they should be sidelined. I gave you the story of the Gideon and Wakenya wakasema walifikiria nilikuwa naongea kuhusu Gideon Moi. Ni Gideon wa Bible, okay? Tunahitaji timu ambayo itasaidia the country to recover. Sio kila mtu amesema tialala anapewa kura. Hapana, lazima tuchague on deliberate purpose. Make sure that these people who are coming on the table, they are coming to save the country, not to come and to secure their place for eating. So anybody bringing the eating aspect on the table, that should treat him as a suspect. Na kura nafikiria tuko na za kutosha. So sioni sababu ya kubembeleza mtu aswa akija kuzuia maono ambayo tuko nayo sasa hivi kuokoa nchi. If you want to trade the vision for the country for your personal gain, then we should not tolerate that. As leaders, we need to forget ourselves long enough and think about this country. Yes, Jared.
I think we need to demystify some hypocrisy. When I listen and they say that you hear the deputy president saying, we got 8 million, we have won before, we have beat these people. And I wonder how many votes did he contribute to the winning that is accounting that all the votes, and we agree, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has 1 vote. So Uhuru Muigai has 1 vote, Ruto has 8 million, or Uhuru Muigai has 1 vote, and Wetangula and Mudavadi have millions, the 5 million from Western. You see, we cannot be saying from both sides. If it is 1-1, then you have 2 governors, somebody has 30 governors. Those are 30 votes, not the other way. So we cannot choose and pick, You won because you are the presidential candidate, who is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Then tell us that there are votes which they have gone with. On the side of Kalonzo and David, I agree with Alex. These people are, in fact, not even egos. These are people who are doing personal interest. Sometimes we can easily class these people down, but we want just a show of that, hey, there is unity of that purpose. Otherwise, everybody knows here the meetings which the 3 governors from Ukambana have been holding, those massive meetings, those are funded. And if they continue that way, they will crash Kalonzo, okay? And they will be nothing. Check what happened in Western. Why would you go to hold a meeting? 2 big men hold a meeting in their own home. Your home should be automatic. You should not be going there. If you already have Western in the pocket, help your presidential candidate by looking for votes somewhere else. I think there was Sifuna or somebody who was saying that Mudavadi only goes around Western, he does not go outside there. So they are not comfortable going somewhere else to look for the votes. The truth of the matter is that we can, as Azimio, we can do without Kalonzo Musyoka. But for the sake of trying to rock, and it's all about how the people perceive. We want to bring them all together instead of them going to fight with the other governors. As I say, there is somewhere where Kalonzo Musyoka belongs. I think it can be a very good prefect of all the parties which joined the Jubilee. Then from there, the only speaker from there will be Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Ask yourself, all these small parties will come together to form a principle. ODM is coming by itself because ODM came out as the stronger party, trying to ask others to join so that they move forward. So it's only the optics they are trying to run here and there. They know that they are looking for something. They are looking for a job. Otherwise, if somebody is not looking for a job, let him say, hey, I don't want to stand anything. I support and I want to go home, or go all away. As I said, what options Kalonzo has? He has no options. Yeah? At least Wetangula is fighting to be a senator. So if he wins, he can come to be a senator. Yeah? These people can go home. So let us not be talking from both sides of the mouth. One time, somebody has 1 vote. But when it comes to yours, you have all the 8 million votes. I don't understand how these people think. I never understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. And quickly before Wekesa comes in, let it be on record that Azimio la Umoja already endorsed to Raila Odinga as their candidate in Kasarani. So the confirmation by ODM, it was for the ODM party. But the Azimio candidate, we already have one confirmed at Kasarani by the national delegates from countrywide. So hapa hakuna nomination ishafanywa. Tafadhali tusisumbuane. Wekesa, karibu.
Okay, thank you. Let me begin by someone has asked a question on a comment section why Uhuru is assembling small parties to his side. I think in a coalition, it's always good to have a bargaining power. And Jubilee was assumed to be dead, and because it, I think it forgot the politics and it lowered its own value. And so in the coalition agreement they are going, they think they need some muscle, and that's why they are assembling small parties on their side, so that they also have a say in the coalition they are going to make. So I think that is my thinking. Someone else said that, okay, I think it's within Jubilee circles that said that Jubilee intends to have quite a number of MPs in Parliament, so that they also have a say in Parliament. Maybe they want to strike the Ruto factor of 2017. You know, Ruto majored on MPs, and MPs have helped him to make noise around. And I think because Jubilee is donating, okay, not going for the highest office, they are looking for alternative ways of wielding power within the coalition. Even today's newspaper says that Uhuru wants to control Raila's coalition or whatever. But that is just it. As much as we are blaming Kalonzo for what he's doing, everybody else is doing is only maybe right now the spotlight is on Kalonzo, because we are saying whichever side he goes, he can tilt the scale. Jubilee, they are doing the same, is only that they are doing it quietly, because they have the muscle, at least they have the system. So they are still doing it. Even when you look at the Nairobi politics, Jubilee and ODM have been jostling for those positions. So while as Kenyans we want good governance and whatever, politicians always think about power. And that's why those guys, when they are there, let's be honest, even from the day or from the beginning of handshake, Raila said that they sat with Uhuru 13 hours. Why do you think they had to sit for 13 hours to negotiate? It's because everybody, either that time, everybody had their own ego, and they had to bring their ego down to allow the nation to thrive. So politicians always have that ego that I am the best and to whatever. So they need that time to bring down the ego so that the negotiations can thrive. So for me, the positive step that Kalonzo and team made, although in politics, you either make the right step or you are made to make the right step. So yesterday, it's like the junior guys in Oka were reading the Riot Act to Kalonzo. Yes, we need a structured conversation, but time is not on our side. And I can tell you for free, if Kalonzo would have delayed, he would have met Kina Jirongo already making their own. They could have come as individuals. So he knew that if he delays, he will remain alone. So he has to go with the people. So I think today he is the one who was still struggling with the decisions he has made, but the others were already on the other side. In fact, it's almost Jirongo betrayed him in his own NDC when he said that I invited Raila to be the chief guest. And then in even the pegging order, when they were talking, they were coming to give their speeches, he said Raila will talk last because he's the senior. So in other words, in their own arrangement, they acknowledge, in their own home, they still acknowledge that Raila ndio kusema. So they are coming knowing that they know their place, that the big seat is not theirs, but they are trying to negotiate for the smaller seat. My advice to Kalonzo could be, for me, I will not go for DP slot. He has been a vice president, yes, and he knows what, if at all he wants to be president, for me, DP slot cannot build him to be president. In fact, it's always a sacrificial seat. You go there and you're sacrificed. If he has ambition maybe to succeed Raila, for me, he can either negotiate. If there will be BBI, he can negotiate for prime minister. If there will not be BBI, he can negotiate for another seat that will still give him the freedom to pursue his ambition after Raila than going for the DP seat. And I was also looking at it from this angle. If at all Raila was going to do the Mandela moment they were talking about, then doing one term, you still need a DP who is not ambitious. Because a DP who is ambitious will make your one term become another campaign season. So you need someone who is ready to work, and so that in the 5 years, you guys have accomplished a lot that you wanted to do. Let me comment on a Mululu meeting. Someone said that Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula are doing the right thing at the wrong time. Those are the meetings they would have begun with. We needed to see such meetings mobilizing the best first before they announce they are going public for national seat. But they wasted all the years sitting together, and they say only meeting at the funeral, and they saying we are working together. The only structured meetings they ever did in Western is either they meet at the funeral or anniversary of someone who died or whatever. They would have begun by those meetings calling wazes and whatever and mobilizing the best and making sure they have a solid support from the ground. So in my own comment, I said that I think Mudavadi went to Ruto and realized that Ruto doesn't need lazy people. So he has also to show him that you have to work hard. Otherwise, he cannot have space in that side. As to whether what they are doing will add value, I doubt. They have woken up late, and the messaging is already wrong. They are bitter. If you look at the whole message that they were there, it's complaining, complaining, and complaining. When you complain about Raila's development record, that alichukua development akapeleka Nyanza, now you're still giving him ponga points. In fact, us as people of Western, we should question you. If Raila, in that short period, he took development to Nyanza, and then after that, Kalonzo took Uhuru to Eastern. When the chance for us, Uhuru, to go to Western came, there were squabbles that came up between Mudavadi and Weta. Why is it that Oparanya and Eugene are the ones who want to take president to Western? So in other words, you are the one who inhibited the development that was supposed to go to Western. So you cannot use it as against Raila. You are only selfish and you wanted to gain it. Another thing is that there were rumors that Uhuru actually wanted to make Musalia Mudavadi the Minister of Finance after Henry Koskei exited. But Musalia, with his own laxity, he lost it.
Ego.
So, yes, his ego, he lost it. So you cannot be losing chances and other people are using the small chances to benefit even where they come from, and you are still arguing here that, oh, Raila hakufanya hii, Raila hakufanya hiyo. Wanyamaze kabisa, because they are not helping us. As Western, we say, thank you, Ruto, for taking those two Cerealacs. We are comfortable with Raila and the team that is emerging. Right now, DAP has taken the ground, and it will take them a long time to reverse. Let me comment one thing on Sakana 3 and then I stop there. I think one of the things that has come out strongly from Sakana 3 is this issue of Uhuru kusomea Ruto, kwa nini alichukua pesa, anaanza kupeleka kwa makanisa. And now they are spinning it and using it to gain some sympathy from church. We are all church members, and we know what the morality of the church. We know that, in fact, the Bible says that if you are going to take an offering to the altar, but you remember that you wronged somebody, you should go back first and forgive with that person before you give your offering. In other words, offering is given in a clean conscience and a cleansed heart. So if Uhuru is saying there are issues with the money of Ruto that should not be taken to the altar, as we agree, and we know even from the Old Testament, we were not supposed to defile the altar. So if there is money that can build a defiled altar, that altar cannot be effective. So what we are saying is that we go church to advance our morality. So if there is something wrong with the money, the perception of people that this church was not built. Hata wewe wakati unaenda kurent nyumba, and these are simple things, unaambiwa hiyo nyumba mtu alijinyongea ndani. Na anyway, hata kama ilioshwa, but that perception ati mtu alijinyongea kwa hii nyumba, you think that nikiishi kwa hii nyumba, that ka spirit. Tukikuwa high school, in fact, kuna dorm, you used to have vita. And they say that sababu kwa hiyo dorm mtu alijinyongea ndani. So wanasema that spirit ya huyo mtu ndiye anafanyanga hiyo dorm ndio anakuanga na vita. So what we are saying, money is wrong. If we perceive that you gained money wrongly, then there should be a Damascus moment that should transit us psychologically that you are changed. And that we are not still dealing with stolen money, but we are dealing with your real cash that is clean. So that conversation, if they want to invite us into it, we are willing to do it, and we can do it perfectly. I think I need to stop there so that another person may make their submission or contribution.
Thank you, Wekesa. A quick one on the church issue. 2010 Constitution. It was opposed by Ruto and his church people, and we beat them hands down. So going to try to buy the church so that they can be sympathized with and hope that they can turn the tide by, there are some things that you need to outgrow. This adolescent politics should end, and let it end with 2022, okay? The issue of picking something from the president's statement and then use it as your political campaign agenda, it doesn't add value. In fact, it doesn't reveal you as a credible leader. It is clear church people have not told people the truth, and the reason they have not told people the truth is because they have been paid not to tell people the truth, and that is wrong. The president is right. So anybody finding fault with that, he has fault with God, he has fault with himself, he has fault with the people. And nobody should take that kind of a person serious. I always say any watchman of the well that everybody in the village drinks from, who accepts money from somebody who wants to poison that well, that person is not fit to be anywhere where leadership should be being discussed. So if anybody finds fault with the president, finding fault with church ministers who want to be compromised until they change what is supposed to save people, it is now poisoning people and raising up rebellious, senseless people. That is evil, wicked, and uncalled for, and nobody should buy into the same. So if William Ruto wants to be president of this country, he knows what to do. I am sure he knows what to do. He has made a lot of blunders, wasted 5 years running around without building a capacity for political anything. If he wanted to be president, I have said this since we started this platform, William Ruto has never been serious about being president of this country, because if he wanted to, he would have started by consolidating the Rift Valley, getting Kinasali Kosgei, getting Henry Kosgei, build up an army, then let that army go and sell him in Nairobi, sell him in Mombasa, sell him in Western. But he's been running around distributing money, thinking he can buy. Not all Kenyans can be bought. There are some Kenyans who refuse to be bought, and that has proved him right at this point in time. Next time, he will need to think again. Otherwise, I'm glad that even the man from Mululu has come to his senses. Let him go and talk to his community, and let's see how much he can consolidate from there. But as of now, he's been overtaken by event. The same goes for Wetangula and the rest of the people who want to take advantage of the ignorance of Kenyans. If you want to be a leader of this country, come on the right side. Jakindu Beyapo wanatuambia lazima tutafute uongozi kwa ukweli, sio kwa uongo. Okay? Wewe unaenda kulaumu Raila kwa kutotengeneza barabara inayokuja kwako, na wewe hiyo barabara wewe unatumia kila siku, kwani uoni? Unataka mpaka mtu atoke Nairobi akuja kutengenezea barabara ya kuja kwenu? That doesn't work. When you have a governor, okay, you have a governor. I mean, there is a county government you can lobby. You have MCAs in that particular county government who you can lobby, even if you're not in government. There is regional trade wherever organization like the Lake region. That is a demography that you can deploy to secure development in the place and show yourself a leader. Raila has been providing leadership with being in whatever, in parliament and out of parliament. Being out of parliament doesn't stop you from being a leader. So what these people are demonstrating is laziness, and let's call it what it is, laziness. They have been lazy to rise up, take responsibility, kwa sababu wanataka kulipa bill, wanataka kutafuta mtu wa kuwalipia bill au wakiongea, walipiwa bill au wakiongea. Hiyo haitawezekana. Kama unataka uongozi, unaanza na kukubali jukumu la kulipa bill. Ita wazee wakule mbuzi, ita wengine wakule ng'ombe, wengine wakule ugali. Hiyo ndio gharama unalipa ukitaka uongozi. Lakini wewe unahepa kulisha wazee, unahepa kulisha wamama, unahepa kulisha youth, then unajipendekeza mwisho ati mimi ndio kiongozi wa Waluya, hakuna mwingine, ni mimi nilichaguliwa. Ulichaguliwa na nani? Case closed. Sorry, I know Patriot wants to try me.
Yeah, Bernard.
Yes,
one second,
yes,
Bernard. Actually, today there was AIPCA, I think at Tahiti Church, which returned 1.2 million to the deputy president. He had promised 2 million, but he gave them 1.2. So they returned, saying after what the president said, they felt that it would not be nice to keep the money. So they gave it back. So don't be surprised when you start seeing this money coming back. And I think you are add on Mudavadi. What happens is Mudavadi never struggled anywhere. He has always been used to be given. Anything he has to be given, plucked from the university, get the things. That's why he never go. He has never looked for presidency. He's just waiting for somebody to give him presidency. So that's the problem with him.
Sawa. Thank you. Wekesa, you can now take the chairmanship. Ni Adam hajaongea, Aaron hajaongea, Patriot hajaongea. Hao wengine wameongea, watakuwa wanarudia mara ya pili. Alex anasema nipewe extra security. Niko nayo.
Okay. Bernard, before you go. Bernard.
Yes.
Before you go, in one statement, the president, not the president, okay, the fifth. The fifth said that Uhuru is going nowhere. What is your take?
Already said that. It is no news there.
Yeah. I
had this that is plagiarism.
I had this opinion.
That is plagiarism.
Yeah?
That's plagiarism. If the 50 said that, he could have said a quote from Atwoli.
Okay.
Bernard, Wekesa, just a second.
Yes.
Bernard, you should not go. I came to this show because of you. I have so much to provide. So naomba tafadhali pastor, mtumishi wa Mungu, usitoke because I have so much for you. You have been listening. Please don't. Kwa hivyo aningoje. Bernard, hii mambo ninayo ni mingi yako. Please, tumesikiza. Naomba ungoje hapo upate shindani yako tafadhali.
Kama una prescription yangu kama hujanidiagnose hiyo sitakubali mimi. Naogopa Simani.
Yes, Wekesa.
Patriot, you have a lot of followers. Why are you truncating it to one person? Unajua, there are so many followers, your fans who are wondering now who may reduce to Bernard alone.
What's the meaning of truncating? Bernard anajua kwa nini mnasema hivyo. And he's running away because he has seen me. Lazima akae hapa kwanza. Asijaribu.
Patriot, I don't want to take you on that. Thank you.
Thank you for
make your point, please.
Thank you for that commercial break. My point, I wanted to say that I suspected there will be a swap of responsibility. Uhuru ataenda kwa hiyo African whatever, and then Raila kuwa president. That was my suspicion from the word go. So he said he's not going anywhere, so he will have an active role. Either he can get an international job, but he will still command the Jubilee party. Yes. So we are going to Adam. I think Bernard played a clip on Kalonzo. Let me play a clip on Mululu. Guys.
Why are you getting the clip? Because they said in Azimio, Uhuru will be the chairman and the patron of the Azimio, so he will still be playing along. Why you are looking for the clip?
While you are looking for the clip, Wekesa, I am to inform Jared. This is something we dispensed here ably some time back. Musalia Mudavadi was not at the university by the time he was joining politics. He was not from the university, Jared. That is what you need to know.
You are done. I have stopped it. You are saying something.
Yeah. Let me finish. I was telling Jared that it is not Musalia Mudavadi who was picked from the university to join politics. He was already working in one of the ministries of lands, departments, because He has a master's in land economics. So he wasn't from the university. We dispense that every year. I just wanted to let Jared know that. He didn't come from the university to join politics.
That was me who
Okay,
said
order, please. Let's finish with the video
Alex.
before submissions. Thank you.
Okay, let me play this first and then we can pick it from there.
Lulu kaunti ya Vihiga kwenye mkutano wa wajumbe kutoka kaunti 4 za magharibi, Mudavadi alisema Uhuru hana haki yoyote ya kuamulia wamilili ya Wakenya mrithi wao.
Mwanahabari wetu Zakias Mwasame na undani wa taarifa hiyo.
Kiongozi wa ANC Musalia Mudavadi hakumeza maneno wakati akimshambulia Rais Uhuru Kenyatta moja kwa moja. Katika mkutano wa kisiasa ulioandaliwa nyumbani kwake kijijini Mululu, kaunti ya Vihiga, Mudavadi pamoja na kinara wa Ford Kenya Moses Wetangula walielekeza shutuma kwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Walidai rais aliwatumia kama bidhaa sokoni, ndio maana waliamua kujiunga na Kenya Kwanza.
We have given them support. We have invested political years in them. But there have been people who have shown a lot of ingratitude.
Ule tumekuwa na wao. They have taken us for granted for too long. Recently, mulisikia jirani wetu Kitendawili akiboast ya kwamba tangu handshake ameleta kwa area yake miradi ya maendeleo ya shilingi bilioni 200. Na nyinyi mliompigia kura karibu zote ameleta nini?
Na kwa hivyo Mudavadi anasikitikia hatua ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kumpendekeza kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga, akisema pendekezo hilo litapingwa vikali na Wakenya.
But President Uhuru, wewe umeenda Sagana and you have talked, you have arrogated yourself the role of 20 million voters and decided that it is you and only you who knows who is the best for Kenya. How is that possible?
And we shall punch our weight, and those who have been underrating and underestimating us will now feel this weight. Because we can't be a country where one person with one vote arrogates himself the power to determine how 20 million votes will go.
Mudavadi na Wetangula wanadai hawajutii kwa kujiunga na Ruto na kwamba Kenya Kwanza itaibuka mshindi ifikapo Agosti.
Tunataka tuunde serikali na tunataka tuunde serikali tukitembea tukiwa na vichwa vyetu vimesimama imara, sio kwa magoti.
We call you here not because we cannot reach everybody else, but we know the multiplier effect from here. Kila mmoja wetu akitoka hapa ana ushawishi, ana usemi, ana wafuasi na anaweza kueneza injili ya Kenya Kwanza.
Hali akiongea maneno ya uchumi ati Musalia anabweka kama mbwa. Raila Odinga, tumekupigia kura kwa miaka mingi sana kama Waluya. Ile shukrani unatupatia peke yake ni kuita kiongozi wetu umbwa. Raila, tunataka tukuambie haujaita Musalia umbwa, umeita Waluya umbwa.
Kulingana na Moses Wetangula na Musalia Mudavadi, jukumu lao kubwa kwa sasa ni kuhakikisha kwamba muungano wa Kenya Kwanza unapata uungwaji wa kutosha mbele ya uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka huu. Zakis Masame, NTV, Vihiga.
Okay, that is how it was. Before we go to that, let me just answer Patriot. Patriot, the father of Mudavadi was called Moses Supton Mudavadi. He was an MP from 1979 to 1989, 10 years, and he died. When he died, his son Mudavadi, who was 28 years, inherited that seat. In fact, there was an election and nobody contested for it, so Mudavadi became an MP without an election. He went unopposed. So he ended in politics walking free. He didn't have his first election. So that is how it began. At that time, he was still a young man of 28 at the university. So for the decree,
no, that's where you're wrong. But that's where you're wrong, Wekesa, because we are going
Yes.
back. Allow me just to say something.
Yes.
All that you have said there is correct. Where we are not agreeing, and this is what we disagreed with Alex last time again. That is what I want to be reprimanded. And if anybody has any evidence, we dispense it today, once and for all. Okay? What I stand for, and which I think is factual, is by the time Musalia Mudavadi was joining politics, he was actually 29 years old. Okay? And that time, he was already out of the university. Let me not go into the details. He was not at the university, Wekesa. That if you check your history very clearly, you can. I mean, I have nothing to twist the story. I mean, that is the truth. He was not at the university. Number two, why I know that he was not at the university then, one of my colleagues that I work with was with, Musalia Mudavadi at the university together. Yeah, one was at St. Mary's, another on Lenana School. I know that for sure. By the time one is 29 years, what are you doing at the university? Wekesa, let's be honest. 29 years, you're still doing your bachelor's? No. What I know,
Patriot, at 29, there are people who are not in university.
Let me finish, Alex. Don't take me on that one, Alex. Let me finish what I want to say.
No, don't be angry.
You're bringing sideshows again.
No, don't be angry. 29 years, there are people who are in university. Be factual.
Thank you. You win on that one. But let me still say what I was saying.
No, it's not about win. It's about facts.
Why do you bring sideshows, Alex? What I'm dispensing something
different. It's not sideshow. You are asking at 29, what is somebody doing in university? Honestly.
But I think you have answered. Must you disrupt me constantly? You have answered.
No, I'm not disrupting you. You are bringing in.
Okay, allow me to finish then.
Order between the two of you. Order, Alex. Order, Patriot. Let us remain focused, please. Don't turn the show into an exchange match that is not profiting the viewers or the people following. We should learn to separate an example from the subject. To see, let's not turn into this. Whether Mudavadi was a university graduate who had done his master's and all that, I'm sure Wekesa was reading it from somewhere. It's not captured in that biography or autobiography. Okay, why it is not captured, we also don't know. Now,
so let me finish then my part, Bernard, because that's what you did last time again. Can we dispense this thing once and for all? He's a Kenyan, we need to know the truth. And it's okay to ask, and I can be wrong or you can be right. Let the facts come out. I think that's the best way to go about it, Bernard.
Yes, so you give us your story with your reference.
Bernard, okay, fine.
Patriot, thank you. Me, I like people who challenge me. I will give you the facts before the end of this show.
And if you are right, I apologize. Wekesa, if you be right, I'll apologize. If you be right, I'll apologize. Thank you.
Yeah, I like confirming, so let it remain that way. Let's proceed with Adam. Adam, are you with us? The early man, huh?
Yeah, I'm with you. Thank you for the chance. I was just wondering why you guys, why Mr. Patriot is stressing so much about when Mudavadi came to public politics and when he was in the university. That is a non-issue. We don't care about that. Whether he was in primary school, whether he's in the university right now at 60, that is none of our business. That's up to him.
Submit, Adams. That was my view. Just make your submission, please.
I'm just reiterating. I'm not offending you. It's like it's irrelevant. Anyway, I don't know where to start, but you guys, before you played that video, you were discussing about Kalonzo Musyoka. Let me just say something small about him. I don't feel the need of disagreeing or agreeing about Kalonzo Musyoka's character, because that is what he is. He is who he is. Whatever the way he behaves, like he's trying to come in with some conditions, that is what the man is. I don't think he should give us any kind of a headache. We should not do that is what he really is. That is what he is. Actually, that guy is somebody who is being informed by the media. Even social media informs him before he makes his decision. So we shouldn't mind about him so much. Moving forward, about the Kalonzo, Mudavadi and Wetangula, I think Musalia Mudavadi is somebody who is very bitter. I don't know whether you guys have realized that. He's a very, very bitter man because I think he expected something to be handed over to him, and he really waited patiently, but it didn't material. So he's really bitter. So according to me, somehow he's just right. He's okay to be bitter. Maybe he's used to being fed like that, but it did not happen for him. And today, the people whom they were addressing, I think they were in their village, and people came. They invited people. The gathering was, good number. So in politics, at times you need to tell people what they really need to hear to entice them, and I think that's what they did. Otherwise, they have no much impact on anything. So far, so good. Otherwise, about Wetangula, there's nothing much you can say about Wetangula. He's just running for Senate, and I think probably will win, but they don't have any big impact in this other side. About Azimio, Raila Odinga was declared today is the presidential candidate for Azimio and ODM combined, and One Kenya Alliance, OKA, is coming in. And I don't think they really have much conditions because they were there like principals, but only Kalonzo is trying to bring a lot of issues. Not really issues, but he's trying to come in with conditions, which is okay. Atapigwa Randa too, he'll relax. Kalonzo is that way always. So I think it is a boost. It's a very good thing that Kalonzo finally came in. It's like almost 2 million. It's 1.8 to 2 million votes. So according to me, it's a wrap. It's definitely a wrap. There is no way. I'm just trying to think or wonder how Kenya Kwanza, the Ruto camp, I'm just trying to wonder how they can win. And also on the other side, the side of Azimio, I'm also trying to think and wonder how they can lose. And both of the questions are not coming in for me. So Kalonzo having come today, this game is a wrap. Like it's done. It's a done deal. We were still, so there is nothing like a runoff or a rerun or something like that. It's just a wrap. There's nothing remaining else. So they just need to campaign. But another thing which I may foresee as a citizen and as a voter, Azimio is going to form a government. But after forming that government, there's going to be a big problem. That government may look like Raila and Kibaki's regime. These guys are going to form a government. It's going to be a very big house, and expectations are so high. So I foresee a scenario whereby these guys are going to go into the government late this year, but before the end of 2023, there will be some kind of disagreements because most of the guys who are there are so much ambitious. And then there is this mentality that people have. Some people call it Raila is going to be is going to make a Mandela moment. Some people, another function says that Raila is going to do 5 years. But from where I sit, Raila Odinga being what he is an enigma. He sees everything. He's now relaxed because he wants this thing. I'm telling you, if Raila gets to power, these 5 years you guys are thinking about will be 10 years. I don't really think Raila will rule for 5 years, not unless he's sick or he became like incapacitated to rule. But if he got the life and the strength that he has, things will change. He will do it all the way to 2032. That's my take for now.
Can I ask you a question, Adam?
Yes, do.
Which side are you? UDA or Azimio?
Do people have to declare their political affiliation here?
Okay, if you're not comfortable, it's okay.
No, no, that's a friendly one. That's a friendly one. Do I have to?
If we are
Why
in
do
a
you have,
campaign
why do you have
season,
difficulties to declare if you're comfortable? You don't need to be
we are
told
in a
that.
campaign season and people are campaigning.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are floating vote, I can give Patriot a chance to snatch you.
No, I'm not flowing. Actually, I'm done, but I'm just trying to be, it doesn't matter either side you can be. Facts are always facts, okay? Just be factual. It doesn't matter which side you are. But from the way I'm talking, Mr. Patriot, I've been to trenches with Patriot and some of you guys here. He knows the side I am. Even Bernard, they know. Even you, Ekese, you know the side I am. Thank you.
No, I wanted to make a funny statement, but let me spare you. I wanted to say the information you have shared, does it help your candidate or it snatches some votes out of him?
I don't think it really snatches anything. I'm just trying to tell people to be aware. Raila, if Raila is alive, I'm telling you.
It does. It does. Adams, it does, for your information. Do your research. Wekesa is right.
You don't know how much is going into this negotiation, so let's leave it there. Okay. Okay. Let's have Haron. Haron, how are you?
Yes, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I want to agree with Mr. Adams that truly Baba is not going for one term, because I'm very sure it is us who are going to force Baba to go for a second term after working hard.
Guys, can you begin by what happened today first? You are taking
concentrate on today.
You're taking us to 2027 and beyond. One election at a time.
It's okay, Baba. It's okay. Let me just keep cool. So, in fact, Mr. Adams, I have heard him saying that Kalonzo joining Baba is a done deal, but this is the high time. We are not supposed to sit back. Time has come for us now, because we are we are now sure that this thing is ours. We are supposed to come out, go campaign. During that morning of 9, we go door to door, wake up people, then we go and vote for Baba. Yani inastahili huu wakati vile tumepata nguvu namna hii, I say hata wale wagonjwa, kama mtu hayuko ICU, hii wakati manzee inastahili magari ipelekwe pale, ama yani tuhakikishe kuwa kama wewe uko na nguvu ama uko mgonjwa, you are not supposed to stay at home. Lazima tuende tupigie Baba kura. Now nikitoka hapo, in fact in Kenya per day we are making 6 billion. President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta alituambia kuwa 2 billion wanga zinaenda kwa corruption. So imagine if we are making 6 billion, you multiply by 30, that is 180 billion per month ambazo tunaunda, then kutoka hapo kwa mwaka moja by 12 inakuja 2.16 trillion. alafu na our budget ni 3 trillion. So ikiwa tuna lose 720 billion every financial year, which means that is a third of our budget. In fact, zinaenda kwa corruption. Now, time has come. Those leaders who are joining Azimio, kindly, don't come with the demands, because your big demands are going to bring disharmony in Azimio. And as Azimio, its spirit is bringing people together. You know, when people are together, there's nothing you cannot do. So, hii ndio ile wakati, in fact, hao wenye kama ni vyama 20 ambazo zitajoin Azimio manze. Huu ndio wakati inastahili tukomboe Kenya yetu. Na tutaikomboa namna gani? Through, first of all, tackling mambo ya corruption. So hawa viongozi wenye wanakuja kwa Azimio, the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka, Jirongo, Mangidi, ya kina Kingi, please musianze kuja eti mnaleta tumbo. Already tumbo yenu imeshughulikiwa. Cause ukija, hata ukipewa uambassador, upewe speaker, ama any piece yenye utapata, as long as itakusaidia wewe kupata chakula, isaidie bibi yako, watoto wako, na wale watu wachache ambao wanakuzingira, ridhika nayo. Cause manze, our economy is doing very bad. Look, right now, our debt, because nilisikia John Mbadi jana akisema kuwa it is 8.2 trillion as per mahesabu kutoka kwa governor wa Central Bank. So hii 8.2 trillion hii debt tutailipa namna gani, na nyinyi mnakuja na demands ya viti? Haiwezi, hatutapata muda wa kuilipa. Alafu jambo lingine, how are we going to address the issue of job creations kama kwa watoto wetu, kama nyinyi wachache tu mtakuja mwanze kuomba viti? Our economy ambayo iko kwa deadbed, vile mumeambiwa na the likes of Kenya Kwanza, tutairevamp namna gani manzi? So Kalonzo and your team, na wale ambao wana join Azimio, please, this is the time for us tuje pamoja, we fight in order to save our mother country, so that hata sisi wenye tuko majuu ambao tunafanya kazi tofauti, we need to come back home. Na sasa kama economy haiwezi kuwa mzuri, inaendelea kutuzuia nguvu zetu, tunazipeleka kwa nchi zingine instead ya nguvu zetu kuzileta pale nyumbani na ile exposure kidogo yenye tumepata. Nikimalizia, Musalia Mudavadi saying that Baba has denied Western region development. How? Me, I thought that Jubilee achievements, which Ruto told Baba not to take credit, hizo development manze zilimwangukia. Nilikuwa nafikiria hivyo, kumbe azikuanguka Western, So nani amelala? It is Musalia Mudavadi. Wacha tuambiane ukweli ndugu zanguni. Cause baba aliambiwa kuwa hizi barabara zote zenye zimeundwa, hizi Mathuake dam zote zenye zimeundwa, don't ever, cause wewe you are an envoy to you are an infrastructure envoy of African Union. Wewe fanya kazi yako huko. So Mudavadi ndiye amefanya nini? Ndiye amelala kazini. Juzi Orengo, I want to thank him so much. I want to thank Raila Odinga so much. Kwa sababu wale think tank amekuwa nao, Moso lawyers, wamefight so hard kuhakikisha kuwa ile kesi yenye ilikuwa inazuia Sarai group of companies which was mandated to revive Mumia Sugar Company wamewin, na kazi ya hiyo kampuni ya Sarai imeanza kufanya kazi. Now, where was Malala? Where was Madividi? Where was Wetangula? Si yao ndio wangetafuta lawyers wa fight on behalf of this Sarai group of companies, so that in fact watu wa Western miwa yao ipate kwanza kwenda kuamia sugar. At least farmers were big. It is really sad. Back to you, Mr. Bernard. Mr. Wekesa.
Okay, thank you for that substantive contribution. Kama kuna swali ama kuna tuende kwa Patriot. And as we go to Patriot, we want to tell him I have confirmed Musalia Mudavadi finished university in 1984. So he had been around for 4 to 5 years practicing. And that's when his dad passed on. Thank you. So you can pick up from there.
You should apologize first, Wekesa.
No, I didn't, Teta.
Okay,
I shared, have you ever realized that some of the scriptures you are shared in Sunday school, you can go talking to people and you realize it's not true?
No, you're right, Wekesa. It's on a light note. I know.
Yeah.
It's
So
on a
I
light
think it's
note.
in public domain. They normally say that alitolewa shule. So I think it's good to always confirm facts.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, my fellow panelists, starting with the Brother Bernard. I'm almost calling you by the title. I know I'll call you outside this forum, but this one is Siasa. So I want to call you as the speaker of the day. Thank you for the debate. I am a very happy person, by the way. If you see me speaking with energy, it's not because I'm annoyed. I think there's a lot of energy that has come from the announcement. From the, when you're too confident, sometimes you end up misusing the extra productive, element that comes out of you. So understand me, Adams, karibu sana. You're a buddy. Alex is a brother. Hii ni mambo tunaongea tu. That's how we speak. So we don't keep things in our hearts. We like being vibrant. We talk, and at the end of the day, we learn something out of this. But while I was out here, before I joined, Brother Bernard was officiating a very robust discussion that really touched on me. I felt I should come slightly earlier, but there was something I was doing. And when I tried to come in, you guys were already full. But I knew God will give an opportunity for some clarification. And one thing I want to tell my fellow panelists, why I love coming back to this platform, is that even after we have spoken, talked all these, we still laugh and still learn something from one another. But above all, there's something that makes me love joining you guys and why we discuss here. Besides the following, Wekesa is trying to mention that I have, I don't want to have a following, but if they come for some reason, then I'm happy about that. But the main reason why I appreciate being on this platform is that at the end of the day, there is freedom of expression. At the end of the day, because we cannot learn from each other if we don't allow people to express themselves freely. Because after the day is over, then I know how does Jared speak, how does Wekesa speak, how does Penny, and you also know how Patrick speaks. So I think it is something that gives us an opportunity to learn each other. So it's on that premise that I want to say the following, and I want to ask that you honestly give me a chance to dispense that, because I think I have that rightful, opportunity and privilege to actually share with you brothers this. I'll start by dispensing the issue of Kalonzo's partnership with Azimio la Umoja. The Kalonzo's subject has been discussed for like 3 days here, if my counts are anything to go by. And we have really talked much about Kalonzo. We have talked what we know, what we don't know, what we perceive. And I think that is democracy. It tells us that this country, we are getting to a very mature phase of democracy, because it's a process. It's on the same breath that I want to say some things that I want to, in as far as Kalonzo is concerned. And I have a reason why I'm insisting on what I'm saying. And I'm sure you also have your reasons, but let's hear it. Let's put it out here. Kalonzo Musyoka, in my view, is a very important partner in as far as Azimio la Umoja is concerned. And the person who knows this well, better than us here, is Raila Odinga. And how do I arrive at this conclusion? In all the discussions that Raila has ever had on his platform, campaigning for BBI Azimio la Umoja, there was only once that Raila had a spat that was directly to Kalonzo. That was at the coast, when he said somebody anabweka. That was the only time we have Raila provoked to answer Kalonzo Musyoka. But on the terrain, starting from the time the BBI began, the time Azimio la Umoja, all that, Raila has deliberately avoided answering Kalonzo Musyoka directly. Reason being, the inside informers and the scientists, the political scientists who form the thinking of Raila Odinga, because he has a think tank, they had come up to a conclusion. They had come to a conclusion that the only way to deal with Kalonzo, who flip-flops and who is not very clear on how he handles his matters, because you all know who Kalonzo is, the best way to deal with Kalonzo is to give him a field day. To give him a field day, so that he has the reason to feel into his, some of you have described it as an ego. Raila felt like that fight he would not join. And trust me, that is one of the things that tells you how Raila values the vote Kalonzo brings on board. Number two, when Kalonzo, people had an issue in 2017, and they were asking, why didn't he come for the, when Raila Odinga alikuwa anaapishwa, people had issues directly, and you could see the popular, vote was like, Kalonzo is a betrayer. Why, what have you? People spoke a lot. It's only Raila who stepped forward to explain. And he explained about the ailment of the wife and the rest. So when I look at the history of Raila Odinga and Kalonzo, I see people who have a very decent relationship. And that relationship, in my view, can only be encouraged if we emulate it, not to disparage their positions. Because if your mother and your father are lovers, and one of you seems to be not straight, it's not your business to inform the other. If they are lovers, that's it, they're your parents. So for my take, I value the relationship that Raila Odinga has with Kalonzo Musyoka. And when I dig behind, I realize the main reason is because of the block vote that Raila Odinga gets from the Ukambani. He values that. It's not just Kalonzo, of course, because we understand this country is largely tribal. So that is why I think from where I sit, Kalonzo's vote is highly valued by Baba himself. Now, my second point that I want to address myself to is the issue of Musalia Mudavadi.
Before you go away,
I'm not going away. I'm not going
before
away.
you go away from Kalonzo,
Okay.
I wanted, can you also address this issue? Because most people think it's okay, Baba can go to Kambani and get the votes. Yes, he can get, but mostly the seats will remain under Wiper. And when you go to govern, seats are very important. So you can go there and get the presidential vote and go in parliament and lack the seats. Comment on that?
Thank you, Wekesa. I was just trying to run away from the Kalonzo issue because there's a lot of interest around there. But since you have said it, let me add this then. The data that is available, which of course one who cares to find out can do that. The data that is available is that Raila Odinga cannot get substantive presidential votes from Ukambani without Kalonzo. That's my take. He can't. We cannot get enough votes to give us a rightful win round one without Kalonzo Musyoka. But I know others have a different view on that. Now, on the issue of the governors, I want to believe that the governors have a stake. They can easily, give the seats to Baba. But what is more critical for us as Azimio, well, primarily is to make Raila Odinga the president. So anything that denies him the votes, it is a concern for me. No, and then of course the governors will come in second. Wekesa, I don't know if I've answered that before I move to the next thing.
Okay, you can proceed. Although I disagree with the governors giving him the seats because most strong candidates always align with a dominant party. Right now, people have already made decisions on which party to run for, and I think most strong candidates are already on Wiper. Those are seats. I'm talking about seats. As for who to vote for national, they are still dilly-dally. Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, Wekesa, thank you so much. I know of Kitui, my friend, the former ambassador Uganda, Kiema, is running. As much as he's close to some of us, I don't think he'll beat Ngilu. That one I can bet. He will not beat Ngilu. He's coming in on Wiper. Ngilu is going to retain the seat. You know what the Kambani governors have done, Wekesa? They've actually pulled the rug, under the feet of Kalonzo. So as we speak today, they have given direction in matters politics in Ukambani, something that makes them serious, opinion shapers. That is why the coming of Kalonzo has a double edge. One, he's coming in because he doesn't have the way out, because the people have already come, quite a number, including the governors. But the voting block that goes with the presidential direction is the one that I said that is very critical for us. But at the governor's position, Wekesa, I think the governors are still the people to beat. That's what I would just say. But it's okay. We can agree to differ on that. But that's my view. Thank you. Musalia's issue, if I may write that very fast. Musalia is the most disrespectful, the most nonsensical person that you can ever think of. Me, I was only talking about his academic. That doesn't mean I was supporting it. Now, let me deal with Musalia. Musalia is the most flabbergasting, the most, dynasticated person in matters politics. You see, let me tell you something about Musalia. Wekesa, we have, sometimes it's very interesting. Let me reveal this. I was in Form 1 in 1989. I went to school in Western Province. When the father of Musalia Mudavadi died, among the students that lined up from the airport, they asked him, let me remember, before it moved to where it is today, ilikuwa inaitwa there's a place from Shinyalu, the old airstrip of before it came to where it is in Kakamega, Muranda, around Muranda. We used to call it Muranda Isuka. Among the students that queued on the road to see the casket of the father of Musalia, I was among the students that time. I was in Form 1. Musalia Mudavadi, I will tell you for free, Wekesa, if you listen to what he spoke today, it is so disgusting. In fact, it was very bad for you to play that clip. It's so annoying. You know, you cannot tell us that Raila Odinga has said publicly that since he did an handshake with Raila Odinga, he's been able to bring development worth 200 billion. Did I hear that right from the Fort Kenya guys and the brigade? That is so disgusting. These guys have lost the grip of the Western. They have no reason to speak to the voters. Now they want to find a way of playing with the emotions, because they're actually playing with emotions. And you saw what Malala said. You cannot play to any politician who is going for the people's emotions. This is a man who's run out of ideas. This is a man who is desperate. Musalia Mudavadi was in a dustbin. It is only Baba who dusted him and brought him back. That history is very clear, Wekesa. Everybody knows. So when somebody comes up here today, like a crying baby, you want to tell us that, oh, Baba, what, we have helped them, na tumewasaidia, wao wametuacha. Let me ask you, let me ask my fellow panelists. Your father has helped you to go to school. He's a very wealthy man. Some neighbors are dying of disease. Your father, God has taken care of him. Do you want to now complain to God that your father is so healthy, he's not dying, so that you inherit his wealth? Now you go out there saying, huyu mzee, mbona Mungu asimchukue? Because in a nutshell, they actually say, Baba atoke kwa siasa politically, for them to inherit. But if your father is still a father, and is still healthy and living, don't you want to enjoy the wealth he has acquired with you while he's still alive? Why would you want to say, mzee ingekuwa ameenda? This is what these guys are addressing themselves. To me, that is shameful. It is really disparaging the voters of Western, which we respect so much. And in my view, I have a lot of respect for the Western people because they have stood by Baba. But when I look at the two leaders, I get so disappointed. I almost feel like if they were going to have this disease spreading across the Luhya nation, tena tungesema basi Waluhya wasipate uongozi. Wekesa on a light note. Lakini uzuri ni kwamba we have able leaders like the Wekesas and the Bernards who stand tall to show clearly that these are leaders who are misguided, people who are doing tubocrats as their business of the day. For me, I am annoyed. Wekesa, on that one, it is annoying the way Jakendube anasema vile amekasirika na viongozi. That one makes me mad when I listen to him, because there is no point other than trying to play to the emotions of the people. Now, the thing I want to talk about is the date, the Kenyan date. There is no nation. There's a lie that has been going around, Wekesa, and I think you understand matters economics, Wekesa, and I want you to reprimand me on this. There is nothing like we have overborrowed. For those who have done research and who understand the way the economics of the world works, there is nothing like overborrowing. Talk to the economist, talk to the governor Laikipia. He will tell you anything like overborrowing is nonsense. And I listen to him very clearly. Look at the countries, including US today. What is their date that they have? What is their cap? You know, look at Italy, developed countries. There is nothing like overborrowing. For you to develop, you must borrow. For you to balance the equation of date and development, borrowing must come in. An economist will tell you. So from where I sit, Wekesa and Bernard, the speaker, now I can see he's on phone, is that Kenya has not overborrowed. We need money, and we will continue by bringing in money. What we need to do is to slay, this cancer of corruption. Once we slay that animal, we will be able to have our money coming in and going for the projects intended. That is where there's a problem. It's not about overborrowing. That is my take on that one. And lastly, I want to talk about the succession plan. Somebody has spoken to the fact that he thinks Baba will be a two-term president. Let me, and I thought it was important that I put that into context. Raila Odinga, yes, he can be a president two-term, but it will be out of the decisions Kenyans will make. It will be, in my view, it will come out as a public demand. But if whatever we understand is anything to go by, for those of us who are near, close to what is happening, we don't mind Baba serving as a one-term president. I mean, we don't mind. What we need is to have that gate open for other tribesmen to be leaders. We want to Wekesa, in the next 10 years, you can also vie as a president. This is what we want. Unless we open up this door, it can't work. And one of the conditions is not to have Raila Odinga run for 2 terms. For sure, when you listen to Baba, he's a person you tend to think he wants to open doors for those people who are aspiring to be leaders. And he is very much aware that many of these leaders have been twisted in between, and age is catching up with them. In my view, it will be comfortable for Baba to do 1 term, but if Kenyans will demand, then I don't see that becoming an issue. But we cannot desperate and start telling people that we must have Baba going for a 2nd term, because there are conditionalities as to why Baba is enjoying the support he has here today.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Yeah,
Back
but
to you.
even Ruto wants to be our Mandela. He wants to go for 1 term. I had Ruto say that. I said, okay, the man is cornered, really. Let's have, thank you for that substantive contribution. Between Joe and Sam, who came first?
Joe.
Joe was here first.
Joe was here.
Yeah, Joe came before me.
Okay, Joe, let's have you submit. I've missed you so much. Bring your wisdom in this. Bring your wisdom in this home stretch season. Today was. I saw the newspaper say it's Baba's weekend. What is your take on that?
Yeah, Baba it was actually truly to whatever the headline said, it's weekend. Baba is the president. He's the next president of this country after Uhuru Kenyatta. That is guaranteed. Baba is not competing against Ruto. Baba is competing against his health. If his health is good with him, he's the next president. So Ruto has got nothing to compete against Baba. That is for sure, and everybody knows it. Patriot, thank you very much for your contribution. I was just surprised to say that you did your Form 1. You are in 1989. You are in Form 1. You are like my grandson. In 1979, I did my A levels.
Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, grandfather.
Yeah, I did my A levels in 1979, so you can calculate other things there. But what I want to say, I'd like to say that on Kalonzo, I don't think I have much to say. Kalonzo tried to play his game. It didn't play well for him, and I think he's late. He's now going to maybe negotiate on a lesser term that he could have done when Uhuru was looking for him and Mudavadi. At that point, he could have gotten a bigger post, but right now, I don't think so. He'll be at an inferior level. And on Mudavadi, I don't think I have much to say. You people have said it all. Mudavadi has messed himself and is continuing to mess himself. So I don't think I have much to say on him. And on those claiming that they have made Raila, I feel sort of a pity when they claim they have made Raila, including Weta can say that he carried Raila on his back. And if he did, I don't see how Raila could actually pull the mat under his rug to form DAP, and now he has an empty shell. He could have stopped that if he claims that he carried Raila. Most people ride on Raila's back, either by abusing him so that you get the fame, or by claiming that you have helped him to get the fame. But this is all politics, including Ruto. When Ruto joined ODM, he was also Johnny Come lately, because Ruto was not for ODM. But when he saw the people, the constituents, and the Rift Valley was for ODM, he came in late. We had people like Henry Koskei, we had people like Sally Koskei. They were way, way, way ahead of him in ODM. But like the Ruto we know, he played his way up to the top, and that's how he became a Ruto that we know. So that is that. Actually, I tend to agree with the speaker who said that Azimio is becoming too big, and actually managing it might become a problem. We can remember from the onset when the Mount Kenya Foundation were wooing Raila, they had a lot of demands. And everybody now is coming in with a lot of demands, be it the youth, be it the women, be it regions. So it's going to be becoming too big, and maybe managing it will be a problem. And I believe more are still to come in. Like Kalonzo has just came in today or yesterday, and more will come in, and the demands will be too big. The expectations are so big. It might give Raila administration some hard time to please everybody. And I think some of the people, not most, some of the people will be disappointed. But I still believe that Raila has always made it. He has been sent to Bondo so many times, but he has always recarnated and come back. And I believe if he gets the leadership of this country, I believe he'll still get away, maybe to please everybody. So we should be optimistic that he will make it. I believe with Raila.
Let me ask you for clarity. But what do you mean by Azimio becoming too big? Because for me, whether you split the hairs, the weight remains the same. Okay, in other words, we are still whether we have the 45 million Kenyans or the 50 million Kenyans, whether everybody comes with his party, it cannot even increase our population. It only increases our classification. Jubilee had actually, when it started, it had around, was it 13 or how many parties? But how many of them did you know exist? You only knew URP and Jubilee. The rest were swallowed there. You can come with your party, but the bargaining power depends on what you control. Okay, proceed.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify there. What do you mean by too big?
Yeah, I can clarify. You see, like when Jubilee came in, the economy was actually better than what it is now. So there could be food for everybody. It is like in a family where right now we have a lot of debt to pay. We have to service them. And then we have a lot of expectations if Raila becomes the president. It is like a family where you have 14 children and uchumi ni mbaya. And there's a family that have 3 children, uchumi ni mbaya. I believe the one with 3 children will do better, can survive better. That's what I mean. Right now, the economy is just too low and the expectation is too high. And then in Azimio, we have so many children. And I think most of the people who are in Azimio, just like one of the panelists said, people like Kalonzo are coming with some demands. So most of the people coming to Azimio, they have what we call factory setup. We are still thinking in the old ways that if you are in the government, you have to eat. Raila might not be the kind of person that he thinks that he will come in and eat. So the factory setup will disappoint a lot of people. And that's what I mean, that the expectation of people, like Kalonzo, he thinks that if he comes in, he'll bring also his members of his community and give them plum jobs. Let's say like they are being appointed ambassador. We have a limited number. Not everybody can bring his people to be appointed ambassadors. If we have the government parastatals and corporations, they're limited. So the demand will be so much. People from Central, you have had people like Kuria saying 50-50 or 40% of the government. It's not possible because Raila wants everybody to have a cake and a piece of cake and eat it. So if you give one community something like 40% of the government, what will the rest have? And we want to put a government where it has a face of Kenyans. That's what I mean, Bwana Wakesa. I don't know, maybe I don't know you understand me or not, but still I say, I think Raila will make it. He's got a goodwill from the members of the public. He has got a goodwill from other African countries. He has got goodwill from even international. So I think they'll help him out. He's a man with integrity. He has always stood by what he says. So I think maybe one way or another, he'll make it. But I still believe what the panelists said, that the demands are too much. Too much. Even us here in this panel, we're expecting a lot. We're expecting changes, big changes,
Yeah,
which might not come easily, because some people think it's going to be easily. We have to work out for it.
Thank
what were you
you.
saying, Bano?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I was saying.
I don't have much to say. Maybe that's what I wanted to point out at this moment.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that that's why we need the great men are meant for such challenges. We don't want great men who don't face challenges. So are they going for joyriding? If he comes, he's a great man, then he will help us navigate, because those challenges, we have always had them. He will put his input will help us navigate and then get to the right direction. But remember, Raila has always been working with almost 40 tribes. So he has always tried to put them together regardless of the situation. Alex, you had something to...
Yeah, Joe, how are you, my friend?
I'm fine, Alex. How are you? Today you're not driving.
I hope the red... No. Sio kila siku naenda kazi bana. Someday you enjoy your money. So let me ask you.
Sometimes back I thought you're doing Uber.
No, I don't do Uber. Let me ask you, Joe. Joe, in your in the history of Kenya, you did 1979 Form 1. So by 2007.
79, I did my A level, not Form 1.
Oh boy, I even thought Form 1. Okay, because Nani. Okay, let's not go there. That's a good history. But 2007, Raila was given nusu mkate, and it was not even nusu mkate, ndugu yangu. But did you not get satisfied the way you saw him walk around even and gravitate, even in the worst conditions of our coalition government, and having seen how he worked? Don't you have that trust that he has a plan now that he is bringing the coalition partners together? Do you not have trust that he understands what devolution means, and he knows what people truly need so that their lives can change, and he's not going to start playing with the seats, and he's going to go directly to the counties and make sure that development is seen, and make sure that we have free secondary schools, because I think 50% of the money for our parents go to education. Don't you think that Raila knows what he needs to do than play mind with these politicians?
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I think I totally agree with you. That's why I said I think Raila will make it, because so many times people have told him he's going to Bondo, but he's always come back. I think he can make it. But what I'm trying to point out here is the economy at that time was different. Today, the economy, we actually under pressure. If you know the status of the debts that we have to pay, and sometimes we have to go and kneel down so that they are rescheduled. It's totally a different world. We also have the COVID right now. So it's totally a different world. But I still believe, I'm optimistic that he will make it. That's what I say. But I know the challenges, what I'm saying is the challenges are so big. It's so enormous. It's so big. But I still believe, I'm optimistic that he'll make it. I believe you've also said something that is sensible, that makes sense.
Yeah, and that is why I will urge, now that we know certainly he is going to take, if God allows his health and his life to be there, let us be opinion shapers. Let us drive the narrative. Let us not allow the politician now to drive the narrative as we have allowed them before. Let us tell the politician that we want that mzee to be given time to do what was done wrong to our country. Otherwise, we allow the politician to drive the narrative, we are going back where we used to be. But if we speak, the politicians will be quiet because they know we love Raila.
Exactly. If they don't, they should not be at the factory set up the mindset that if I'm a politician and I have been elected, it's time to eat. It's time. Actually, what you have said is right. It's us to tell them this time there's no eating. If you're a politician, you have to give the service, not to eat. You're exactly right. Thank you.
Bernard kunywa Red Bull.
Back you to Bernard.
Thank you, Bwana Joe and Alex. Jakindube.
Asante sana. Mimi naunga sana Alex. Alex, leo na kuunga mkono kabisa. You are on the right track. Hawa watu haitakikani tuwapatie nafasi ya, tunataka mtu ambaye, unajua, nataka kuambia kwa nini nilisema nimekasirishwa na Kalonzo. Kwa sababu anasema hawajamezwa. Unaona hapo ni kama yeye anaenda pale na competition. Sisi hatutaki mashindano, tunataka solution ya kuweza kujenga nchi yetu. Hiyo ndio tunataka. Hatutaki kushindana ati unaona hatujamezwa. Sasa nani anawameza? Kwa sababu pale ODM, Jubilee na hizi vyama ziko chini ya Azimio la Umoja. Sasa yeye anaona sasa ile haiwezi kuwa chini ya Azimio la Umoja. Sasa maana yake ni nini? Unaona, huyo ni mtu ambaye vile ulisema ni mtu ana ego, hana ile kusema kujitolea muhanga. Kama na tena hawa viongozi ambao wanasema kina Mdavadi, tukisema kina Kalonzo, kitu gani wao wanafanya hata wakiwa vile walivyo sasa? Kitu gani wao hufanya kusaidia Kenya hata kama hawako kwa serikali? Hakuna, zero. Lakini Raila utakuta hayuko kwa serikali, lakini kuna kitu anafanya, kuna kitu anasema hii haifanyiki, hii ni mbaya, na hayuko kwa serikali. Ama saa zingine anasema hii kitu inatakiwa ifanyike, na hawa Raila kisha tengeneza, wanakuja kusema sisi tunataka kuwa president. Wakati hiyo inatengenezwa hawasemi. Ndio maana mimi nasema hao ni viongozi kwa maoni yangu
Hao viongozi siwapendi, kwa sababu Kalonzo na Mudavadi ndio wamemfanya Raila hajakuwa president, kwa sababu kila mara inapokuwa wanataka walifanya ile wakati ule mwingine Kalonzo alitoroka na kura, sijui mara ametoroka na certificate. Huyo ni mtu ambaye anapenda vitu ubinafsi. Hata Mudavadi amefanya hivyo. Hata sasa Mudavadi ni ubinafsi ndio inamsumbua. So hizo watu ambao wanataka ubinafsi ni watu ambao kwa kweli hawawezi kufanya nchi yetu kuendelea. Tunataka watu wajitolee. Kama vile hata hapa ukisikiliza watu wanapozungumza hapa, tunajitolea. Yani hatutaki kupewa chochote. Tunataka sisi tupeane kwa nchi yetu. Kama ni maarifa, kama ni chochote kile ambacho tunaweza kupeana, tupeane ndio nchi yetu ipate kuendelea. Lakini hao ambao wanataka wawapewe, hao ni watu ambao hawana haja na nchi. Wana haja tu na vyeo, waonekane yeye ni president, ama yeye amefanyiwa kitu fulani, ama yeye sasa amekuja pale hajamezwa. Sasa hiyo ni sifa. Hiyo sisi hatujamezwa. Hiyo sifa gani? Hatujali mtu kama umemezwa hujamezwa. Sisi tunachojali ni nchi yetu ipate msingi. Na mimi nataka kuambia hii nchi, ndio maana umesikia Uhuru haendi popote. Uhuru na Raila na watu wengine kama sisi tunataka kuona nchi yetu imejengeka, kwa sababu nchi yetu ilikuwa imebomoka, na tukiacha bila kuijenga itabomoka. Tunataka watoto wetu wajukuu waishi kwa nchi ambayo ina utulivu, ina amani, lakini ina maendeleo ambayo inastahili kwa watu wa Kenya. Nchi yetu ni nchi tajiri, lakini sisi ni maskini. Hiyo ni jambo mbovu kabisa, kwamba sisi ukiangalia Afrika mzima, sisi ni matajiri, tuko na kila kitu. Watu wanafanya hii dunia wanachukua kwetu, lakini sisi ni masikini. Hiyo ni kusema sisi ndio wapumbavu. Sisi wenyewe tuko na gold mkononi, unaambiwa ati hiyo gold lakini uko na gold, lakini unaambiwa lakini wewe ni maskini, lakini uko na gold mkononi. Uko na gold mkononi, mtu anakuambia wewe ni maskini, na uko na gold mkononi, dhahabu mkononi, na anakuambia wewe ni maskini. Wewe unajua wewe ni maskini. Na hivyo ndivyo Afrika tunaambiwa ati Africans are poor. Na tuko na gold kwa mikono yetu. Tunakubali tu eti tuna gold. Sasa zingine tunaambiwa ninyi mnajua, ngoje muombe mtapatiwa. Hapana, lazima hata ukiomba ufanye kazi ndio Mungu asikie maombi yako. Lakini ukikaa tu eti unaomba na umeketi, hata kusikiza, kwa sababu amekupatia kile kitu. Ametupatia gold, ametupatia nini, ametupatia zile vitu zinatakikana na haziishi, lakini unakuta sisi ndio masikini, kwa sababu hatutaki kufanya vitu za haki. Hatutaki kuchagua viongozi ambao tunajua wana nidhamu na wanatizamia nchi yetu kuendelea. Hao viongozi ambao wanataka kutuendeleza, tuko tayari hata kuangamiza. Unaona, hiyo ni makosa. Sisi wa Kenya inatakiwa tuamke, tuwe na nchi. Tunataka tujenge nchi ambayo hakuna tena mambo ya kuwana hati kisiasa sijui nini. Tunataka nchi ambayo ina nidhamu, ni tulivu, na hiyo tu tunaweza kufanya kama hatuangalii kwamba tumemezwa. Hiyo ndio jambo ambalo iliniudhi nilipomsikia akisema ati sisi hatujamezwa. Sisi tunataka hiyo, kama ni azimio, iwe ndio mwamvuli ya watu wote, kusema sisi tuna azimio la umoja. Umoja ndio tunataka. umoja imekosekana. Umoja inasumbua nchi nyingi za Kiafrika, umoja, na ndio maana hiyo umoja inatufanya tunarudi nyuma. Zile nchi zote zina umoja zinafanya vizuri, ndio zinatutawala kwa sababu ya umoja wao. So ni lazima sisi wenyewe tuangalie hawa watu ambao ukiangalia kama Mudavadi hakuna mahali amehangaika, kila kitu anapewa. Hakuna. Hawa watu ni watu ambao hakuna mtu anaweza kusema eti wamejitolea muhanga, hakuna. Kwa hiyo hawa ni watu ambao hiyo ndio kitu Bwana Wekesa iliniudhi mtu Kalonzo kusema ati hajamezwa, hawajamezwa. Hatushindani. Kuna shindania nini? Manake kuna wakati mwingine nchi yako ikikuita inatakiwa uitikie mwito wa nchi yako, sio kutaka tu ego yako wewe mwenyewe eti mimi sijafanywa kitu fulani. Hiyo haifai. Hata siku Raila alipeana mkono, watu wengi hawakuelewa. Hata mimi nilikuwa na sita, lakini alipoelezea nilisikia. Kuna wakati mwingine hata hao wanatakiwa wafanye kitu na aelezee watu wake, wafuasi wake, awaelezee, bwana nchi yetu ni kubwa kuliko sisi, ndio maana nafanya hii. Sifanyi kwa sababu ya mimi, lakini nafanya kwa sababu ya sisi wote. So inatakiwa namna hiyo, isiwe tu kwamba eti lazima tu aende wabembeleze. Nchi ni yetu wote. Hata hao ambao wanabembelezwa, nchi ni yao, wanataka hata wao kupata.
You've made a very important point. Sorry, internet ilinitupa chini. In other words, you are saying they would even have appeared with Raila Odinga and said we have sealed this deal. The same way Raila appeared with Uhuru. Kuliko kukuja is like you're not decided, isn't it? They would have finished the discussion behind the curtains and come and tell us the resolutions, isn't it?
Nasema tu kwamba anapofanya kitu asiwe na uoga. Inatakiwa akifanya aende awaambie watu wake, jamani, hii kitu nimefanya, lakini kwa sababu ya namba 2, namba 1, namba 2, namba 3, kwa sababu ya nchi yetu ndio maana nimefanya. Au watu wataelewa kwa sababu ni Wakenya kama yeye.
Thank you. That's I think you have introduced a very good perspective. Hata mimi nakubaliana na wewe. Jared, tuko na swali kwa Jack Entube? Ama ni comment?
No, I was commenting. I think I was very close to you, so you might have missed my hand. First, I was commenting on what Patriot was saying regarding the debt ceiling. I agree. In fact, a debt ceiling can go as high as it can be. It's not the debt ceiling which is the problem. It's actually Parliament on their budgeting process, what they approve as expenditure for their budgeting process. But because we want to politicize everything to seem like the world is coming to an end, as Patrick was saying, many countries are in debt, and they're in debt for development. Also, another thing which I think is something which people are taking literally, I do not believe that we lose 2 billion a day to corruption. It's not really a figurative cash that you are losing that. If you calculate on how much we collect revenue, then you will ask, where is this money? Where do we lose the money? But it is just figuratively because, for instance, if you are paying the deputy president to roam around doing nothing, that's money we are losing. So it becomes on, not directly, because I've seen people saying, oh, there's no way we can lose 2 million. Yes, if you look at it, that somebody is going to the central bank or somewhere, picking up the they do period every day. No, it is of the consequences of things we do. If we steal money, that money, if it was put in a proper use, it could have brought some money, maybe in production, and that's how we are losing. So that's why the numbers might not make sense. That's how the corruption, we are losing that money because we are losing opportunity costs. That might be the reason why they say we lose that money if we put in a proper use. Also, on the terms of how we look at the government coming, in fact, now we have to start becoming very honest to ourselves and hope that this coming government can change things. One of the things which happened in 2002, there was hope. There was hope that the government, NAC government, was going to fight for corruption. One of the things, as much as we are admirers of our ODM or our Jubilee, we have also to be honest to ourselves. There is much we could have done. There is many governors of ODM or Jubilee who have not done nothing. And I wish we could have taken a step towards this. My hometown in Yamira or Kisi, those governors have not done anything. And these are ODM governors. I wish somebody could have held them accountable. You see, you go to Kirinyaga, this is a person who we know the history for Jubilee. So the only place where I think as a region, governors have done fairly well is Eastern, that is Ukambani. But you realize that none of that governors have yet to the kingpin from there, to Karonzo. They are more independent. One is with Chap Chap, one is Mungano, and the other one is NAC. Maybe because they have aspiration to be leading the Kenya in one day, they have concentrated in doing some developments. But most governors, you can see, maybe until Anyang' Nyong'o came to Kisumu, Kisumu was nowhere. Look at what is happening in Migori. Look at what is happening. So there are those things. Of course, there are exceptions like Obaranya has done a good job. But I wish as a party, we could have held those people accountable. And when we see that those are the same people, Ongwae, Governor Ongwae, next to Raila, a question we are asking ourselves, if this is the people who are going to advise, then we might be in for a shock. I hope that we can disassociate with those people who are given responsibility and they are not delivering. Because as a government, you need to deliver, you need to show you are given a part of government. I wish we could have delivered from that side. That's the only thing I think that things have to change. But if you combine Jubilee and ODM, and we continue to bring these same people, that it is either we know each other from somewhere, then we go on not to move along. The president might not do much if the governors at the local level cannot be held accountable to do much. Look at Nairobi. If the president did not move in to bring NMS, where would be Nairobi today? That is a Jubilee governor. Where would be Nairobi today? Unless Raila Odinga, with the majority coming in, he stand firm and say, we are not going to tolerate. It will not be business as usual. And this is a policy which has to come clear from day one. We are not going to condone corruption. We are not going to condone governors who are going there to advance corruption. We want you to deliver to the people. Then we can move the country. As we unite, we can move the country together. That's what we need also to be able to tell that things have to change. It's not like because your governor is from our party, we're going to leave him just to take people for right. Then we will not be helping ourselves. Thank you.
Ni comment kidogo tu Profesa.
Yeah,
I also want to comment.
as you comment, I wanted to ask Jared, are you proposing a system of Ethiopia where governors are appointed by the president? These one are elected.
Nataka kumwambia Jared.
Squarely depend on the president.
In fact, to me, I do think that governors are administrators. We should not be electing governors. We should be appointing governors so that we can appoint professionals, people we can hold accountable. You know, at first when the revolution came, people did not know what the role of governors is. They were looking at a mayor, like a mayor of a township. That's why some people chose people who did not know anything. But I think with NMS, which it has shown, I wish that we could be appointing these people so that we can hold these people accountable.
Sawa, wekelea koma hapo, nimeona mikono ni mingi, labda waulize swali.
Mimi nataka kucomment. Kwa Gerard, nataka kumwambia.
Nataka waswali kwanza ndio nipatiane wa kucomment. Nani ako na swali?
Mimi hapa.
Okay, Joe, ask your question. Keep ask your question, then Patriot. Tukimaliza hawa maswali ndio tuende kwa comments kindly. Si nimepeana in that order.
No, Joe speak. Wacha niulize basi. Wacha niulize yangu kwanza. Jared, you're saying that you don't believe 2 billion, we don't lose 2 billion, or is it per day? But I'd like to ask you, how much money do you think circulates in Nairobi every day basis? I think it could be even more than 30 billion. And I've known people who are so young and they have made billions and they don't work. Where do you think that money comes from? So I think 2 billion is a conservative figure. If you go to the counties who are also losing millions, 2 billion, I think it's a conservative figure. We lose more than that. If you take into consideration how much money is spent in Nairobi every day. And most of the people in Nairobi, almost 70% are not employed. And you find them driving V8s, they're building estates.
Are you then answering the question, or because you have asked then?
Maybe I'm confused, but I think 2
billion.
Let him try to answer Otherwise, guys,
that is sneaking a comment from behind Wekesa. Sneaking a comment from behind.
I think the studio is full. I want to leave you. And I want to congratulate you guys.
Bernard anajua hawa ndio wanaombanga time ya ushuhuda na nahubiri 20 minutes.
So Wekesa, I want to congratulate you guys. I've noticed and observed that you people are not talking about Ruto. It's like Raila is already the president and Ruto is no more. So congratulations and good night, everybody. I think we'll meet up tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will miss you. Kesho utuletee mazuri. Let's have, was it Fidel?
Wekesa, before this guy disappears.
Yeah. I think it was
Joe. No, it was Keep ask the question and Patriot.
Wekesa.
Joe has already disappeared.
Okay, no.
See,
I will not be ignored. First of all, hello, gentlemen, Patriots, Alex, Jacoya, Bernard,
excuse me, guys. Is keep talking, making a contribution because he just came late. I've been very patiently waiting.
No, he's asking a question.
I'm asking a question.
But that guy is already gone.
Jared, and then we go to. I will come to contribution kindly, shortly.
I'm asking a question, which is long-winded, sounds like a comment, but it has to be done. First of all, we are fighting corruption as a nation. Our political structure is in turmoil. at the moment right now. So we're being a bit excited. At the moment, I'm asking you as a community, are you fighting corruption or are you trying to change the constitution? Number one, the BBI is great, but everybody is changing the BBI to try and oppose the opposition because everybody thinks the opposition is weak. The opposition is not weak. The opposition is the checks and balances for the government. Everybody seems to be comfortable with Raila and Uhuru joining forces and Ruto coming in as second base. I'm not comfortable about that. I'm not comfortable about somebody like Ruto being part of the opposition. Number two, everybody is looking at the BBI as being the front force of being a system whereby we're sharing powers between communities. Yes, everybody is comfortable, but government is not supposed to be comfortable.
Keep ask a question. What a submission.
I'm asking a question. No, the question is, yes.
Is it related to what Jared said?
Okay.
Because
you want to stop, Alex, if you want to stop,
order, please give him time to execute his question. Thank you.
I can stop now. It's fine, Alex, because me and
No, keep going ahead because you need to read the whole speech. Just keep going. Don't interrupt him. He's reading a speech.
So for me, my question, everybody is talking about why I brought the constitution and the changing of the BBI is the fact that the American system is about checks and balances, right? In the government is never supposed to agree with one another. Democrats, Republicans are not supposed to agree with one another. And my question is, why are we comfortable with what Gerard is saying right now about the ceiling of the taxation right now? So that's why I came into the argument right now. Is that everybody seems to think Raila is winning right now and everything is going to be what do you call it, picket fence and greener pastures. For me, it's opposition we should not also give up on the opposition. So for me, my question is, why is our focus on the taxation right now? We've given up on that bet right now. It's done. Those guys are going to pass that bill. Those guys have already made up their mind. A lot of it is theater. We need to think about the future. Right now, we're seeing Kenyans being either comfortable with what is about to happen, whether it's UDA or whether it's Azimio. Yeah, government is not supposed to be comfortable.
Okay, let him respond now.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, my brother Kim. First, it's not if it's UDA.
There were three questions.
Azimio.
There were three questions.
Yeah.
Bernard, do I wait?
Order, please.
Yeah, I will come to you.
One item at a time for the sake of viewers. You know,
yes.
It's not just a matter of us talking. We should be communicating. Communication is when you give a message, then the message is decoded, then there is a response. It's not just raveling out information. Thank you. Jared.
All right, thank you, my brother Kip, for what for your speech. One thing I want to get out of the way, it's not up to now, it's not an if, it's that Azimio will be the government. We need to agree on that. The thing of the seating, as I said before, the seating is not the problem. In fact, you cannot develop without borrowing. The problem is not the borrowing, which people are alluding to. Oh, if we increase the seating, they're gonna borrow. It is what you do with the borrowing, the money you borrow. What do you do with it? If you use it for development, and who is supposed to be a watchkeeper for that development to be done? It is the parliament. but because we choose, I don't know which word I can use, they are not holding the government accountable. The budget, and I say we got ourselves a very good constitution, which development is actually decided in parliament. They allocate the resources. But what do? You go to the president that give us. I've never seen members of parliament coming to ask, where is this money coming from to start a project which we did not pass in parliament? So it is the fall of our parliament. If we choose right, the people to represent us, and they go, they do their work, they stop politicking. The stealing is not a bad thing. The loans are not a bad thing. It is how we use it. Because we are now used to steal, when it comes, that's where the problem becomes. The same people who are talking about the stealing, they are the same people who were advancing, who increased the stealing. Now for them it was good. Now they think that we are not going to win. We want to sabotage the incoming government by making sure that the stealing stay constant. That's the whole idea about this stealing. But the stealing has got no problem. The budgeting process goes through parliament. I hope I answered.
Yes.
No, you didn't. No.
I think the point is made. Hold on. Thank you. Alex?
No, Jared, I had to intervene you there. And I want you to tell people something that is economically true. And I want you to be honest, because a ceiling can be a problem. And it is a problem when the ratio to the debt ceiling and the ratio to GDP is not correlating. And that is why I'm saying the economy of Kenya, if it's, let's say, at 10 trillion and we borrow 40 trillion, we do not have enough asset to generate that. And we are going to go to the scenario that Zambia went, whereby strategic reserves are taken by foreign countries. And at some point, there were rumors peddling around that our port has been taken. I don't know if you ever saw that in the media, some lies that were being peddled. But the thing is, the debt ceiling must be taken in the ratio of how the economy is growing. When we took the Eurobond and we did not grow the economy with it, now we are paying money that we did not pump into the economy. There is a problem. So a debt ceiling for now for Kenya is a problem. And we must acknowledge that.
Okay.
Alex, if I can respond to Alex, 1 minute, please. 1 second.
Goja Kwanza, keep, what did you want to add?
Yeah, so yeah, you might be right about the debt ceiling being raised, yeah. But what you don't focus about is coming down to who you elect as your member of representative to shut down the government from doing that. The only, other than making laws, the only position the MP has for you is to stop the executive from making the debt ceiling. So it's you as the people. It's you as the people that have made the mistake, that have elected these people, that have raised the debt ceilings for that, right? So right now, yeah, the original debt was to China. IMF, World Bank came into giving us money to paying China direct, not even giving us to giving the money to us to pay China. IMF paid China for the interest rates, for the infrastructure stuff that Uhuru was coming. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm part of Azimio. But the problem with the people is the fact that we elected people to stop this. We elected MPs to stop we stopped the executive power from borrowing too much money. What is Parliament there for? Is to check the executive from borrowing too much money. That is why debates should take more than a year to plan the budget for the next year. Here in Kenya, the Uhuru sends a budget there, and then parliament approves it the next day. That is not allowed. Even if Raila is there, we as the Azimio should also.
Okay, thank you for muting yourself. Now let's do this. I want
Can
us
I
to move
answer
from
please
there.
on a second? Let me
Yes,
answer
Jared.
Grace.
Jared,
Okay.
respond fast, please.
Yes, I will not take long. Let me respond to Alex.
Yes.
I thought Patrick could ask the question so that he responds to all and we move to the next person.
Okay.
Because we are going back and forth. So we can have Patrick also raise his question so that he handles both, and then we.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wekesa and Bernard. Actually, that's what I thought initially, that people could ask questions, but anyway. So let me go straight to answering this. I mean, let me go straight to addressing to the concern that I was raising in the form of a question. Jared, are you aware that the county government of Kisii is one of the highly rated performing county in Kenya? Of the two that you mentioned, Nyamira is among the worst, courtesy of the late Nyagarama. May the Lord rest his soul in peace. But in as far as Kisii is concerned, my brother, if what my checks are anything to go by, they do not qualify to be on the red line. Yeah, Jared, wait. Now you are shaking your head. Listen first. I am saying, in as much as you are right, Nyamira is not one of the counties where the governors have performed. And starting from the late Nyagarama and the current man, Kisii County of Ongwae, when you look at the ratings in the country today, is one of the well-performed counties after the counties of Eastern. Number two, that's a question you'll answer, how you put it. Number two, I do not agree with Alex on the issue of the ceiling, because what I know too, which I can also be right or wrong, you cannot have money coming from outside the country in the form of borrowed funds. You know, we have three categories. We have grants, we have PPP, public-private partnerships, that comes in material, technical, and finance. Then we have what is in the jurisdiction of borrowing. So in my view, well, somebody else can explain if I'm wrong, there must be collateral merit. There must be assets. There must be collaterals. What does the country have to have it as the guarantee? That's why we talked about the port of Mombasa being the guarantee asset for the railway line. So in my view, it's like saying you go to the bank and pick money without having collateral. You can only get money that is in correlation to your economy, because the assets are going to form the collateral. So there is no situation where you can have where instead of getting 6 trillion and you are given 40 trillion. It's not possible. It can only go up by a minor plus or a minus plus, somewhere in between. I wanted to bring in that angle, Alex, that in my view, there is a collateral.
Spain has done that. Zambia has done that. My friend, I'm giving examples of what has happened in the world. South Africa did that. It almost went into junk status. Those are facts.
Can I finish?
So,
Can I finish?
yeah,
Can I finish,
please.
Alex? Okay, so what I wanted to say, which you have jumped the gun, in my view, it is the expertise that informs the borrowing. And of course, the ones who are also giving money are not idiots. They can't just pump money to a country that has a 3 trillion GDP, and they give you a 40 trillion. It's not possible. Well, that's my take. Unless there is kuna ukora mahali. You can't go to a bank and just get 5 million when you don't own even nothing. You only own a bicycle. They can't give you the money.
Okay, so who is
Okay,
your
let me
question?
respond then. I don't know if it was a question, but I think he was trying to answer part of the questions. At first, if I can say it in a very simple terms, maybe if you have a credit card that you have been given a limit of 50,000 Kenya shillings, so do we blame the bank giving you the credit limit to 50,000 for you're going to buy Taskas? Or let me put it this way: if you go to a bank, borrow money because you have a business plan you present, which they have seen, if they give you this money, the business will generate enough money to come and you will be able to repay the loan. But once you get the money, you don't invest in the business, you go start drinking. How is being given a loan bad? When we borrow, we have to present what we're going to do. If it's a development, there is economy about economics behind it, how they are going to pay. Either it's going to expand the economy, then from the economy expanding, that's how we're going to be paying. Problem we are having is once we have presented those fantastic presentations, we are given Eurobond, but the Eurobond comes and goes to the pockets of the people. So that is a system where we need to collect those things. It's not about borrowing. Borrowing, if it's used in the right way, if we brought all the Eurobond and put to the right use, the economy could be maybe 20 trillion now. That is what we should say. We should not limit ourselves when we should be correcting the bad behaviors, the corruption we are talking about. That is where the problem is. The ceiling, when we open as a country, the ceiling, it's to enable the government, when they're going to follow the law, that, hey, this is our limit. So when they go, remember this, even Eurobond, any borrowing we're going to do, Parliament has to approve it. So this, and I don't want to use bad words about these guys who go there. They approve, and then they go, I don't know what they're going to do. They don't follow when the money comes. The government, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, does not go himself and borrow the money there without approval from Parliament. When he gets the approval, the money comes. Do you know one other thing, the problem we have? The Auditor General today is auditing accounts of maybe 2016. So by the time they come to 2020, 2022, you can't follow. Why are we not catching up instantly that, hey, the money came, where did it get used? That's where, those are the things which we need to correct. So if we do that, then we can be able to move forward. That's why we are saying the corruption, if corruption can be killed and we hold people accountable, no country, this is people who come up with the GDP ratio. If you look at their following, it's way above. Why would they put us a regulation for us which they cannot follow? You know, that is not genuine. Those are the colonialists who are terrorizing us.
Jared.
It is the interest rate, Jared. Japan borrows with the interest rate of 3%. We borrow at the interest rate of
40%.
40%.
Thank you. Please, you guys.
Alex,
can I say something?
That's a choice we make. That's a choice we make. How
Jared,
Jared.
Jared. Let's put a comma on it. We will revisit that. Let's have Fidelis make his contribution.
No, I'm going to make my contribution, but I just want to correct what Jared is saying. Alex is right in some instances. It's not right, you know, like it's not. It's not. I mean, he's right. I mean, this whatever that is describing has happened to countries like Thailand. You see, what Jared and Patrick are describing depends on the lender. If the lender has got a best interest for that particular country, then they'll adhere with what you have just described, where they're seeing, you know, where your asset that you're putting in correlate with the amount of money that you're asking. But if the lender himself does not care, see, you have to understand that some of these particular people want to control the natural resources of certain countries. So they might actually end up giving you so much than you even ask for. Some of them will actually be begging you to take it because they have got an interest in certain assets that you have that they want to be able to control. Like right now, China has spent so much money lending to so many African countries. Why are they doing that? It's because they're interested in their natural resources. They know that some of these particular countries cannot be able to pay those particular debt. And how do they get their money back? By acquiring resources that their country need. That's exactly what it is. So it does not really, it's not, you cannot actually just blanket it and say that they cannot do that. They do that. They can end up bankrupt a country. Like Alex is saying, Zambia is a case in point. It can happen, and it happened in so many cases. So because we know the greed these particular people have for the natural resources that exist in Africa. So you have to take that in consideration at all times. Okay, so that was I just wanted to comment about that. Let me make my submission. I mean, I've been sitting here waiting for my turn, and I hope I'm not going to give it to somebody else, and to take it. I want to look beyond what we have been discussing, because we've been busy looking at what is not working, who is not doing this. The counties, the governors are not performing, and I want to look past post August the 9th, because now we are more or less come to an agreement that the next government is going to be formed by Azimio. Let's just take that as the truth. It might not be the case, but the way things stand, that
is the case. It is the case, Fidelis. I insist. It is the case.
Who's saying that? Patriot? Is the case?
Yeah. Anyway, Patriot, allow him. That is his.
Oh, no. He's okay. He's agreeing with me. I mean, I just want to take that in consideration that is the case. If that is the case, now let us look at what needs to be done. We don't talk about. I'm not. Jakindube mentioned talk so well, on his concern, and Alex mentioned also the same thing. Jakindube talked about patriotism. I mean, that's what I was hearing from his voice, from his presentation. So I want to look at this thing beyond August the 9th. What kind of government do we need to see in place that tackles the major issues that exist or that the country faces right now? That is my biggest concern. So yesterday I alluded to the fact that if Raila Odinga becomes the president, he needs to make sure that he has an absolute majority in parliament. I mean, the Azimio part. And that particular absolute majority is supposed to use that absolute majority and go to them and ask for their permission to suspend the constitution. This is very, very important to me, and I'm sure you guys might have, wonder about it. But to suspend the constitution for only 1 year, because you see, corruption is the biggest impediment right now. People have talked about money being borrowed and money, 2 billion shillings, getting lost every single day. It's because of theft, plundering. I don't call it corruption. Corruption is just a nice name. It's like you're baptizing theft and plundering and calling it corruption. Yes, I was in Nigeria where some women will be naming their children corruption. Because they thought corruption was a catchy phrase. Everybody was saying it, and corruption has become a DNA. It's like it's percolated in their system where nobody even feels the effect of corruption. They think corruption is just a word, you know? So let's call it what it is. It's plundering of our country's resources, and it's theft of the highest order. It's economical sabotage. That's what is happening. So what I was saying is it okay? Is it possible that we look beyond September, beyond August, where Raila Odinga gets the opportunity to go to Parliament, which he happens to be controlling overwhelmingly, ask them to give him permission to suspend the Constitution. Why am I saying that? Now, look at the judiciary itself. Judiciary is completely rotten. Judiciary. So if you're going to fight corruption, unless we go the Jerry Rawlings way, where you line people on the post and take them out, we don't want to do that, you know? We don't want to do that, where you line people and take them out, because that is a quicker way of dealing with these particular people. But you have not actually dealt with the core seed of corruption itself. So what I'm saying here is, because we know that the impediment body that has been standing against dealing with corruption or fighting corruption is the judiciary. So how do you bypass judiciary? By suspending the Constitution for 1 full year and deal with this particular issue once and for all, where you bypass all these malaise that the judiciary has already been swimming in, you know, because they're the ones who have been compromised. So if you take somebody to court right now, if, let's say, for example, after September, after August, somebody is taken to court because of corruption, the whole case will drag for another 5-8 years. Because these guys have been pocketed, you know? How do you bypass them? Suspend the Constitution. Deal with these particular people, create a court that deals with the economical saboteurs, so that this particular issue is dealt with once and for all. So I'm thinking in those particular terms that we should start discussing what kind of government do we want to see in place. No patronage, no people like, for example, Kalonzo coming over today and talking about Azimio, Kwanzaa, whatever. What kind of nonsense is that? I mean, somebody still wants his ego to be massaged. You know, instead of saying, you know what, I'm a Kenyan and I believe in this particular movement and I'm going to give my best to make sure that we have a better country that moves forward, a country that does not have, does not condone thieving and all that. That's what you need to have a leader who is willing to sacrifice their own ego or their own personal gain for the betterment of the citizenry. That is the kind of leadership we should be looking at. So this patronage thing about
Bernard, point of order.
Yes.
Bernard, the last time I checked, kids are not supposed to be on the show. Maybe clarify that, please.
Okay, can I continue?
Yeah, carry on, sir.
Okay, what I was saying here is, as much as I see, I get pained. I know. Kalonzo has got so many people who look to him, as a leader. But at the same time, he's got so much. He has so much Achilles heels in his political, life, to an extent where he cannot be able to overcome them. I mean, you talk about a person who was breastfed by Mulu Mutisia, Kariuki Chotara, Baringetuny, Nasir, of all those particular years. It's so difficult for him to be able to pull himself from that kind of milk. That milk still flows in his blood system. It becomes difficult for him, to grasp the concept of idealism or fighting for a cause. He was never brought in that kind of a system. So it's difficult for him. Where people, he has an opportunity to be able to say, listen, This is a movement that is going to take Kenya, not an individual, but Kenya, into a particular direction. I am not going to show anybody who is looking at me any sign of weakness where it's about my ego. We are still talking about, oh, Kenya, Oka has not been swallowed. Who wants to swallow anything? Nobody wants to swallow anything. You come into a movement because you believe in it, you know. So it puts people off when you see leaders like those ones who are still coming in and seeking for their own self-interest. You know, I think Kenya has reached a point where we are talking about a reset. Bernard, we have reached a point where we have to have a reset. A reset is a fresh start. We are not going to entertain anybody who's going to come on board thinking that they have to have a piece of Kenya. No, contribute. It's about what can you do for your country, not what your country can do for you. What can you do for your country so that you leave a legacy? And that should be our main concern. So I'm just going to leave, and I'm going to ask people who are here, what do you think about the suggestion that come August 9th, after he has already taken over, that the one sure way of dealing with this corruption is for him to go to Parliament and ask for suspension of constitution? I think Kenya needs a benevolent dictator. At least maybe the first 1 year, you need somebody who puts everything on the straight. So I'll leave it there, Bernard. So, but I'll just sit here, and if somebody wants to ask a question, please, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidel. A very interesting perspective. Yes, Patriot.
Fidel is a very, from my standpoint, Fidel is a very passionate Kenyan. And I like his passion when he executes his points and the way he puts them. I really get touched. I really feel you, Fidel. And that's why, for some of us who are very sensitive, we can also pick some things in between, which probably others might not. So allow me to ask you this question and for clarification. Fidel, don't you think the way you talked about the ceiling, and I want us to be very honest on this, why we kept on insisting, and I still hold that view, that the way we use the money is the issue. Why I still hold that is this. Even the countries that you have mentioned, those that come part of the South and the Sub-Saharan and South Africa, Zambia, we know that has happened. But when you really go and do research to find out what happened, from where I sit, I still want to insist, Fidel, it is the morality of utility in as far as the budget projection is concerned. Because before you go borrowing, there must be a premise document as to where you want to borrow. So the morality of budgetary matters in as far as in as far as African countries are concerned, in my view, that's where the problem lies. That is where the problem lies. So I agree with you. We don't want to have a field day of borrowing, because you've really clarified some countries are very easily willing to maneuver ways of giving us money, which they want to use as reasons to pick our resources. That was very correct of you. But now, remember, we are not talking about street matters. We are talking about documents that are presented by a country, vetted by people who have financial background. Collaterals are very important. Environmental factors and in relation to resources, those are considered. In my view, if that is not properly considered when they are emitting these finances for borrowing or for giving out, for that matter, it means corruption is that. But if it's done correctly, in my view, if it's done correctly, you realize that the buck stops on how you use the money. That is why I agree with you in your last submission that the biggest problem we have in this discussion, mainly the active ingredient in this concern that we are addressing, is corruption. If we can be able to have people who are accountable, and I see how you're very passionate, leadership and morality, produces good product in utility of public resources. If that is properly captured, my brother Fidel, then we'll be able to deal with corruption. Lastly, I am of the view that the legislation, which you have also touched over, suspending the constitution for a while, I think probably, if I was to paraphrase that question, is to have a severe and serious penalty or punishment to those who are culpable. Let's go the Philippines way. You hang somebody, that way, because we are going to have a situation where we are going to fear borrowing money for development because some cartels are going to use the money. So in my view, if you are to really dissect the entire story, the main concern is the way we use whatever we borrow. So we can only slay that.
So,
to make the country
your point
better.
is made.
Yeah,
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you.
But can I respond to it?
Please quickly respond in less than a minute.
Okay, I agree with what you've said, and I think that is where I still stand on that. That is true. The problem lies with how we utilize the money that we have borrowed. That is actually the biggest problem. That's why we keep on borrowing, because what we had borrowed before was not utilized properly. It went in somebody's pocket. So we eventually find out that that particular vacuum still exists. The deficit still exists. Unless we use that particular money that we are asking for and utilize it for the purpose it was meant for, we will not be having this particular problem. But so that is the biggest issue. But say, a city, we're dealing with situation which exists, and it has been existing in the country, and this has been a system that more or less like it's woven. It's already gone into our DNA nowadays. You don't do anything without getting something, in return. And that's how the government has been operating for the past, I don't know how many years, So how do we smash this system? That was the question. Because how do we destroy it? Because we really need to destroy it. This is the only thing that is killing the country. We need to destroy it.
You need a Raila presidency.
Thank you.
A Raila presidency will take care of that.
Patriot. Sawa.
Okay.
Now, I know you people become very passionate on the matter at hand, and it's good to address it. But let's also appreciate the fact that constitutional process, or rather constitutional approach, has posterity with it. Suspending of constitution, as suggested, has its own issues. And when it's made a presidency, then we have a very serious outcome from the same. I have always held the opinion that as long as corruption is not rewarding, nobody will engage in it. The reason why corruption is thriving is because it is rewarding. So all that is needed is to put up measures. On the issue of the seal, on the debt borrowing, nobody runs for presidency or for any seat so that he gets in office so that he can borrow. Borrowing is as a result of a need arising. Okay? Now, that need that arises, that causes the necessity of borrowing, okay, can it be addressed another way? There are other options of making this money available so that the country can work. Let us look into it holistically. But if we say that we put up a seal, okay, then the government needs this money to let their development or even do their recurrent bills, okay. So what becomes of that government in the first place? So let's not just look at it as if we are looking for one nail that will fix everything. We must understand that whatever you're promising us to eat when we grow up, appreciate the fact that we need to eat in order to grow up. So, before you give us what you promised us to eat when we grow up, allow us also to grow up, eat for us to grow up, to reach to that place where you will give us what you promised us to eat when we grow up. All the same, yes, my point.
But then can I say something?
We anticipate too much problems even before the government is put into office. Let's do this. We are reading too much into this. It's going to stress us for nothing. Let us, for once, do what? Trust the people we are putting in office. Secondly, checks and balances within the constitution to deal with people that are going astray to the specified methods by the constitution. Let those checks and balances be put to effect, other than us introducing others which may not help much.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, you see, what we need right now is what you call shock therapy. You see, I'm talking about after September, after August. See, you're talking about putting measures that deter something like corruption. What kind of measures are you talking about that are supposed to be, even if you say somebody is going to earn, you see, you are not the one who's going to actually determine that this person is going to earn. You have to take this particular person to court. The court is the one which is going to say, because if you want to do things the way you are doing it procedurally, using the constitution, he has to go through the court. That particular court is you have a magistrate or a justice, whatever, sitting down there who has benefited from the proceeds of corruption. So do you think he's going to actually look at this particular person and say, I send you to that?
Bwana Fidel, relax, okay? Eliminating the process of finding out what happened with corruption will not stop corruption. Every person who has been accused of anything has a right of reply, has a right to be heard, so that justice can be done.
But this is why you suspend the court.
Hold on.
Bernard,
something has to be done.
Dealing with corruption is not just about punishing the people participating in it. There are different ways of punishing these people. Let there be legislation on anybody mentioned in corruption. Their accounts is frozen, their assets are taken over, and then so that everybody knows that the moment you get mentioned in corruption, let there be proper, clear legislation. Umekuwa named, your accounts gets frozen, your assets are taken over, and they are all used for recovering whatever that is lost. That is a more profitable approach, other than.
But that's not the law. That is not the law, Bernard. Again, that's not the law again.
See,
use the law. It's still use the law. But we say,
Bernard, that comes.
Allow me to finish what I'm saying. I'm saying when the new government comes in, let there be clear-cut legislation towards how to deal with corruption, so that when the person goes to court, okay, by the time he's going to court, just like ukipeleka police station, ukifika kwa mlango, toa mshipi, toa viatu, ingia ndani. Kesi yako itasikizwa baadaye. So we should have those immediate measures that are very dire, so that people cannot be, rejoicing, diving into corruption and running the country
and catwalking around.
Go around the judiciary and be able to prolong their time until they have consumed whatever they stole. Yes, Jakindu Bey. Hey.
Mi nataka kusema hivi, hii mambo yote ambayo tunasema hapa, hii mambo ya corruption, hizi vitu zote, mambo ya president, tuanze na sisi. Corruption inaanza kwa mtu binafsi. Wote sisi wa Kenya ni corrupt. Hauwezi kusema ati kuna watu fulani ndio corrupt. Corruption inaanza kwa sisi. We have to stop corruption from ourselves. Sisi, kwa sababu sisi ndio wale tunachagua mtu corrupt. Nasema huyo ni mtu wetu. Sisi ndio president akifukuza mtu kwamba huyu jamani mwizi, mnasema hapana, unatumaliza. Watu wetu wanafukuzwa, watu wetu, yeah? Watu wetu. Sasa kama sisi hatuwezi kumpatia president, sisi ndio tunatakiwa to stop hiyo mambo ya corruption. Sisi ndio tunafanya hawa watu kuiba ourselves. We are the create. Sisi ndio tunatengeneza huo wizi, kwa sababu unaona MP akichaguliwa, mkitaka hospitali mnaenda kwa MP aje kufanya mchango, ukitaka sijui nini MP aje kufanya mchango, ukitaka kila kitu ni MP kuja kufanya mchango. Yeye anatoa pesa wapi? Mpaka mnamfanya anakuwa mwizi, because bila kufanya hivyo anasemekana huyo MP ni mbaya, hapeani kitu. We have to, sisi ndio tuanze. Niliwaambia hii mambo ya kumwambia mtu eti mtu amekuja na pesa unachukua pesa ya wizi. Stop it. Mwambie mimi sitaki hiyo pesa. Masikini ndio, lakini sitaki hiyo pesa yako. Usiwe masikini unakubali pesa ambayo labda itakuua. Sema hiyo pesa sitaki. Tuanze sisi. We have, tukitaka stop hiyo mambo ya wizi, we have to start ourselves. Ili msijadanganyane, watu wengi tu wa Kenya, wengi tu wanataka shortcut, wengi tu sisi. So we have to start ourselves. Vile mkikumbuka 2002 wa Kenya walikuwa wamechoka na corruption, walikuwa wanashika polisi wanamwambia wanamprogmat kusema hatutaki corruption. Inatakiwa hata sasa tujipatie hiyo mkazo kwamba hatutaki corruption. Ni sisi wenyewe, ni sisi tukatae kumwomba MP pesa, tukatae mtu yoyote mtu kuja na pesa, turudishe pesa kama vile hao watu wa kanisa wamerudisha pesa. Hiyo ndio tutaikomesha wizi. That's the only way. Hata huyu president tukitaka Raila afanye kazi, tusianze kusema akifukuza mtu wetu sisi tunafukuzwa, sisi Wajaluo tunafukuzwa. Hapana, huyo mtu ameiba. Sio Wajaluo wameiba, ama sio Wakikuyu, ama sio Wakamba, ni huyo mtu mmoja ameiba. Kwa hiyo akifukuzwa, msianze kusema ati sisi sasa. Hivyo ndivyo imekuwa tabia ya Wakenya. Minister anachaguliwa na president, akifukuzwa kwamba hafanyi kazi vizuri, nasikia sisi Wajaluo tunafukuzwa, sisi Wakamba tunamalizwa. Tuache, tubadilike, tuokoke ni kwa jambo lingine, kwa lugha nyingine tuokoke kama Wakristo vile wanasema wameokoka. Kwa hiyo wamekuwa watu wapya. Tuokokeni sisi wa Kenya, tuangalie kwamba tunaisaidia nchi yetu kwa kila kubadilisha mawazo, vitendo vyetu. Ndio tusaidie. Kama ni president tumemchagua, tutamsaidia. Na hata na sisi lazima tutoe mchango wetu wa kumwambia mtu hatutaki wizi, pesa umekuja nayo wizi hatuchukui. Hata kama nina njaa sichukui. Ndio apate. Asante sana.
Your point is made. Thank you. Now there are people who have not spoken and they have been on hold for a long time. I want this to progress even as Temba takes over. I'm not sure if Njiru has spoken. Njiru, Bill Constant, Mulumbu, hawajaongea, si kweli?
Kweli sijaongea.
Basi subiri hapo.
Aaron ana swali hapo.
Uko na swali?
Aaron ana swali.
Aaron, uliza swali.
Ni jambo moja tu. Mimi Jakindu Bey na Mr. Wayara nataka niwaambie namna hii. Sasa hivi tunaenda kwa uchaguzi. Nyinyi mlisikia Mbadi akisema vizuri kwa parliament juzi kuwa In fact mambo ya SGR figures zilikuwa doctored, ndio imeleta hii shida yote ya kutumiza sisi pande ya tunalipia vitu tunalipia vitu whereby zilikuwa inflated. Sasa serikali inajua hayo maneno yote. Tunaomba Auditor General, the likes of DPP, DCI, EACC, the likes of Chebukati, kama uko na case sasa hivi iko active in court, watuchapishie majina kwa gazeti. Hao watu wote kabisa tuanze sasa hivi, kwa sababu hii, wacha tuseme enough is enough. Watuchapishie majina na hao watu wote wasionekane kwa ballot paper. Tuanze na hiyo, la sivyo sioni mwanzo.
Sawa Aaron. Before I bring in Jiru, I just want to remind us. I remember during Kibaki's time, there was, I don't know whether it was a law or a sanction, that any civil servant who is mentioned in corruption, the moment your name is mentioned in corruption, your salary drops by 50% na unaenda nyumbani. Investigation ya ifanye kwanza. Those immediate measures have a way of controlling people in participating in using or abusing their office for corrupt profit. If we only intensify them and then have political will to see to it that no sacred cows, no defending of any family or anyone, things will straighten up. Lastly, Baba has said, anajua mahali mashimo iko, anajua jinsi atayaziba. Yeye amekuwa prime minister, anaelewa jinsi ya kuongoza serikali. Let us trust him, give him his first 100 days. If nothing has changed, then we can begin to question. But as at now, tumuombe achague cabinet ambayo itafanya kazi na watu ambao watafanya kazi naye, watu wanyoofu ambao watafanya yale yanapaswa kufanya. Lakini tukijaribu tuzuie hapa, tuweke sheria hapa, sioni kama tunasaidia. So naomba tumlete Njiru akimaliza
achague watu kama mimi Patriot na wengine wachache tumsaidie kwa hiyo serikali ambao sio wezi kama sisi. Yes. Patriot
has offered himself to be in fact, Patriot should be made the minister for anti-corruption. Ili hela ikipotea moja tu, mimi kwa mshahara ya Mungu Baba, ile bongo utakula. Sawa. Let's hear from Jiru. Temba.
Hiyo atashika Alex, atamwacha Alex free.
Alex atamshinda. Alex atakuwaka kwa barabara all through.
Mwambie bana, huyo ndio nitashika kwanza. Huyo ndio kwanza ndaweka ndani.
Sawa. No. Bwana Njiru, kabla uongee, because I'm leaving right now. There is a new show that is coming up on Saturdays, and it's for singles. Inaitwa Penzi Corner. Wale wote ambao mnataka majibu ya masuala ya mapenzi, show yenu ndio hiyo. Itakuwa Jumamosi saa 2 mpaka saa 3 masaa Afrika Mashariki. Kwa wote ambao mnataka kujiunga nasi, tafadhali weka hiyo date. We are starting Saturday today at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. before we get into the open forum. So please apply yourself to the same. It is strictly for single and ready to mingle people. Kwa hivyo huo wakati wazee waende kulala, itakuwa ni wakati wa vijana kuongea alafu kutoa yaliyoko rohoni, kwa sababu watu wengi wanakuwa na mambo mingi. Asante sana.
I have a question, Bernard.
What is the question, Patriot?
Unajua nimeanza kazi tayari. any process must go through public participation. Hii project unaleta ilienda public participation wapi? That's one kwanza.
Memorandum of articles from Tembei TV. Unajua hivi kwanza. Which public participation? That's when
Mimi
we
nimeanza kazi. Bernard, mimi nimeanza kazi.
We are
Public
inviting the
participation
public
is a
now to
requirement.
attend. The public will attend. Then thereafter, you can now prosecute your case. But as at now, tukutane saa 2 mapenzi kona, mapenzi kona, tukiongea masuala ya vijana. Asante sana. Bwana Njiru, karibu. After Njiru ni Constant, after Constant ni Mulumbu. Tufuate Mkururo. Thank you.
Okay. Habari yenu wote?
Salama salama.
Okay. Siku ya leo
Toregafie modo wa nyoba.
Sawa, nimeshukuru sana. So, mimi nimefurahia sana marafiki zangu kwa vile nasikia mkiongea. So maybe just as an entry remark, mimi ni kusema uchaguzi ya hii mwaka or the election of the year 2022, it will be a choice between character and fraud. And Kenyans have that right duty to investigate any person who is vying for office. The beauty ile ambayo tuko nayo ni kwamba information is much closer to us. There is so much documented information about many people, especially wale watu ambao wamekuwa in politics in the recent past, like over 20 years and below. So what I'm trying to say is that what majority of the people who are fighting for the higher office, president, governor, senator, and maybe MP, some of them, we know them and we know what they stand for. For example, it pains me when I see young people assembling behind somebody like Margaret Wanjiru. It pains me nikiona young people assembling around people like Waititu. It pains me when I see people assembling on people who already have cases or they have been named in various places and they are people of questionable character. And those are the people who we are always, or maybe majority of us are following. I also get pained when I see Kenyans following somebody like William Ruto, somebody who is of questionable character. Mtu ambaye he is in the books of records, he is of scandalous, amekuwa kwa makesi mingi, very many people have talked things against him, and he is even somebody who has even been questioned kwa vitu mingi sana, including hata taking even some of our places into crisis. So to me, I want young people, hata tukiongea maneno young people, the best thing is let's analyze people the way they are. Unajua hata kwa Biblia tuko na huyu jamaa alikuwa na this guy who was trying to prosecute Jesus, na yeye akasema ya kwamba mimi huyu mtu sijaona akiwa na makosa, lakini nao sababu binadamu, the character of human beings, wakasema they want Barnabas out, lakini naye Yesu wanataka mambo yake imaliziwe saa hiyo. So it is the tendency of human beings to want wrong people. So, and that's why I want to tell Kenyans, the choice of your leaders will define the people who will define the future which you will have. Saa zingine naongea na vijana wadogo, unasikia ati wakisema mimi sishughulikingi na siasa. But let me tell you, politics will influence the amount of money which will be in your pocket, the amount of taxes which you will pay, and the quality of life which you will live. Politics will have a stake in it. Whether unasema mimi sipendi siasa ama sipendi, politics will influence even the life of your children. Nikiangalia countries like China in 1970, they had nothing. And in the modern history, they are among a very superior country. It is one of the countries which people who are born poor can give a testimony of being in wealth. So there are some of the countries which we need to acknowledge and see what is good when it comes to planning and working good in and working with people of character. So nilikuwa tu nikitaka kusema hiyo, especially because of the people who say that they don't have choices. We have choices. Ni sisi tufanye research. So wacha niongee sasa history yetu sasa. Unajua leo kuna mambo mingi sana. We are continuing with the unending endorsement ya Bwana Raila Odinga. Sasa mimi hata hii maneno ya endorsement sifuati tena. There are too many, and I think he is going to break the record of the single most man who has ever been endorsed by many parties globally. Hata Marekani sijaiona mtu ameendorsiwa hivyo. Even in Europe, I've not seen somebody who has been endorsed that way. So wale watu ambao wanasema tu wamechokeshwa na baba, so wanaweza ona vile baba anamalizia. Baba is finishing strongly. He is going to be the first human being to be endorsed by over 60 political parties. Na mungoje hadi mwezi wa 4 mtaona. Kenya has like 80 political parties or so, and I'm double sure over 2/3 of those political parties will extremely endorse Baba. For your information, Baba is very democratic. Leo amesema wale watu wako wanataka kuleta their own candidates walete, watakutana huko kwa Azimio. So hii maneno ya watu kusema ya kwamba that some parties have been held hostage, it is not true. Hatujazuilia chama yoyote kusimamisha mtu. People are free. Leo tuliona watu kama akina Oparanya na Joho wakijiondoa. So to me hapo naona huyu jamaa Wanjigi, he didn't have a plan of going through this thing. So he was just being an obstacle. He didn't follow the procedure. We have seen the people who have followed the procedure today, and they were able to be given a chance na waka withdraw from the case. So hiyo story ingine ni, I'm very happy for the first time, at least I will be able to see people wearing Jubilee caps and ODM caps in one hall. Hiyo ni kitu itatendeka kesho, and I'm very happy about that, and I'm very envious about that. We all know the history between Jubilee and ODM. They have been having
Kesho tutakuwa huko kwa lazima na hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi.
Correct. I'm very happy of that. We know the history. It has been a fierce thing. So watu ambao they are talking of anything else, the fact that Jubilee and ODM is coming together, it's a game changer, it's a game shot. It is the shift of a status quo. It is showing impossibility coming into possibilities. And na inaoneshana the truthfulness ya hii wandi yetu tunasema hapa inawezekana. And it is trying to show the beauty or the character of Baba, the character that he can be able to transform death into life. And that is the person who we want into our country to change issues. So one assurance which I have with Baba, it is that if we can be able to bring Jubilee and ODM on board, and they come up with a formula to work, it is something which to me I see it as a wake-up call. Okay, lastly, I want to talk briefly about Kibudha Kibwana. Maybe inaweza kuwa iko hapa, lakini leo nimesikia Kibudha Kibwana akiongea maneno mingi sana. And there is one thing which I picked from Kibudha Kibwana. Kibudha Kibwana leo, there is unification, ama kuna union inaenda kukuja ya Wakikuyu na Wakamba. People from Mount Kenya and Wakamba, they want now to work as one unit. Na kama kuna mtu alisikiliza Kibudha leo akisema, Kibudha alisema vitu mbili very important. Alisema hata watu ya Mount Kenya, we share culture, we speak the same language. The implication of that is they just said they want to move in the same direction. So what I want to confirm here is that Mount Kenya and Ukambani, that is the Lower Eastern, that one will be one block. They confirmed they want to work in one region. Ile kitu ingine pia ningetaka kuconfirm, kuna video inaenda around, and I think nataka pia kusema maneno ya UDA imeisha. Kuna mama ameongea Ukambani ambaye ameambia deputy president alipe pesa yao alipeana pesa, hakupeana pesa, alipromise na akaenda. Huyo mama ameongea sana. Then game shot ni akimalizia akasema wao wako Azimio, wao wako Wiper. So mimi ile kitu najiuliza, why can UDA be so low that they even don't know their people? Hata they don't even know how to manage a campaign. So to me naona it was a fault to them, and they cannot be trusted, and they don't know how to do the groundwork, and it is a shambolic party. They don't have a concept, and the DP is going to be defeated hands down, because he has ignored the experts, he has ignored the elders, and he has ignored any person with knowledge to help him win this election. So to me, I want to say kudos to Baba. Baba is bringing everyone on board. Mutu wako na masomo, mutu wana masomo. This idea that the deputy president alileta story at ya hustler, he had no concept. Despite bringing hustlers on board, you are also to bring the other unit. Wale watu about people in management, people in what? Deputy president is just a shell, ana chochote. And I want to tell Kenyans of reasonable concept, you have a person by Baba. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiru. I think that's clear enough. Now, before Billy Constant comes in, wacha tulete MP wa Patriot for commercial break.
Nani huyu sasa tena
Kenya sasa and Twasonomoniosias. Tribanasomasis Eradication Council Bathroom Processing Company of Kenya. Sasa Kenya sasa and Twasonomoniosias. Tribanasomasis Eradication Council Bathroom Processing Company of Kenya.
What is the objective, Bernard, there? Wewe wacha kutusumbua bwana.
The objective is the person you vote to send to parliament.
Who is that, Bernard? Bernard, who is that?
Is he representing you or?
Bernard, we must answer that. We must give you an answer to that, please.
Bernard,
It cannot
Bernard,
go unanswered.
Who is that guy?
That is Jimmy Angwenyi.
Huh?
Well, that is Jimmy Angwenyi.
Oh my goodness! Really?
Jimmy Angwenyi was just making fun. He's one of the ranking member of parliament, for your information, from Kisii, and he's a man who I respect so much. He has doctors in his family. He has taken kids to school. Yeah, alikuwa anaongea tu akiwa na mzaa wake. The way Temba na Bernard tunafanya mzaa hapa. He wasn't serious, Bernard. Na usijaribu kutuletea tutetemeshwa ngwingwi. He was just joking.
Sisi hatujakuja kukutetemesha, wacha hiyo story ya kututetemeshwa ngwingwi. Sisi tunataka tu wewe uelewe kwamba ukifika bungeni fanya kazi yako vizuri. Wacha hii story ya kuleta mtetemeko. Thank you.
Bana ndio si Kawanjiko bana.
Sawa, naomba tumsikilize Billy. Tafadhali Billy, come in quickly.
Okay, asante sana. Jambo la kwanza ni kuwashukuru na wasalimu pia. Nawashukuru kwa kuniruhusia kujiunga na kikao hiki cha leo. Sitakuwa na mengi ya kusema leo kwa sababu nimekuwa hapa for a long time and nimesikia watu wengi wakiongea and like they've talked about most of the things that I wanted to talk about. Jambo ambalo ningependa kuongelea ni ziara ya naibu wetu wa rais, ziara ya nchi za kigeni. It's just a thought that has come to my mind. Nimewahi kufanya internship kwa McCain Institute, Washington DC, na nikiwa huko nilikuwa nikiona watu mashuhuri kutoka nchi mbalimbali ambao wanakuja na wana discuss about policies in their countries. Some of these issues touched on campaigns, political campaigns, and hawa wazungu wana vile wanaweza assess a situation in a particular country, and then they assess the candidates of that during that particular campaign, and where they see possibilities, they tend to gravitate towards that candidate. So sijui kama Ruto akona appeal kwa maybe America. I'm not sure, but if the Americans did their studies and all that, and maybe they see Ruto as a suitable candidate who is likely to win the election, they might gravitate towards that side, and they have their ways of pushing an agenda during campaign season. So mimi sijui huko anaenda sijui kama US anaenda kutafuta nini, but nimesikia anaenda kukutana na watu ambao wako diaspora. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure about his trip to the US. So that one is that's what I will need some thoughts on that as well. And what is it? Yeah, about the suspension of constitution. Someone touched on it. I don't think it's a good approach. Yeah, one can say, okay, it's one way of dealing on corruption, but it might set a very bad precedence, because okay, a benevolent dictator can do it one day, but then you never know, in the future someone can come in and do the same, but maybe will never look back, no, anaweza bakia kwa hicho kitendo. So yeah, kama Bernard alivyosema, we can follow the current stipulation, or maybe formulate new effective ones that can help us deal with the corrupt. I think the biggest issue is mambo ya corruption is government officials or politicians doing business with the government. Hiyo ni jambo kubwa sana kwa politicians wetu. Unajua, mwanasiasa hafai kufanya biashara na serikali. Unaona? And they are really, hata kama even if they don't do it directly, maybe they have their proxy companies, like, you know, in the case of Angrita company inaregistriwa leo, kesho inakuwa submitted na anapewa pesa na hata supply anything. Naona, na hapo ndipo ma politicians wanakulia. So that kind of corruption, hata kusema corruption, hiyo ni kama understatement. Hiyo ni plunder, because we've seen projects wiped even before they start. Pesa tu inaenda kwa mifuko ya wanasiasa. So we have to be the incoming president will have to be radical and intentional. No, anataka kufanya nini, and how does he want to do what he intends to do? How does he want to do what he intends to do? Using the parliament, of course. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm looking forward to hearing from like reaction from any of you. Asante.
Okay, thank you Billy. Nafikiria hapo ndio penyewe. So Bwana Themba.
Yes, sir.
Allow me to sign out. Huh?
Yeah, that's fine.
Bring in Mulumbu,
Yeah.
John, and then there is a public demand for Mama Selina. As soon as she comes, she should be able to address her people. They are wanting to hear from her. She spoke initially, but it seems the people did not get enough of her, so they need more. And probably we should incorporate Mama Selina in the Penzi Corner.
She
hapo ndio
will,
nilikuwa nataka niulize bora.
no, she will come later when now we have gotten people who need advice from Gogo.
Bernard, uende na kifagio cha
Lakini
Wanjigi.
kabla Pena atajaenda.
Kifagio ya Wanjigi uende nayo, hiyo ya kufagia. Uende nayo Bernard.
Order. Yes. Yes, Mama Selina.
Nasema kabla Pena atajaenda. Hiyo umesema sahi ya mwisho. Bora tu msikule pesa wa shosho. Unajua wa shosho ndio wanataka companion.
Kama wako single na ready to mingle ni sawa.
Wanataka companion wanaseeka, so wanatafuta companion, unajua hivyo. So bora wasikule pesa ya shosho. Otherwise watajitokesea.
Fagia wote na Wanjigi. Fagia wote na Wanjigi. Tutafagia wote na Wanjigi. Fagio iko hapa.
Patriot. Order. Thank you. And just point of information before I go. Point of information. We're to travel to Marsabit this Thursday, but after we had a meeting, we had transport challenges, and so the vehicle available could only be able to take us on a Sunday, and therefore we'll officially be leaving Nairobi for Marsabit on Sunday afternoon. The presentation of the items the money we raised will take place on Monday, then we get back. So we did not travel on Thursday, we are traveling on Sunday. Sawa sawa. Msinipige mawe. It was transportation, and I told you last time, the first invoice we got for transport to Marsabit, they gave us 85,000 for 3 days if we are supposed to use their vehicle. So we had to look for something that will only need to fuel to take us there, other than having to incur more expenses and be able to cut down on the products that we are taking to the families in Marsabit. Thank you very much for your support, and so kesho nitakuwa nakuja kuchukua pesa ya soda njiani na mkate njiani, so nawaandaa tu mapema. Kwa hivyo nikirudi hapa jioni nitakuwa na ile mantle ya kuchukua sadaka. Kila mtu ajiandae.
Weka hiyo posta.
Wacha uluye hapa. Wacha uluye hapa Bernard.
Hakuna uluye hapa, hii ni kazi.
Weka hiyo posta ya show ya kesho tena, naona watu wanaulizia huko chini.
Okay, Pena, nilikuwa nasema tu wisdom moja ya mama.
Yes.
Wanaume wakienda vita wasemangi tunaenda leo, wanajua siku yenye wanaenda. Kama ni kesho, wanasema hiyo siku ingine, kwa sababu hatutaki kesho tusikie maneno, wanajua. So hapana ambia watu unaenda lini. Hiyo ni wisdom ya wasee na ya wamama.
Asante Mama Selina. Ni story na accountability. Hao watu unajua tumeappoint Patriot akwe Minister for Anti-Corruption. So anaweza tuma vijana kuanza kunitafuta mimi.
Hiyo ni ukweli Bernard. Thank you for your compliance.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the poster. Penzi Corner will be starting tonight. That is at 2 p.m. It's a strictly 1 hour. It's for singles that are ready to mingle. A special show on Tembei TV. Anza kujiandaa kuwai mapema. Na baadaye ndio tutakuwa na hii sasa hii show tuko ndani ya kawaida. Asante sana.
Point taken.
Okay. So the next person that was to come in was John. John, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Temba. Bernard, nakuona unataka kutoka. Mrs. Serena, Bill, Constant, Patriot. Yeah. So nilikuwa na submission kidogo. So sijakuwa online nijue what happened in Kenya for like since morning, nimekuwa na kazi sana, but sasa hiyo ni yangu. I know we have the government starting from the 9 August this year. Now we have been crying about the issue of corruption in general. Maybe there is 1, 2, 3 things like the parastatals of the government, whereby the same people are serving there, who in one way or the other they aided maybe in rooting of the government. Me, I wish, that is a wish I have, like we change the constitution, we implement a law that will aid us cap this thing, what we call corruption, once and for all. Maybe we can say like kama mtu alihusika na nany scandal, that person is arrived, he was involved, to see, assume that Aqua is arrived. So what can we do? So we implement a law, we go for what belongs to Kenyans. And another thing, yeah, we can go for it because it belonged to Kenyans by that time, and this time still it belongs to them because he acquired the property, all the money legally. We need to get it back so that it can go to it can serve the people it belonged to. Yeah. So another thing, we find a way, like honestly, if you are 70 and above and you are occupying an office, let me tell you, a government office, you know, we have most of Kenyans, like we are below 45. Most of them, they are below 45 years. So can we make a law? Najua baba atakuwa president. We implement another law. If you reach 70, usionekane kwa ofisi. Weenda kama ni siasa, uanzishe chama chako uende siasa. So that hii kitu tunaita unemployment opportunities in Kenya, tukaa huko. And another thing, yesterday sikupata nafasi niambie Mr. Acha nimtafuta hapa Wayara. He was asking what is wrong with the generation, like these people are between 30 and 20 something. They don't reason. I want anything. I'm there. Let me give you an example. I'm there, but I'm another type of those guys. Right. Nimeona a little bit right of it. The only thing that we have, no matter most of them, you see, they're supporting like the other party that, like, let me say the truth, UDA. The reason as to why they're supporting it, I have friends in Kenya. They usually give me a good example of this one. Huyu jamaa akichukua hizi kura, tunajua venye anatengeneza pesa. So hiyo pesa tutakuwa tukitengeneza, hakuna mtu atatuuliza kama yeye anatengeneza, sina hata sisi tukitengeneza, hiyo kitu itakuwa tu sawa, we'll be walking over. So they are like, yeah, that's why most of them, they really support UDA. And another thing, we don't consider, we, the people who are between 20 and 30, we don't consider others. We see ourselves. Najiona mimi mwenyewe, so if I benefit, I don't think so that the other person other can benefit. I don't care. So that is what we tend to have. Lastly, I congratulate Kalonzo Musyoka. I knew wako anaenda mahali, alikuwa anacheza kidogo hivi, but amekuja nyumbani, tumekaribisha mmoja wetu, so we are gathering votes now. We are hoping that ikifika August 9, government yenye tunatengeneza, acha tuseme 90% of it itakuwa ya watu wenye wako uncorrupt, but the 10% that I'm doubting will be there after maybe wame sit down or amend the constitution, Wipe everything. We need a free, corrupt country, a country that will deliver to its citizens, and the foremost thing will remain in harmony and unity. So the last thing, mkae na amani vya Kenyans. After all, this siasa itaisha to August. We go back to the normal life. That's all. That's what I had, Mr. Bernard.
Asante sana John.
Bernard, kwa kome niko mambo moto moto.
Asante sana John. Mulumbu umekuja, you are to be next. So can you take it up, Mulumbu? Mulumbu, are you there? Unmute.
Sema Pemba.
Karibu Mulumbu. Uko tayari ama?
Niko sawa tu.
Haya, karibu basi. Wale mko kwenye comment section. Program ni kesho between 8 and 9. Maswali yote leteni pale. Lakini uwe tayari single and ready to mingle.
Okay. Habari ya jioni, habari ya asubuhi, habari ya mchana, wherever you are. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutupatia hii wakati. Tupate kuzungumza kidogo tena. Nasikia vizuri sana nikiona vijana vile wameanza kuelewa na kufikiria nchi yetu inakaa namna gani. Na naona vizuri most of them wameanza kuelewa why Uhuru na Raila, they came together to bring the country together. I feel very happy if the Mount Kenya, with the other part of the country, we can now speak one language. It doesn't matter where you come from. Before, we could not do that. When you are walking on the way, ukiangalia mwenzako naangalia kama ni chui naangalia nini, naangalia mbuzi. And this is your brother. So, this is to show ya kwamba we need to mature and to understand Kenya is ours. Though, we still have a lot of them that they still doesn't understand that we have to be one family, brother and sisters, is when we can grow our country. This hii kasumba hii wanasiasa walituweka ndani because of the corruption, basi wanatudanganya, then we look like we are like a zebra and hyena. It doesn't work at all. Because time ikifika, wakitaka vile wanakudanganya, they are looking for a job. Nukumbu wanatafuta mali ya kwenda kuibia na kukudanganya na wanakuibia wewe. They come back wanakudanganya kwamba ati wanatafuta kazi kwako wapatie kazi. And yet that's not their aim. They don't have their heart. The country is not in their heart. Their heart is after pesa na kujitajirisha wao wenyewe. So I really thank Raila. He has pushed this thing, though he was not in the government, but he has pushed this thing and now has made it you to people to understand that you need to fight for your country. What he has been doing for all years, now is your time to do it. But we have some people who are still back there, they think different things that somebody is going to do for them. No, you have to do it right now. You first of all have to put your country at your heart. So, talking about this, nakuja ile baada ya Kalonzo nimeona leo. That's why I'm telling you guys, kuna watu wengine hapa Kenya, inchi hawachukulii inchi kuwa katika roho zao. Wao kitu wanatafuta ni ile ego na matumbo zao. Kwa sababu I don't understand Kalonzo kama kweli anakuja katika azimio la umoja. Azimio la umoja sana umbrella imeshika wa Kenya wote. Then he's coming anaambia hatumwezi tumeza sisi atia kwamba you're supposed to be azimio na sijui yani niliangalia nikasema is this guy learned really? Ukiangalia historia yake ni mtu wa kujikanganya, kujigaragaza, kujinyofoloa, anazunguka kama mwanamke ambaye anatongozwa. Hapa sitaki. What's the problem? You are out there to fight for the Kenyans. You are not supposed to be paid. You are not supposed to ask for something, or you are not supposed to put any barrier. You are supposed to give yourself to fight for the people. Why do you come with the other demands for ambapo hazieleweki? Every time and then unakuja na demand hii katikati wala. I don't understand. Raila has never any other day usema nipatie hii. He's talking, we need this to happen in the country. He has never gone and somebody come nataka uongozi. I need this to happen so that all people of Kenya can get what they deserve. But hao watu wakija nataka siji nini, siji bado tunaongea. What are you talking about? We need to help Kenya. I don't understand. And then you find some people support. Watu ambao wana maombi, watu ambao wako educated. I don't understand. Sielewi. Kwa sababu kama wewe ni Mkenya kamili, you want to help Kenya, you don't have to demand anything. You look for something that you know that when I follow here, I'm going to bring Kenya together. We can just change this country. Right now, kuna monster inataka kugrab everything. People are following what they want to change the country to bring on the track. To watu wale kondoo zote zimepotea ziko msituni, turudishe nyumbani. Wewe bado uko kando huko unaleta kizuizi. Ndugu sasa zingine naangalia nasema but it's good. Unajua watu wakishapotea kuwarudisha wote sio rahisi. Ni ngumu sana kuwarudisha. It takes time. But let's fight for this. Mimi mtu akiniambia tia kwamba hata Kalona siku akikosa kuja bado Kenya itaendelea tu. They will go. The passionate people are ready to go.
Preach it on.
Yes. Passionate people are ready to go. Sio mtu ambaye anatusukuma anatuvuta anarudisha nyuma. So azimio la umoja is for the country. ODM iko ndani, Jubilee iko ndani, DAP iko ndani. Everybody is in. Why do you come useme saa ya kwamba sisi hatuwezi mezwa? Why can't you look at yourself? Are you the real person? Hata niliangalia kitu akiongea actually nimesema mbaya kwanza hiyo rangu ningempiga email nyingine kali mpaka kaona moto, lakini unajua mtu kama hata kumpiga email hawezi angalia hata akisoma hamingi because he doesn't see. Okay,
nikimaliza email yake I can give you his email Mulumbu mtumie.
Hata huyo ukimpatia akisoma hawezi elewa because hajijui, hajielewi. Because such a thing you can't as somebody who stands on the horn of the country, who is called like above of the country, he is supposed to be above of the country or an uncle of the country. Sai watu wangekuwa wanakuja pamoja, wakiyakuja pamoja because they are wale ni wazee ambao wamesema kwa sababu nchi lazima iwe na wazee ndio iendelee. Nchi ukiweka vijana peke yake itavunjika. Hebu angalia Amerika vile inavyokaa. Nenda kwa Congress. Uone wazee wa mvi vile wamekaa pale. Huwezi pita mguu. Nenda kwa Senate. Wazee wako pale. Ukitoka hapa tumechaguliwa president unakuja na uju wako watakuangalia watakwambia no you can't pass through here. There's a law. Kuna watu wenye nchi. Wale wanajua nchi vile is being run watakuonyesha namna ya kufuata. You have to discuss to them. But here comes is this what Raila is fighting, what Uhuru have seen Raila fighting, watu wote wazee wote wakuje pamoja. Ambapo serikali ikishikwa namna hii, they need these people because they know the country to their heart. They should sit down, watengeneze, basi waamue where the country can be moved to. Ndio napata mtu anajizungusha, anajiuza kama mwanamke anatongozwa, what's this? Nikiacha najua patriot hiyo ni wewe ni msichana unapenda kutongoza wewe tongozana na yeye tu sisi tushapita hiyo. Okay. Wacha tuende nikienda I'm very happy ya kwamba Mr. Raila amekuwa amechaguliwa na ODM kwenda kurepresent kuingizwa kwa Azimio. I'm very happy about that. What I'm praying for is that all of us, let's hold our hands together. Let's change our country. Now, we need somebody who is more focused because our country is rotten. Judiciary is rotten. Everything is rotten. Every corner is rotten. Our lawyer is rotten. Wabunga is rotten. My MPC is rotten. We need only one leader. Hakuna vile mtu anatembea vile Kindube, I love your opinion, but huwezi niambia ati raia kutoka chini watachange. No, there must be a leader. There must be a leader mwenye ataonyesha raia the way to go. Na ukiseka ati wa raia hapa chini sisi tunaamua kila mtu ataenda barabara yake. Ni kama kumbe ikitoka inavuka inaenda huku inaenda huku. But kama umeifunga mlango kabisa ukaleta pamoja zote zitaingia kwa shimo moja. That's a leader. Utafunika kila kitu zikitoka huko kumbe chini pale zitaingia pale kwa shimo moja. They go nowhere.
Mulumbu, benevolent dictator ndio inatakikana vile nilivyokuambia.
Hiyo umesema na watu wengine wakakejeli, nikasema no, it needs somebody to stand for a country to change. It is also because every system is rotten. Wawe lawyers, wawe madaktari, wawe manases, everywhere is rotten because ukienda kwa mahospitali watu wanakufa huko kwa furana kama una pesa usitibiwa. Ukienda kwa lawyer yeye pia anakugonga, ukienda kwa judge yeye pia amehongwa kesi yake hiende inagonga kando. Everything is rotten. Ukienda kwa vice president yana iba everything inamaliza yote. You don't know where to go. Wakenya hawajui waenda wapi maana wanaweza saidiwa. They don't know. So this is the time we need those people who are there ambapo walipigania nchi na bado ya still alive. Wenini serikali inashikwa na Raila Odinga, kama Uhuru bado yuko hai akipeana serikali, washike waweke nchi ya Kenya on the track. Ikiwa imepatikana na makosa hata kama ni kuchange constitution, waweke kila kitu within 2 years. Ukipatikana na makosa uliiba ndani, hiyo uliiba yote irudishe wananchi. Iwe unajua kama kitu haiwezi fanyika na iweke mfano, nobody can know. Mtoto akililia wembe mpe, akililia moto mpatie aweke kidole mchoma. Memechoma. Next time ukiweka hapeleki, anajua hapo ni moto. Na kama wembe memkata, hiyo wembe itanikata. But wewe ukibemberesa no, there's nothing can happen. Somebody had to stand for it, and that person when he stand for it, somebody had to what lazima msimame nyuma yake wamsaidie. Utusije hapa tukasema naomba Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie. No, hata wanajeshi wakienda vita, hata Waamerika wakienda vita, wanaomba mapasta wao wanaombea kwenda kupigana. Hata Waisraeli they have their wale wanaomba Mungu kwanza ndio waende vita ile waende washinde. Ni kushinda si bure, they are going to kill so that they can win. So let's make sure let us kill this hii kitu inaitwa corruption na yenye iko Kenya imemaliza Kenya, so that our kids, nyinyi vijana tumezaa na wale watoto wamezaa wataishi maisha mazuri. Isiweni Kenya itakuwa kwa map na ita develop because we have everything in the country. The only thing is killing us is corruption. That's why we are out of the country here, languishing this baridi because of nyumbani hakuendeki. Kama kulikuwa kuendeka wengine hatungekuwa hapa nje. So guys, let's say tukiwa hapa tuongee ukweli. Wale wanaona ukweli, doesn't matter where you come from. Hata kama unapaa Mombasa, Turkana, it doesn't matter. So long as you are a Kenyan. Let's fight for the truth. Na kama ulienda shule tumia hiyo meselimu yako. Na kama ulienda shule na corruption, you believe in that one, you have to put it out. You are given a wrongly, but you have to put it right. Right now, tumia hiyo nafasi utengeneze ili Kenya iwe nchi yetu yote sisi wote tufurahie. Tutoka hapa tufanye biashara. Saa hiyo hata ukienda nyumbani kufanya biashara, ukifika namna hii wanakuomba tu kila kitu, wanakutapeli. Hata plot unanunua wanakutapeli. Ile lori ya manini mchango kinunua wanakutapeli. Ile nini msevito unanunua wanakutapeli. Everything is about hongo.
Wacha kutuchomea wa Kenya, Mulumbu. Tuna watu wengine wazuri hapa, sio wote vile unasema hivyo. You are not right.
Mimi niliona kitambo kile wakati ng'ombe imechinjwa kwa bucha, kuna alikuwa na daktari wa veterinary akija akikata matumbo tu akikana maina akapata hiyo kila kitu inatupa, hiyo ni mbaya. Ushawahi kuona hiyo? Did you see that? Uliona Patriot? Hakuwa na wewe umezaliwa jana tena hujui. Ilikuwa kwa kichinjio, ng'ombe ikichinjwa kulikuwa na daktari wa veterinary anakuja kuangalia, anaingia na glove, anaingia anakata hiyo maini na hiyo matumbo, anapima ikiwa mbaya hiyo matumbo yote natupa yote, na hiyo nyama akipima hiyo nyama mbaya yote na ng'ombe inaenda inatupwa. Kwa hivyo kama kitu imeoza, we need to make everything right. Na kama wewe bado una support for the wrong things, okay my brother, continue. Tuko na wewe. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you are doing well. Than as we started before. Niliona hapa kwa hiyo blog wale walianza walikuwa napinga na walienda wote siwaoni. Salamia mama Selina, my mother, my sister. I love you so much.
Hatutaki love hapa.
Asante Mulumbu.
Spot on, Mr. Mulumbu.
Let's bring Guru.
Hello.
Yeah, Guru, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, go on.
Tembo, they need to show their faces. Come on, man. The place is dark.
I think
Pen Nyagaka atuonyeshe uso yake. Pen Nyagaka kwanza aonyeshe uso yake.
Guru, are you asleep or you are ready to talk?
I'm okay.
Yeah, can you wake up so that you talk? Because the channel is not enough, or that silence is too long.
As you are aware,
I'm not aware.
Is, yes, Demba.
Yeah, I'm not aware. Tell me.
How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm fine too.
Karibu.
I'm very fine. So today will be a very great day. You are aware we are having the ADC, and this will be the turning point in our politics. We are expecting today that the momentum that will be picked up will go all the way to the August 9th. Now, looking at the other side, you saw what happened yesterday at Mululu. When you see somebody retreating to his backyard, and particularly in his house, then you know things have started getting hot. You want to control the audience that you have transported and fed. You cannot for sure say those people are really on your side when you do that. As per, I heard somebody talking about Kalonzo. There is one thing I want to tell you, my friends. Kalonzo, whatever views you might have about him, everybody has his strengths and weaknesses. He is the trusted broker, let me call him that, and the kingpin of the Kamba community. So every one of his steps are monitored by that community. And he cannot sell cheap, or let me not use the word sell. He cannot just walk into an agreement without showing that he has what it takes to negotiate for his community. But there's one good thing we must also commend him for. He's been consistent that he will not support Kenya Kwisha. And that is very important because it shows to some point, yes, principles. There is what you stand for. If he feels he cannot walk in the same direction with the corrupt, that is it. He made up his mind and made it very early. Although he feels betrayal, right, free or wrongly, on the side of Raila, he also knows that there is more than the personal feelings and personal losses in politics, but there is a country that also needs to be safeguarded, even as he tries to secure his position in the political matrix. It's just like Mother Karua. She is consistent, who she cannot work with, and it is on principle. So those who are verifying the man from Saikuru are being unfair to him as a leader, because also you cannot just walk into political pacts. There is a past that is jittery about, and I think he wants those loose ends tied before he enters the marriage. So there is nothing wrong with that from my side. I don't see anything wrong with that. But fundamentally, the important thing is that he has joined the side that wants to take Kenya in the right direction. That's all what matters at the end of the day. Otherwise, I don't see any other problem with him, except that he wants to secure his position and that of his community in a more concrete form. As per our deputy president, I understand he is making a 12-day trip to Europe and America from Sunday. While we may not speculate what it is about, I only fear for him because the ICC often issues a warrant of arrest silently, and it can issue even today in the morning and alert the airports. So I hope he has taken into consideration all those factors that he could go and not come back. Otherwise, what is coming out from the ICC is not a very good thing. Hata ingawa some of the witnesses may contradict here and there, but there seems to be some consistency in some of the what is being talked and the evidence being given. So let's wait and see what happens. But although we are silent about that fact that is happening at The Hague, it could be the final count. It could be actually the final nail that will solve the political matrix in the country. These people are either they don't kowtow to any side. They will just act according to what they have established, and that's it. Those who have been trying to run, they have ran, but finally they have found that they have nowhere to hide. The rights of Al-Bashir and Jean-Pierre Pemba and others who are on the list. So let's wait and see. Let's hope for the best as we head towards the August 9th elections, that we shall have peaceful elections, that we shall have the best leader emerging and leading us to the next level. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Guru. Selina. Okay, Selina is gone. Adams, karibu. Toa maoni yako.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kanda. I was here earlier, but we're having a very good discussion today, and I just came back. I was thinking about something. Is a scenario, and okay, personally, I changed. I'm into liberalism. Like I'm a liberal guy. So I'm neither a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a liberal. So currently speaking, as we can see right now, I have a vote. I have one vote as a Kenyan voter. Fortunately or unfortunately enough, I'm only going to vote for presidency. I'm only going to vote for presidency. And as things stand by right now, it is very evident and quite obvious that Right Honorable Raila Odinga is going to win the election. But I'm also trying to think in a scenario whereby if Mr. Ruto refuses to concede, what will happen after losing election and he refuses to concede? Because as we can see, they also know that they're going to lose, but they are not prepared for that. They will come up with things like elections are stolen, they're rigged out, because they are trying to bring these things like, they are ahead of everybody in polls and everything. So it means that the moment they lose that election, they are going to say they're rigged out. So there's a likelihood that they will not concede. So if they refuse to concede, what will Mr. Odinga do? Just think about that.
Can I say something? I go to the comments.
Yes, Alex. You want to respond to Adams?
Already respond, but I'm going to come back for 1 minute again. Respond, then I continue.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean when you say you are not Republican, you are not Democrat, you are liberal. You're either independent. A liberal is a Democrat. Okay? A liberal is a Democrat. So you can say you are an independent.
Is
No,
in
they are not.
UDA.
You
Is
are a
in
liberal.
UDA. Adam Sako kwa UDA.
Liberals
No, liberals are not necessarily independent. You have social democrats, you have liberal
I
Democrats, you
understand,
have
but
all those.
in
So,
the present context,
but wait, Alex. Adams, to your question about him conceding or not, that is protected in the Constitution. He has a right to explore all the constitutional provisions, including. That's why when after an election and after the declaration, there's a certain period of time that is given for swearing in, where anybody, not even him, even others who feel like they want to go to court, they can go to court. That's why you have a constitution that provides for that. As long as there is a provision within the constitution, they are free to exercise his power. So in this case, the worry is not whether he concedes or not. Nobody is supposed to just wake up and decide that, okay, I've conceded. No. They are supposed to be wait, Adams. They are supposed to be convinced, right? But even then, the Constitution gives a provision for anyone who feels like the election did not, according to them. The Constitution gives you that provision. So he has a right, he has a constitutional right not to concede and explore constitutional means for redress. So I don't think that's a problem. what was happening, I know what you're trying to probably having reference to is what happened in 2017 and probably 2007. You see, in those cases, like in 2017, when Raila didn't concede, when he tried to follow constitutional means, the government then, repressed, their constitutional ways of handling that. It was constitutional to picket. But the government at that point in time responded violently, by killing, but if you allow, because constitution is alive and it provides for all those, I don't think there's a problem. It's not a problem. Ruto can decide not to concede, that's okay. If you go and people vote, and whether the Raila side, Azimio side, goes up to maybe 60% or 70%, and he feels that there was a problem, then he's free to go to the constitution. I mean, to courts. He's free not to concede. He's free to picket. That's what we are saying. Democracy. When you choose democracy, it allows for that. So it's not like a direct thing. So back to you, Adams.
Okay. All right. Let me continue on the.
Answer him.
Can I finish?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Now, that is, I think you tackled it so well, Mr. Femba. Now, majority of the people, like, the hope is now the ball is.
How many moderators do we have here today?
I'm not a moderator. I'm just a speaker.
Use the ball.
Okay. If Raila Odinga wins, as it appears he will win, okay?
But there's something. There's somebody talking behind there. There's somebody who is on. Can you please let him to shut down?
All right.
It is actually Adams himself. I think he's in a place where people are cooking or doing something at the back.
Yeah, I'm in the house, and All right, so let me finish very fast and pause because they will not stop anyway.
Okay.
So this is the thing: when Raila wins, or if he wins the elections as it appears he may, all we need as Kenyans everywhere across the globe is change, all right? And according to our constitution, we have two terms of presidency. There's a reason why it was done like that. 5 years, 5 years. So if Raila wins, at least as it appears, it may win, okay? We are not sure though, but he may win. Let's be factual. 5 years is not enough to bring the change that you and me and them want. So there is likelihood that Raila will rule for 10 years. I'm bringing this back again. So let's be prepared. There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with his age. If he rules for 10 years, that is 2 terms, he will only be 87 years old. That's okay. So after winning this election, you as Democrats don't come up with things like, oh, he was supposed to pull a Mandela moment. It's just worked 5 years. This guy is power hungry, blah, blah. That is nonsense. Let that guy win and go to State House for 10 years. After 10 years, if we give Raila Odinga 10 years in role, he will make the change that you will see. But 5 years is not enough. That's not enough. So let each and everybody across the globe be ready that if or when Raila wins, the rule is going to be 10 years. So let that one sink into their mind now.
We don't take advice from UDA. We don't take advice from the UDA.
No, you guys, you see, hold on, people. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, all of you. I mean, we can't keep unmuting and talking. Can't we just raise our hands like Guru is doing? Even Patriot, you have started your bad manners again today. We just raise your hands up, and then I'll give you an opportunity to speak. That is Adam's opinion. That is his view. So let's just respect it. I mean, he feels that Raila will need 10 years. Someone else might feel he will need only 5 years. That's okay. He's just within his thinking process. So that's what democracy is about.
Yeah, but I was
Alex,
referring to change.
please, Alex.
For the change
No, you guys mute. Alex, mute. Thank you. Guru.
Yes, I want to inform Adams that this threat that is being peddled around, that there will be no conceding, will not work this time round. The path that Temba has drawn for us, the constitutional path, is what will be followed. And Makiu, I can let you aware that there is only one person who can sustain a national, strike, if you may call it so, and that is only Raila Odinga. When you look at the spread of the supporters, even if Deputy President refuses to concede, what towns can he bring to a standstill except Eldoret and maybe partly Nakuru? He cannot affect the capital city. He cannot affect Nairobi. I cannot affect Mombasa, Kisumu. So, and also don't forget that the Matiang'i and the personnel and the infrastructure that is there right now is no nonsense. So he will concede if he loses, and there is nothing he's going to do about it, and he knows it. So let's not act out of fear that, oh, so and so will not concede. Conceding is part of the democratic process as long as you are fairly defeated. And so to come and tell us that what if he doesn't concede, we are a constitutional government. There is nothing like that, and we cannot go to the polls with that threat that so and so will not concede. He will. It will not matter what feelings he has. If he has lost fairly, and if he has exhausted the constitutional path, and he still told that you lost, you will go home. You will go to Sugoi. That's it.
Okay, Alex. Alex, you raised your hand.
The guy is confused between Democrats, Republican, UDA, and Azimio. So I was just reminding him that, he's saying if the Democrats lose, and I'm like, really? I mean, what is he talking about? So, but probably now I've understood that he's talking about UDA to be Democratic Party and Azimio to be Republican. But I feel bad to be associated with Republican Party right now since it's under Trump, so he should apologize to me. So we as Mio are not Republican.
Just a point of order, Mr. Alex.
No, wait, Adams. Adams, hold on.
No, a point
Hold
of
on,
order.
Adams. No, wait, Adams. Can you also una jump ship? Yes, Mulumbu.
I think Adam, he doesn't understand himself because he doesn't know where he is. Because you have to have your stand to give your opinion where you stand. If you don't have your stand, that's why he says you're beating around the bush. Because if you won, then it's okay. If you do not win and you see that you do not win, there's a procedure to follow. Uhuru won. I said he won. Raila never won. He went to court. The court nullified. So you can't tell us if Raila won and Ruto doesn't say exactly that he won, what is Raila gonna do? Ruto will do what Raila did. Do you understand?
Okay, Patriot.
Yeah, Adams, I know you are right to actually bring the assertion, and for the sake of the debate, it's a good trajectory of reasoning, but we have to be very, very categorical and straightforward. We must tell you facts. so that we don't entertain things that are going to confuse us. The most important thing is this: the choice of you conceding an election. Conceding is not mandatory. It is not mandatory, and I want to take you to the US. Donald Trump refused. He said he didn't lose, and the process continued. I mean, the government and the procedure of a constitutional process like an election cannot stop because you have refused. Just like my brothers have quoted what happened in Kenya. Lastly, I want to say this, Adams, with all respect. If you don't understand where you are yourself in matters choice, how do you get the audacity to advise people on how to react after a process? Because even yourself, if I heard you very clearly, the choice, the position you've taken is that you're not sure who you're going to vote for. You're not sure about the outcome. You don't qualify to advise people who have already made their decision about themselves. So I feel it a bit unfair for you to treat us with those theatrics when yourself, you're not very sure of what kind of a vote you're going to make. So I want to submit by saying, Adams, first make a decision about yourself, who you're going to vote for. Then from there, we will take your advice seriously, because some people will treat your question as suspicion. That is why we are finding it difficult to answer you. I think that's my position, Themba. Back to you.
I hate to agree that I've agreed with you
No,
today.
Alex, I will throw you out.
I wanted to tell my friend
Alex, I
that
will throw
today
you
I
out.
have agreed with him.
Alex, I will throw you out.
No, I just want to tell him
No, why are you
for the
talking? You
first
didn't raise
time
your
I have
hand up.
agreed with him.
Alex, you didn't raise your hands up. What's your
No,
problem?
I'm in dark.
Yes, Adams.
Themba, I'm in darkness.
Thank you so much, Mr. Simba. Mr. Patriot and Mulumbu, I'm a very, very decided man.
You are not. You are not. You are not given.
Which
You are
is,
not
which
given your
is,
chance. You are
which
not.
is,
No, you guys,
which
you
is.
guys, Mulumbu and Patriot.
Relax, hold on your horses, sir. I'm a very decided man, and the Constitution provides very well that it is a secret ballot. So actually, it is even illegal for me to declare my vote for you here. But I did say in my statement that I'm only having one vote, and I'm only voting for president. I'm not voting for anybody else. That is according to, that's the only thing I can do. I wish I could vote for all of them, but I can only vote for president, okay? When I say Democrats and liberals and Republicans, I know what I mean, and I understand everything. What is ODM? It's Orange Democratic Movement. They are the Democrats. Come on. I understand this is very well. Okay, that is why I say, on my behalf, I believe in liberalism. I'm a liberal guy, but I understand what I'm doing. But that scenario, I was
The
just bringing
philosophy,
out.
Adams, the philosophy for ODM is social democrats. They are social democrats. Have you read their constitution?
Yeah, some of them are trying to lean towards social democrats, but you know,
No,
some of them are not.
Wait, Mulumbu. Hey, Mulumbu, what's happening today?
Yeah, but some of them are not. All right.
They are social democrats, and the Liberal Democratic Party, there was a Liberal Democrats. But I understand what you're saying. You are liberal. I don't know whether you are liberal politically. Your political philosophy is liberal, or you are a liberal Democrat, or you are liberal conservative.
We don't have something like liberal in Kenya, Themba. Hakuna liberals in Kenya. They don't exist.
Patriot.
But Patriot
What's
is
happening
right.
with you? What's happening with you people? Okay,
Themba,
Adams.
you're making a point, Themba. I agree with you. What you're explaining is true. Maybe Mr. Patriot is not aware, so it's good to learn.
Okay, let's
ideologically, Themba, you asked me a question. Ideologically, mine is ideological, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you understand what I'm talking about. Mine is
I understand where you are talking about. You see, Patriot and his ilk are confined to UDA and ODM and Jubilee, so they can't understand ideological leaning of people.
My last one. I'm
No,
not
Temba,
talking
that's
again.
not the
Hold on.
Yes, Adam. That's not the point, Themba.
Yes,
That's not
Adams.
the point. You're lying,
The last
Themba. That's
one.
not the point. That's not fair.
Adams.
The last one, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Patrick and Mulumbu, I respect your interjections very well. I have no problem. But my last one is,
No, they are just hecklers. Okay, continue.
yeah, the fact that I've not declared, you mean you people expect me to say I'm voting for UDA, I'm voting for ODM, but because I have not declared that I'm voting for ODM, now you think I belong to the other side. Those people
You are
also
not
think
a
that I belong to the
voter.
other
You
side.
are not going home to vote.
You are not a voter. You are not going to vote. So we know you are not a voter. Why shall we entertain?
He doesn't have a vote.
All right, Themba knows that I have a vote. He's my witness. I have a vote, and I'm voting for
You
president.
don't have. Temba doesn't have either.
You don't have a vote, and you're not going to vote, my friend.
What's the problem with you guys?
Even Themba does not have a vote. We know that.
My friend,
Themba.
I am voting. I'm going to vote. I am going to vote.
Wayara mute. Okay, let's all mute. Let's all mute.
Let me tell them where I'm going to vote.
Okay,
Can
wait,
I tell them my
Adams.
polling
Wait,
station?
Adams.
Can I
Adams,
tell
wait.
them my polling station?
Hold on, Adams. You don't owe anyone here, an explanation. As you said rightfully, you know within you that you're going to vote. They don't have to force you to. They are coercing you to. They are using that tactic. They are. I know Alex and Patriot. They are very cunning people. So they are trying to use that so that you can continuously say that you're going to vote and where you will vote. You don't owe them an explanation. You come here to express your views. Whether you're going to vote or not, it's up to you. This thing of
Don't
Patriot
believe a
and
lie.
Alex
You have never voted.
coming here to coerce you to make explanations. That's uncalled for. Patriot and Alex, we are not going to be cowed with you people. Okay, Adams, have you finished your point?
Okay, let me leave it at that for now.
Yeah, don't accept this. These two are
vote.
bullies. These two are bullies.
Yeah,
They can bully you.
Mr. Patriot and Mulumbu. The way you see me, I've actually participated in this electoral process of Kenya.
No, you don't have to defend yourself.
Adams, you're not going to vote. You have told us you're a liberal. We cannot buy to you asking us questions when you don't want to tell us who you are going to vote for. That's the problem we have.
Maggie, okay. You gentlemen, thank you, gentlemen. Let me bring the voice of a lady. Maybe you guys can stop heckling. Maggie, kindly have your time now. Maggie, are you there? Huyu naye pia network yake ni kibao. Wayara.
I don't want to talk after a liar.
Wayara, you wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to tell Adams that I think he started on the wrong foot, which exposed his ignorance about the Kenyan political environment. When somebody starts by saying that he's no longer he's not a Democrat, not a Republican, he automatically tells you that he's lost. He doesn't know where he is. Because in Kenya, those parties don't exist, So you should have started on the correct note in order for us to be able to even.
No, Wayara, you can't also submit that you didn't understand.
Excuse me, Temba, my turn. Let me just finish.
No, Wayara, you didn't understand
no,
that.
No, Temba, you have to listen now.
Temba, you don't. You don't force people to understand yourself.
When you start by saying that he's not a Republican, nor a Democrat, automatically tells you that he's existing in a different universe. Otherwise, if it was a Kenyan universe, he would not be mentioning those kind of parties. So I don't know how these guys were able to expose him that he's actually is a UDA supporter. But he said it very well. He was just talking about Raila is going to go for 10 years. I don't know why that was very, very, very important. Why he's insisting on Raila going for 10 years instead of just, let's say, 5 years. I don't know whether he was exposing somebody by saying that so that people should know that Raila is lying, So the thing is, if you want to be able to be believed, my friend Adams, if you want to be believed, you have to really understand the context in which you are speaking from, you know, so that people can take it. But you so talk about being a Republican and a Democrat and an independent. No, those ones don't exist in Kenya, my friend. They don't. So that itself just sold you out. I'm sorry to mention.
Okay. Adams, don't even respond to that. These people just misunderstood. It's okay for you to hold a liberal ideological philosophy in politics. It's okay.
Temba, you cannot be a liberal.
Wait, Wayara.
You cannot be a liberal.
Wait, Wayara. You guys are refusing to understand.
You are misguiding.
Just relax. Relax. You're heckling. You are heckling.
There is no liberal mind in Kenya. There is nothing like that.
Okay, allow me to talk. Will you allow me to talk? Thank you.
Mr. Patrick, what makes you think you're right?
After Adams
these people don't want to allow me to talk. Okay, wait. You know, in Kenya right now, there are parties that have come out so strongly, like United Democratic Alliance. There's ODM. There are some parties that are down there, like there's Green Party, Kenya Union Party. There are all those. There are so many other parties.
Does it belong to a village party?
Now,
Does it belong to a village party?
What's your problem?
No, Temba, today you are going below the bar to try to explain something that is not holding water.
Some of those things are just names. Somebody calling themselves the Green Party doesn't even understand the ideology of the Green Party.
That's not fair.
I mean, names, even me, I can call myself
there's nothing like, those are theatrics. I agree with you, Alex, those are theatrics. They don't add up. Because Adams, when you're telling us Democrats, liberal mind for what? You're either voting for Ruto or Raila. Simple. That is it. It's
That's where you
like
go wrong.
Or whatever.
That is where you go wrong. You see, the kind of mentality you have, Mr. Patriot, you miss it.
But
That's
you're saying your
wrong.
vote is going for presidential. That's what you're telling me. You will either vote for Ruto or Raila. Where is your ideology making sense here? If you're telling me your vote will only go presidential,
you don't
vote for
believe
Ruto, you vote
in
for Raila.
devolution. You don't believe in devolution.
You will die.
Adams, kunywa maji bwana ulale.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
Temba,
you.
can I say something?
Yes, Mulumbu.
Okay. You know, Adam asked a question that it sometimes I didn't understand him. Because if he asks that if or Ruto or Raila wins, what will Raila do if he wins and Ruto maybe complains? What will Raila do? I don't understand why somebody like Adam can ask such a question. Do we have a mechanism that organize election in Kenya? Do we have a board that stands for that election? What has Raila has to do when he has won election? What has Ruto do when Ruto has won election? There's a board to work on those, to do that job. If Raila won, what he's supposed to do? He has won. If Ruto finds that he has not won, he has to follow the procedure because he was declared a winner. Raila did not declare himself a winner. When Raila won the election and he was told, what did he do? He went to court. What did the court do? Nullify the election. When election was done here in USA, Biden won. What did Trump do? Went to court several times. Even he tried to convince the security. They told him, no, we are abiding to the law. We can't follow what you say. We follow what the law says. If I'm lying, ask Alex. Trump did not do anything. So somebody like Adam who's just a minute. Let me finish.
I want to ask you a question. Hold on. I want to ask you a question. You are a voter in the US, right?
I'm not a voter. I vote in Kenya.
Okay, you are a voter in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
Do you vote for constituency positions?
I started voting when you are started not voting, so don't ask me those questions.
No, right now, like you are a diasporan voter.
No, right now I just registered. I want to vote this one, the other one did not vote.
Okay, so when you're voting from diaspora, do you vote for constituency?
What constituency? When I'm voting for Kenyans, why do you vote constituency or you vote
No,
direct?
right now here as a diasporan voter, are you voting for constituency? Do you vote for constituency?
Yes.
Which constituency do you vote for? Do you vote, like, for example, do you vote for a governor? Do you vote for a presidency?
No, I'm only voting for a president, not a governor.
Exactly. So what Adams was saying, because these people are castigating Adams for saying that he's only voting for president. Adams is a diasporan voter. He's voting only in the
you
presidency.
don't have to explain for me, Themba.
Alex, we heckle when we all we heckle when we all unmute and we talk. You know, when I talk and then you unmute, then you start talking. We are heckling.
Themba.
Just be respectful. I'll listen to you. Listen to me. You don't have to talk when I'm talking.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. So
Themba.
what I'm saying is this. Yeah. Adam said he is voting only for presidents, and from the way I understood him, he's a diasporan voter. Diasporans are voting for only presidency. What are you saying, Mulumbu?
You know, you are coming to the second point. The first point, when the one Adam asked that if Raila wins and then Ruto demonstrate that he does not win, what Raila will do before you come on that point you are saying you are talking about right now. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, and we responded, and he was okay with the response.
No, he was not okay with that one.
He was. He said that.
I was okay, very much okay.
So if you are much okay about that one, which means that if whatever you are going to do, you have to accept what there's a law, there's a mechanism is supposed to do. Let's follow the IBC that is there, takes everything. After you vote, sit back and wait to see what happens.
So Mulumbu, Adams was okay with what the answer he received. The other thing that people don't understand, I think it's a fundamental difference in our discussion. That is what is bringing. Political formations or political parties are formed around ideologies. So having an ideology does not mean you belong to a party. So he first of all started by describing his political ideology. Political ideology is not defined by political parties. Political parties are defined by ideologies, not the other way around. Political parties do not define ideologies. Ideologies define which political formations you believe. Alex, please mute. Just mute, Alex. So when we have political parties, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming. When you have political parties, they are formed around ideologies. So it is not wrong for someone to hold an ideology. And then from there, then you have political parties. So you even in the US, you have different political ideologies. So people will come and say we align ourselves with Democrats, right? Like you find liberal Democrats. In Germany, you have Christian Democrats and stuff like that. Ideologies. So it's not wrong for someone to hold a political ideology. But condemning someone that now you are bad because you are not either ODM or UDA or this, I think, in my view, it explains a lot about our understanding of political ideologies. Let's hear from John, and then maybe I can come back to the others.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr.
Now we raise hands, you ignore us. When we shout, you tell us we are.
Yeah. Like I'm not yet about a year, and I guess I never make it to Kenya. That's one thing. Another thing, we are going, I guess, tunapoteza mwelekeo sasa. We are discussing issues that will maybe zitujenge. Sasa tukianza mambo na kupiga kura, ya kwangu, kwa maoni yangu, tungekuwa sahihi tumefika. We know if like 90% of the people here, we have a surety that we have a government that will be effective in coming as from August 9. I heard Mr. Murumbu saying, if we want to make that government to be effective, he said we need to change the law. The same thing I said, if we need to change the law, then we will actually make a very, very effective government. In which way? First of all, before we change the law, we need to find people who are patriots to the country. Me and you, if we love our country, I think we will never mess up with our resources. We will never have that thing like, I need to have more than somebody. I'm given this office, let me do the office, nobody can take care. Let me do this thing because I know the court is weak. I'll go there, bribe 1, 2, 3 lawyers, and they charge, I'm free. The next day I'm free. Now we need to change, like we need to have, first thing, we need to have patriots. The second thing, we change the law. The law in which way? Like now we are like condemning 2, 3 individuals, like they took billions of money. And we see these billions of money have been they are being used in another way, like handouts, that person bought some stuff. If we're gonna change the law, once we know you took the stuffs, like you rooted the government money, the treasury, then we auction everything. If your pesa itatosha, we can auction even your wife and daughter, your kids, so that we raise that money you took, that ilinyima wengine services. And another thing I want to talk about is there is a day I saw the DP in Kisii, and he was like, somebody akakuja hapa akasema Kisii is Ruto-nated, and I commented like, those were all pretenders who were there, wanataka t-shirt wabai, but in the next general elections, Kisii County is Kisii County. They never support Ruto in any way. So like, and I had that gentleman akikazana kusema no, Kisii, we only know Ruto. I'm a Kisii. And I have friends who are from currently, so they usually tell me what is on the ground. Mtu ananiambia hapa, we don't tambua that mzee unaongea Ruto. Huyo atumconsider kuwa even a candidate wa dini. Then I ask myself, huyu alikuwa anatoa wapi hiyo mambo like Ruto is Ruto-nated? I don't know Ruto-nated in Kisii County. Anyway, propaganda ni mingi. That's what I ended up saying. Propaganda ni mingi. Mtu najua ukitaka kusupport mtu anywhere lazima useme yeye ndo king. But I don't think so that he will get votes from Kisii. And another thing, as nimeangalia, there is this thing of Kisii County. We have Simbarati and we have Professor Sam Ongeri. These are 2 people close to Raila Odinga. So there is something that needs to be done for those 2 guys. Either one of them must step down for the other one. And so that we can easy votes za huyu mwingine akiongezewa kama ni Ongeri ame step down for Simbarati, we add those votes of Ongeri to Simba Arati so that hiyo margin ya kushinda ikaa a little bit wide. And another thing, kwangu, for those people who are in Nairobi, and I know I'm not nina supporters, you know, that's why I'm naipigia debe, but no. Kwangu Tim Wanyonyi will make the best governor of Nairobi, the next governor of Nairobi. Sakaja, angeenda na seneta wake, but for now, Tim Wanyonyi ata make the best. And another thing, I wish you all the best. Nataka kwenda kazi. Niwache na unity. Tutaonana tukitoka tena. Temba, asante sana.
Okay, asante John. Alex, what is it? Alex. Alex, are you there? Patriot, what is it?
Yeah, thank you, Pemba. I don't know whether Adams is there. Oh, yeah, Adams. Adams, you know, you're my friend, so this is friendly fire, but we must tell each other the truth. Pemba ametugonga, lakini sasa wacha tuongee bila makelele because it will be in record. Adams, personally, from where I sit, there's a way I understood you, and I still want to give my clear submission to what you say. Then probably Themba can explain, or somebody else. Ideologically, I believe and I know that you cannot have a party that does not have ideals that defines how subscribers carry themselves in that party. Because a party is a document, is an organization that has gravitation of ideas. So the ideas put together, they form a party, because basically that's it. So I agree with Themba that ideals and parties, they go together. But in my view, you must have ideals, then you have a party, because a party is to register. It's a name. And now putting into paper the ideals that you subscribe to. That is how I understand it. And it's true that for those of you who live in the diaspora, we know your vote only goes to one constituency, and that is the presidency. You don't have the MP, you don't have the governor, you don't have the MP, the MCA. So you are only eligible by law to support the presidential election in a general election like this. That everybody knows. Now, where I have difficulties and pain to understand you, and why I rebutted with the energy that I did, is the following reasons. Adams, when you're not a supporter of Gor Mahia, and you're not a supporter of AFC Leopard, you have no business to direct the supporters of either the two on how they are going to behave in a match. Reason being, they will treat you with suspicion, because you must give reason as to why you are an interested party on how they are going to behave in a match. First, in my view, you need to tell them, listen, I am a supporter of Leopards, and that's why I'm interested to know, when we meet in a match, how will it go? But when you come in my view, as a person who does not want to reveal the team that you support, and yet the only obligatory responsibility you have is to choose either of the teams. Because basically, in my view, your ideologies and ideals can only lead you to one thing: to make a choice between the names that we have said. It's Ruto or Raila Odinga. Your ideals cannot be substantive if they don't lead you to a productive process. And if we are talking matters election and the national election Kenya today, it doesn't matter how you want to gravitate around an idea that does not give us the fruition point of that. So from where I sit, why I was reprimanding you, Adams, because I know you're intelligent. I understand. I know what it means to be a liberalist. I know that. But how does it serve our purpose in election if you're just telling us about your ideals, being liberal, whatever? Who cares about that, in my view? Sorry, let me use that. What we wanted to know is when you tell me patriot, I support Baba. Then you're talking. We can agree how this match will go. You're not accepting your UDA in simple terms here. We are talking about UDA and Azimio. Now, when you bring in, the terms that are jargon to those who don't understand by saying liberal, democrat and stuff, that is diaspora, yes? I want you to come down to a language that we understand, because the election is not happening in the US. You are talking of election, the country Kenya. We know the candidates. It's Ruto or Raila. So anything around there between, I feel like then you have no business to ask us how it goes if you don't want to tell me whether you're supporting Baba or Ruto. That's where I have a problem, my brother Adams. But you can hold to your views. It's good to be liberal in your mind. But if I have to define being liberal in the context of Kenya, it is a person who is not decided. You are just behaving like Kalonzo until today. You're simply telling us that I don't know whether I'm going to UDA or not. And the correct position, in my view, to describe you, you still want to occupy Oka, an office that people are leaving. They are already now telling us they go to Azimio or UDA. That is the difficulties I have to understand you. My brother, my good, intelligent brother Adams, that's where I have a problem. That's why I was saying so. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patriot, let me just chip in. I think the host is away a little bit. I just want to say three things. Number one, I know you know that you can vote by not voting. That is voting. I know you understand what I'm talking about. You can vote by not voting. That's a vote. Number two, we have political parties everywhere in the world, but let's talk about country Kenya. We have political parties, and then we have members and membership, and the individuals, right? We have political party and the individuals, right? So, for instance, because we are talking about the presidential election, we have the Orange Democratic Movement. That is the house. That's the part that houses Raila Odinga, right? But then we have Raila Odinga. So Raila Odinga and ODM are two entities, right? So you may find somebody who is a voter, but this voter do not subscribe to Orange Democratic Movement, but this same guy believes in the ideologies of what? Of Raila Odinga. You understand? So this person ends up voting for the individual, not the party. On the flip, you may also find somebody who just like the ideologies, the ethos and ethics of that given political party. So they end up voting because of that given party, but not the
up
individual.
to there, can I
Right?
ask you a
So
question?
hold on.
Hold on. No, you're
Let me finish.
confusing us. Up to there.
Alex, relax. Alex, relax. I'll give you the floor. I'm just finishing. But I know we were Patriot. I'm addressing you. You gave me an example. I know we are talking about Kenya, but you know what? It's not good to do references. Even in law, people give reference a case that happened somewhere. Okay. So let me give you one simple reference for the last one. In the United States, when you come to the Congress, for example, as at now, the Democrats are the majority. Okay. But sometimes you may find that some 3 Republicans, when a bill is passed across the floor, you find that some 2-3 Republicans decides to vote with the Democrats. In that scenario, it doesn't mean that they're Democrats. They just vote with them on that given bill because of whatever the bill was talking about is a good thing. All right. So when I tell you that I'm going to vote for presidency in the coming general election, the August polls, I'm going to vote for an individual. Maybe it is the enigma Raila Odinga. Okay, so you don't have to castigate me. You don't have to say, "Oh, you're Kwenda Uko, you belong to I don't know what are you talking about."
No, you are going off the admin. Adams, address yourself the way I've addressed it with the respect. Let's not go there. Just explain yourself. We are listening.
I'm sorry.
No. When you start
withdraw.
saying, oh, please.
I withdraw.
We are now listening. Thank you.
I withdraw. I withdraw the bad part of it, Mr. Patriot. I respect people, and you know I respect you, by the way. Yeah. So it is in that scenario, my friend.
Adams.
Yes, sir.
You've said something that is dangerous, but I'll not go into it deeply. But I'll tell you one thing. You cannot say that ODM is a party. Raila is an individual. But Raila may be subscribing into something else that ODM does not subscribe into. And therefore, you will vote for Raila, but Raila is subscribing something else, but ODM is subscribing something else. And
Alex,
yet Raila is...
Let me correct you, Mr. Alex.
Hold on.
I'm only saying what you said at that time. And that is why I...
Hold on. Now, there are people from the Facebook who will be thrown out in the next few seconds. Thank you so much for joining us and being with us up to this time. We really appreciate your being with us. In the next 30 seconds, you'll have been thrown out. See you again in our discussion later today because we love your company. And kindly remember to subscribe to Motembe. And of course, remember we have the Penzi Corner coming in between 8 and 9 before the open forum for the politics. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. See you later. Yes, what are you saying, Alex?
I told him up to that time, please, can you hold on so that I can remind you what you have said? And I was very specific because I realized he forgets what he said. This is what he said. Raila is a different entity. ODM is a different entity. Raila will have his ideologies. ODM will have his ideologies. Raila's ideology may be different from ODM ideologies. And I really questioned that thought. And that's why I told him, up to there, do you want us to believe what you have said, that Raila's ideologies must be divorced from ODM ideologies, and yet he's the flag bearer? What kind of flag bearer are we having?
Who does question, not subscribe? Alex. That's a good question.
Who does not subscribe into the party's ideology? That is what you say. Do not run away from it.
Can I answer you? Don't quarrel. Can I answer you, Mr. Alex?
I am not quarreling. What is when passion surpasses your understanding? When passion surpasses your understanding, it's not a quarrel. Don't
Mr.
let
Alex.
Yes.
Okay, let me come in respectfully. Mr. Alex, what I'm saying is this. It's very simple. I maintain that Raila is Raila, ODM is ODM. Even though Raila forms ODM and he believes in it. Let me tell you. Personally, Adams, I knew Raila Amolo Odinga way before, back then, before the conception of ODM. Even the idea itself was never there. Okay? I knew Raila, and I believed in whatever he believed in. Okay? And it has never been changed up to now. He has moved from party to party, all right? So that is why I'm really not into the party thing, but I believe in this guy, what he stands for. I want you to understand me. Don't tell me that if you are a smoker and I like you, I have to smoke. No, I don't like your cigarette, but I like you.
That is the example. Can we dwell on the example of Raila as?
I'm trying to simplify this thing. I'm trying to make it simple for you to understand. I don't want to use...
Why don't you, Adam, just a quick one as you continue. Why don't you Adams, you know, you're playing semantics, honestly. What we're asking is this. What you're asking is with a lot of respect, Adams, and I know we don't have a big issue, but be honest here. And I think Themba can also come on this one. I mean, let's tell each other the truth here. The question is this. How do you want to expressly tell us that you want to respect Raila Amolo Odinga as a person, but the product that comes from Raila, you don't respect it? It's like telling us you have a father, but when he makes a decision as a father, you don't take those decisions. Really? I don't understand. Because in my view, Adams, what you are saying, and I think that's what Alex is also questioning, or at that very point, You cannot divorce Raila Amolo Odinga with the product of his character, which is ODM as a party. It can only happen under one circumstance, in my view. If you have other considerations like regions, okay? Regions, Adams, you can unmute a little bit. Unmute a little bit, thank you. Like regions, for instance, I can give an example, and I think whether if that's what you will be meaning, then it will come out clearly. Let's say now Jubilee, for instance. Jubilee have decided to support Raila Amolo Odinga as a person, okay? But since they are not coming under ODM, and of course they are not supporting ODM as a party, they are supporting Raila. When it comes to paperwork, my friend, that agreement, they must be able to sign document with ODM as a party that exists, because that's what captures the aspirations and the ideals of the presidency they are supporting. It cannot be in the air. When it comes to documentation, you must do that. And that's why I want to ask you, my brother, assuming Azimio la Umoja was not the party Raila Amolo Odinga is going for, okay? And you're going to vote for a presidential vote. How will that vote look like? You will have an orange as a mark, my friend. You understand if you have been voting. There is a party symbol that is there. You're not going to just say, oh, cross that machungwa, I just want Baba. They must be correlated, in my view. And that's why we are having difficulties. If you are coming from Jubilee, for instance, that kind of an arrangement is different. But if you're coming from Nyanza, you cannot tell me that you do not believe to the ideals of ODM, which is a party that belongs to Baba. It is a product of him. He sat down and he expressed his aspirations and ideals in a paper that produced ODM. That is the difficulty we have.
Mr. Patriot, look at my eyes. Do you have to...
Can I say something?
Do you, hold on. Do you have to be an Orange Democratic Movement party
Adams, let me say something. You guys have been having a back and forth conversation. Let me say something. Parties conform to ideologies. Parties conform to ideologies. In other words, I myself as an individual have been a Marxist at one time. I've been a social democrat, I've been a liberal democrat. I've been so many things except being a reactionary or a Republican. That is something that I vowed I will never be. I will never become close to being referred to as a sympathizer of a Republican or some reactionary forces that lead me towards that particular path. I can be anything else apart from Republicans, but acolyte or reactionary. Same apply with even Raila. Raila is not the same person he is today. I mean, Raila is not the same person he was so many years ago. He has changed to accommodate circumstances. But that does not mean he has moved away from the core ideology that has informed him. He has not moved from that. But he has metamorphosed, he has changed in terms of accommodation. He's accommodated people, he's cut himself as a person who can be able to accommodate others. But as long as he does not move away from his base, from his principal core value, So Adam is wrong about that. But at the same time, I understand what Adam is talking about when he was calling himself, a Democrat or a Republican. I think that Adam, I want to apologize. I mean, I just rushed into, I was bashing you in Kenyan context. That's how I was looking at it. But you're free to call yourself a Democrat or a Republican as an individual, because that informs who you are in terms of ideology. And so you can search a party that conforms to what you believe in, that even comes close to what you believe in Kenya. In other words, you are at liberty to be able to identify yourself with a particular party that conforms to way of thinking in terms of a doctrine or ideology, you know. So which is fine. So I don't want to be I don't want to bash you or think that you know what you stand for doesn't count. It does. It counts because it informs you even on what the person you're going to vote for. But you also, at the same time as you are doing that, you should be able to decide whether between these two candidates, who comes close to whatever that you believe in, you know, in the Kenyan context. Because in the Kenyan context here, we don't have a Democrat, nor do we have a Republican. So you're the one who wants to make that particular choice. If you are a Democrat, you know, who understands, you know, democratic values in the United States of America, and also Republican, then you make a choice and say, okay, between these particular two candidates, who conforms to what I believe in, to my ideology, you know? But that does not mean they have to be, they are Democrats or they are Republican. They are still an Orange Democratic Party candidate under UDA. So you make that particular choice. That's what Patriot and everybody, and Alex is trying to tell you, that you have to make that decision based on the context of the local politics. So you make that particular choice, you know, as an individual.
That's very correct, Fidel. Thank you for that explanation, Fidel.
I'm not in Kenya, but at the same time, I have my own ideology that I follow that has guided me all these years. So, when I look at German politics, I look at Canadian, I have to make choices to a particular party that conforms to what I believe in, you know, but because some of them might not be exactly the same. You know, they might not believe in the same ideology as I believe, but I choose which one comes close to what I believe in, and who appeals to me, who articulates my concern within the context of their own belief. You know, that is very, very important to me. So that is what they were asking. Make those particular choices based on what is what operates in the local environment. And then you say, okay, I think I like Ruto or I like Raila Odinga. Why do I like Raila Odinga? It comes closer to what I believe, my core values. It comes closer. Or Ruto, make that particular choice yourself. You know, that's what this conversation should actually be about. But we understand what parties are, or what guides parties. You know. Parties are supposed to be ideology. They are supposed to conform to ideology, to a doctrine. You know, so they are the ones who make that particular choices. Where if they agree with that particular doctrine, they adopt it, or that particular ideology, they adopt it. But ideology does not move to parties. They're the ones who are ideology is a fixed, you know, is an immovable thing. So they're the ones who have to come into it and make that particular choice. That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you, Ayara. I think we have exhausted on that. We can now start taking our closing remarks, and we'll start with Alex, then Patriot, then Adams, then Ayara. Okay, Alex.
Yeah, there's a statement. Adam said that he knew Raila from I don't know when. I mean, he didn't say when, but he said the way he was attributing, it looks like he knew Raila. He has known Raila for a very long time, and he was alluding that it looks like Raila has never ever changed, and that is what he insinuated here. And we had this conversation, Themba, and you asked one individual here, are you the same person you were a few years ago? So it's sad for people to be the spokesman of Raila when he has an official spokesperson. And if people change, as why Yara says, there are core values that maybe we hold on to. But with everyday challenges and changes and situations, and especially now we are confronted with a big formation called Azimio, you don't become static and hold on to things that will say that like Kalonzo, sasa nilisema sitafanya kazi na huyu mtu na itabaki hivyo and nothing else will change. People change and situations change. We are dynamic in nature, and any leader that does not and is not willing to change is not a leader, because nothing is static. Things are dynamic. We confront challenges every day on a different level. So the Raila you knew or you met or you understood a couple of years ago is not the same candidate we have this time around. That is a fact. Because what we see today is that he has been confronted. He has the humongous formation. And that is why we are even afraid. How is he going to hold? Is it going to hold water? What's going to happen? We are both excited, and at the same time we are kind of have some fears. But the fact is that situations have changed. So you cannot say that Baba has not changed. Baba may have changed in many ways that we don't know. And change is subtle. There are changes we cannot see and changes we can see. So my closing remarks will say that this week has been tough for Ruto. It has been tough for UDA, and it has also been tough for people who are in the status quo, especially corrupt people. They have started seeing that change is coming in Kenya. Corruption is going to be dealt with. And as one person said, the corrupt people have decided now to come together. And that is Kalonzo who said so. And that is a fact, because they will fear now. The challenge we have, Kenya, is corruption. If we will deal with corruption decisively, then I believe two things are able to be tackled. The first is education will be free totally. Primary, kindergarten, secondary, and partly maybe tertiary college. And if we are able to give Kenyans free education, trust me, half of our problems will be gone. Because I can't believe, like this year, we had a situation whereby every 2 months, parents were paying a huge sum of school fees. I don't even know where they were borrowing it from. So that is one challenge that we must tell Raila that he must confront that. The other one we were confronting is our healthcare. That one also, like Babacare said, is going to come, we must tackle. So those who should be, like when Biden came into power, he had 2 bills, infrastructure and the other one. And he confronted it as soon as possible. Obama was Obamacare. Trump failed. So when Baba comes to power, we are not going to make him breathe. 2 things immediately: tackle corruption, and the 2, free secondary education and also healthcare. That will bring pocket in our. So we should drive this narrative that Baba, now that we are assured that you are taking over, we must tell you that this is our demand, so that we must put pressure when still people are excited. Remember when Kibaki came into power, people are excited about corruption. We refused even kupeana shilingi 20 ama 50 kwa polisi, but Kibaki failed us. Corruption was almost stopping because we refused to give the cops money, but they failed us. But I hope this time they don't fail us. Ruto, I am not sure if he's coming to the US, looking at the Ukraine issue and other issues. I'm not sure. By tomorrow we will know. And today is a good day for Kenya. We are going to see how things are going to unfold. Let's wait. The politics of leo jioni, after mmemaliza maneno ya mapenzi, hatujui vile mtahold mapenzi tena mhold hiyo ingine. I hope mungeaje hiyo mapenzi yanze huko kwenda Monday. You people rest, msikunywe ma Red Bull because the show is going to be lit. Mwachane maneno ya mapenzi mpaka baada tumeshamaliza show, because it's going to be a good show. And we want it to begin earlier. Sio mnaanza show kitu saa 11 wakati tumechoka. So that is my remarks. Although wacha kuniattack huko kwa comments bana.
Alex.
Yes, my brother. Yes, my big brother. Yes,
Wanjigi amesema anakuja Kasarani. What's your take?
You know, okay. We may be in the same house and we may not like each other. And I'm one person who doesn't like Jimmy Wanjigi completely, because For some reason, I never liked also Tony Kashoka, but when Tony Kashoka had that interview with Jeff Koinange that made him get jailed, both of them were jailed, remember? And you could question, why were they jailed over the comments they made over Jimmy Wanjigi? Those allegations that were labeled against, that Jimmy Wanjigi was labeled against by Tony Gashoka in that lead show still linger in my mind. The guy is the most corrupt guy during the Kibaki government. Corruption never just began in Uhuru's government. Let's be honest. It was a continuation. But because it was taken over by people who are desperate to get out of Hague, people took advantage of the administration. But the people who started that corruption are people who were in a previous government. So Jimmy Wanjigi is not a clean guy. And as a matter of fact, it's because we did not have somebody to bankroll our campaigns. And when in these desperate times, need desperate measures. And we agreed into it, we bought into it. But now that we know that we can have our own money to campaign, we don't need Jimmy Wanjigi. Let him go to the nearest hell and jump, to the nearest political dustbin. That is it.
Now, Alex, I want to ask you also another follow-up question, just to get your point. Jimmy Wanjigi says that in an interview today with NTV, he said that there are two families that we don't need as Kenyans, and this is Odinga and the Kenyatta family. Jimmy Wanjigi in 2013 brought to Kenyans Kenyatta family. Jimmy Wanjigi in 2017 wanted to bring the Odinga family. Do you think he is one of the bourgeoisies, and since he's being thrown out from the kitchen, now he's bitter?
You know, nobody has. He said those words. Nobody confirmed it was true, but it seems it was true because nobody denied those things that he said. And I don't think he did it alone. So what he's trying to give himself credit for, maybe his premises was used, but to bring Raila and Uhuru together, I think SK Macharia must have. There is an interview, Bernard Temba, that was taken out of YouTube, whereby Raila was interviewed. He had a very heavy heart, and kulikuwa na bendera nyuma yake, and it was a citizen interview, whereby Raila said when he won the election, the person that was sent to him was SK Macharia, and he told him, "Congratulations, Mr. President. You have won, but power will not be given to you." I don't know if you ever watched that interview. I watched that interview. It was taken out of YouTube. Jimmy Wanjigi is giving himself credit, which he shouldn't. Maybe his home was used because it was a neutral place. But the people who really spoke to the two, I don't think even in interviews, Jimmy Wanjigi can be able to speak with two people, hata wewe na mimi, to come together. You've seen the guy over the last few days, how he holds his interviews. Jimmy Wanjigi is not a person who can convince anybody. He's not a politician. So he's giving himself credit to that probably. But what I can say is that his home may have been used. Let us give him credit there. But the people who advanced those talks, I don't think Jimmy Wanjigi was part of that.
Okay, thanks. Let's wait for what happens, and then maybe in our next debate we will more incisively look at that. Yes, Patriot, your last comments.
Just before I give my parting shots, I just wanted to add something to the question you asked Alex. There are three people who are very important behind the curtains to broker the handshake between the president and Raila Odinga. One of them was Ida. The other one was Mamangina. Another person is the owner of Manzoni Lodge. Those are the guys who are very, very close to the deal before it was brought to the two gentlemen, the president and His Excellency, the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya. That is the little bit that I wanted to add to that. Whether that is very true or not, then it leaves it remains a speculation. But the three were privy to what needed to be done before actually Raila and the president were brought forward. Mama Ngina played a very serious role behind the curtains, and Ida for the two, because the way these guys were really fighting each other, it will have only called for a miracle. And that's why, in my view, I trust the power of a woman. And you can see Raila of late is speaking how important women are. You saw how nowadays he values the function of a mama. I don't know whether he's telling Kenyans indirect that they played a role in that. So it remains that way. It depends how you want to interpret that. But allow me to finish do my last statements, parting shots, by first and foremost giving credit to what His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka has alluded to. The fact that he has pronounced himself on national TV that they have come to an agreement that they are going to have, a collusion, working project or program with Azimio where Baba and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is involved, and he's gone to the extent of mentioning Monday as the day they are going to deposit that document. To me, that was the turning point. I was very happy to hear that. I have been waiting for that. It didn't come as a surprise, but it settled the anxiety that has been there. But something I wanted to mention that is very important to note is that in as much as Kalonzo Musyoka kept us guessing to the level that we are almost losing our patience, we are losing our feelings for him. The gentleman has been very consistent on something that is very important. He said, and somebody spoke about this here. I would just want to, amplify that again. The former vice president has been consistent to say, in as much as he wants structured talk with Azimio, there is one group that he will not join. He has been very, very consistent, and at least that, I think, September and the rest, you can agree with me, that was something that I think it is for him to take home as credit. I valued that consistency. He said he can never join UDA, and he gave his reasons. The only thing that he kept telling us is that the structure, the talk, is what is very key. That has remained the ball of focus until today, when they actually came out to say they are more or less on their final touch. Out of that, allow me to say this: there is this leader among the Oka, formation that I still have some concern. This is the character Mother Karua. Mother Karua, in my view, and I still want to maintain it here, I am not really sure that Mother Karua will come to us. And if you were to ask, Mother Karua is not going to join the Azimio. She is going to be a liberal-minded person who will end up joining UDA. That's the kind of a card she's playing. Is not giving me the reason to believe that she's coming. Why? She has a beef with Raila Odinga, in my view, going back to them days, 2007. She was one of the serious people who really supported the announcement of the election results before anything was verified. And then there was Wetangula. So when I look at the two, for your information, I believe that Wetangula has never been a friend of Baba. These are some of the people that hold some things in themselves, which has been very difficult for you to have, a kind of formation that has these guys around Baba. In matters, genuine supporters and friends, I don't think the two have ever become the friends. Neither is Mother Karua going to join as a friend of Azimio. From the look of things and the fact that she was not there today, I still hold my views that Mother Karua, she's just there. She'll either have some, arrangement between the OCA, but she'll not come out as a person to support Baba. If she will do that, then it will be passive, not active. It will not be an active role. The thing that I also wanted to mention as I do my last part of the statement is that I think Alex alluded to this. For keen observers, there is going to be a challenge for ODM party. ODM as a party, there is going to be a bit of a challenge. Looking at the machinery behind the Jubilee and the parties affiliated to the president, one tends to feel that Baba machinery at some point will be competing against the state. There will be friendly fire that, in my view, will leave ODM a bit of a limping lion within the den of the friendly fight. Because when you see the kind of arrangement that is happening with Jubilee, no wonder they have actually told, for those who are listening, that they want to have the majority representation. And that is for a simple reason. They want to have a situation where they're able to control legislative matters that protect the interests in that partnership. Because if that is going to happen, therefore, it means ODM will have some difficulties to bully, if I may use that, and go straight to the projection that defines the ideals of Baba as a person. So he must start accommodating the ideals that probably compromise some of his values, including losing some areas courtesy of that partnership. So as a party, in my view, Themba, as a speaker, I want to emphatically project that I am seeing ODM going to have internal difficulties when it is going to compete with the machinery and the infrastructure that is coming with the president and its parties. But I also want to believe that Raila Odinga must be aware of this. And I can see it playing in Nairobi especially, where already Sifuna is busy supporting, Team Wanyoni. And at the same time, he wants to be the senator. Both of them are from the same party. How is that going to play out with the arrangement of the Jubilee and how they want to run the city? I think that is something we'll wait to see. I think that is going to be a classical example of how it is going to show the challenges that Baba is going to have in ODM. I just wanted to mention
the same party, but also the same region.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah. Those are the things I actually observed, and we are very keen to observe. I was surprised today when I saw SG actually drumming support for the governor. So I'm wondering, how do they expect? It's a wide question. Yeah, how do they expect Kenyans? Let's now talk about Kenyans to support a senator who is Abkusu, a governor who is Abkusu from the same party, a party that has the presidency. In my wild guess, I think there is a smoking gun there. There's something that is showing us the difficulties that are going to be there. But let's see how it's going to be. I just wanted to project that. Those are some of the things. But by and large, I want to thank you, my fellow panelists, for the able discussion that we always have here. I've enjoyed a lot. Adams, you are a great mind. Hold on to your ideals. I think as much as we discussed, there's a lot we've learned from you, and I think we've also learned something from us. We're looking forward to swearing Baba as the fifth president of this country, and the coming in of Kalonzo Musyoka. That was the last 6-inch nail on the coffin where I stand. Thank you. Back to you.
Maggie, I gave you a chance to talk here and you refused to talk. You went down. Umeenda kupiga Adams uko chini. Adams, give your last words. Ati Adams just wanted to prove that to people that he is not residing in Kenya and he is not a voter.
Hiyo ni kali Themba. Nani huyo? Nani anapiga rafiki yangu?
Maggie was here and she left. Ameenda kupiga Adams uko chini. Anyway, give your last comment.
Nimeona tu nikacheka.
Don't worry. You should not get distracted by the barking dogs. You should concentrate on the master, you know. So, before I submit my final submission, Mr. Patriot, I don't know whether you like. I don't know whether you are book friendly. You like reading. I have a book for you. I can send you a book, a book to read. It's a very nice book, and it's a gift. I give you like a gift.
I love
So,
reading. I love
yeah.
reading. You're right. You can send that to me.
Good. I'll send you a book by a very
Temba,
good
utakuwa unacheka hivyo kwa show ya wanawake kesho?
Nani mimi?
Temba.
Alex Jamaza.
All right. So, Mr. Patriot, I will allow. We are still here. I will give you a gift. I promise. I have your gift. So moving forward, just in a nutshell, I foresee an Azimio government by the end of let's just say next year, because I know elections will be in August, so transition and blah blah. By the time they start ruling, it will be 2023. But I said earlier, by the way, it doesn't have to be like I said it, but that is what I see. You know, I think there will be some kind of disagreements, but the only thing that will help them is if President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga stay together. Like if they don't disagree, then they can always, control them, because these members of parliament and whatever, these are just puppets. They're just being controlled. But I foresee a disagreement, because it's going to be a very huge house. It's going to be a very huge house with different political parties, with different ideologies, with different things that people believe in. So they may disagree there, and then the opposition side, which is going to be Ruto and Co., they're going to take advantage of that. So I think moving forward, if Raila wins, he's got work to do. He really got work to do. So I think maybe he will need very, very good political advisors, those who are around him, who advise him genuinely. Not people who advise him because they want to make a mileage or make a fortune out of that. But he really need people around him who are very genuine with him, who will really, which I believe Raila has anyway. I told you earlier that I knew Raila a long time ago. Raila is not stupid. If it is me here who is thinking like the way I'm thinking, I believe, in my village, back in my little dusty village down there, they say there's a proverb. They say that, or when an old man sits down in a stool, a three-legged stool, whatever he sees, a young man cannot see even if you climb on the top of a tree. So that there's a way it can't come out, but in my local dialect it comes out so nicely, but you guys can't know that language. So that is how it is. So I think there's going to be a lot of
Adams, Temba will interpret to us.
Say your dialect. I mean, what's the problem?
Hey, my friend,
your dialect here.
Ongea lugha yako bwana. Wewe ongea mambo hiyo tusikie bwana, alafu Temba atatuambia maana yake.
So you see the way you see, Mr. Patriot, I'm not even what you're thinking. I can see what you're thinking. That's not what I am. I belong to the 42nd tribe in Kenya, which you don't know, but you're trying to affiliate me with the 4th tribe. No, I'm not. Anyway.
Wewe ni Mnubi Adams. Ninajua you're a Nubian. I can tell you for sure.
So
dispute that. You're from Nubia.
So Mr. Alex,
sometimes it is good to come up with divergent views. We can look at things differently. I bring this way, Mr. Wayara. I bring things this way, and then you bring it this way. Then we conclude. But we don't need really to go we are just thinking like the same direction. That is dangerous, because if we get lost, all of us. All of us. There's another proverb again in my village which says, if a family are traveling,
You can say it in your dialect.
Hata Kinubi tunajua bana, wewe sema, you talk.
Okay. So if a family are traveling, if you're traveling together, let's say from Nairobi to the village, and you're a family, you don't need. It is advisable that you don't travel together. Some people need to travel fast, then another group comes in, so that just in case you get an accident.
That is kissy. That is kissy. That is kissy for you. That is kissy for you. That is kissy for you. Alex can prove me right. That is kissy for you. We don't travel together, by the way. If I have a family.
Patriot, you gave your closing remarks and no one interfered.
But he's calling our names when he's giving remarks. That is the problem.
Adams, can you give your closing remarks so that we move on to Wayara?
I stopped, but I was calling their names positively. I'm not attacking them. Okay, so yeah, I think there's a lot that needs to be done, but we can't stop campaigning. The Azimio side can't stop campaigning because the other side are also busy doing it, and I think they're doing a good work here too. I like the ideology of Mr. Fidel and all of you, Temba, and everybody here. So moving forward, I think we really need to work hard, because I also suspect that there's going to be a low voter turnout. There's going to be a low voter turnout, and that is also dangerous, very, very dangerous if there is low voter turnout, because people keep on saying the youth. These youth they're really not so much. They're not going to vote so much. I don't know what age I don't know the age, the cutoff age for the youth. I don't know what age it is, but some people say 30 something, some people say 40. I don't know. I actually don't know how in our political demographics. I don't know what they believe is youth, because they even call DP Ruto a youth. At the same time, they call people like Babu Owino youth. So you really don't know who is a youth and who is old. I don't know, but the youth that I know, like going by the definition of a youth, they are not really going to come out and vote as the way they used to do before, when Raila Odinga was still having his energy and charisma of mobilizing them, and the likes of Orengo mobilizing them, and they used to come out and vote in numbers and masses and get their vote. They're not going to do that now, but there's a high likelihood that Raila is going to win, but there's going to be a problem in that administration, because it is too wide, and it is not a single party. Coalition governments is not easy for a coalition. If you go by history, coalition governments don't really hold from day one to the last. At some point there, they break. Most coalition government people disagree. The disagreement, they don't break that the government breaks, no, but the disagreements, and those disagreements are always very, very bitter. So you start to get criticism from within your government. It's so dangerous. So I think how I wish that they do something about that, because it's going to affect them so much. Otherwise, all the best. I have my one vote, as I told you, Mr. Patriot. One vote I'm going to vote, but I will be in Kenya during swearing in ceremony.
I'm not a voter.
Thank you, Adams. I know Alex wants to talk to that, but let's allow Wayara first to give his final remark.
Temba, siwacha mimi ndio niko Kenya nilale kwa sababu nyinyi mko majuu. Can I sleep, sir, with all respect?
You have to listen to everybody. You told Bernard not hata leo wewe lazima usikize kila mtu.
Okay, my big brother.
No, are you going to Kasarani?
How can you ask me such a question, Temba? Seriously.
Okay.
You know.
Wayara, give your final, give your final remark.
I want to agree with what Adams was saying about this coalition being too big, and it seems to be collecting everybody, regardless of what they believe in. And I also at the same time want to continue with where Patriot left regarding what Jubilee seems to be doing, and creating their own formation within the Azimio, encompassing all these parties, small parties, who I'm sure whose main aim is to be able to win seats wherever they're located from. So I think that might end up being a challenge to ODM, particularly the president-elect, when he gets elected, and he wants to have an influence on what his policy, on what he wants to do, particularly if those particular policy goes against the grain of some of these particular members who will be members of parliament, from other regions who are not adhering to the ODM philosophy. That has been my concern. And like I said, nomination is a problem, and it's been something that, I've tried to look at it from afar, from a distant, what is his name? Junet talked about it during the National Governing Council. And I think it's a concern for them, that if the nomination of the party is shambolic, that might end up reflecting on the outcome of how their party is going to look like. Because they were saying that small parties are busy poaching away some of their strong candidates who have shown an interest to run on ODM tickets. And so these small parties have been poaching those particular people, especially knowing that there's going to be a competition in ODM, or people are going to be put through a preliminary nomination. And some of them are scared, they're not sure they'll go through that kind of nomination process. So a small party comes and poaches them and promises to give them direct tickets, So there is also a challenge there. I don't know how ODM is supposed to deal with it, but they talked about different type of nomination that the scenarios that they were more or less like floating out there. Direct nomination, consensus, polling, where they get the person who seems to be doing much better in polls will be given a direct ticket. There's a problem. There's a problem to that, even in itself. Consensus. I think what happened. What should be happening, or what should happen is there are certain regions where consensus will become essential. In other words, wazees meet together and the elders meet together, like in the northeastern, where clanism is the order of the day. That one takes care of the issue. But I wonder whether ODM has influence in northeastern. That's my problem. Because I saw President Uhuru Kenyatta called all those governors from the northeastern province, or those counties. He called them, and more or less, like, I'm sure he's aware of what is happening, and he's giving them assurance. So if those particular parties, let's say like UPIA, they join Azimio, but they come under Jubilee. So of course, when they do that, their allegiance is not to Raila himself. The allegiance is to Jubilee, because they're coming under Jubilee Party. That is a coalition partner of ODM in the Azimio. So you can see where the influence of these particular county governors is going to be emphasized, by electing people who are more or less like sympathetic to their party. UPIA party will probably do that, having many members coming from that particular region who adhere to the Jubilee philosophy or willing to support Uhuru Kenyatta. So, but in case, see, that's why I was saying, in case there's a problem where the president wants to drive a particular narrative or a particular as an objective in meeting his own goal, and these people, come out and say no, they're thinking they're afraid it's too radical, or whatever direction, the direction that he wants to go to is too radical. Then you see there lies a problem, So, I'm actually convinced that to be able to deal with the corruption, it requires shock therapy. That's all. You need shock therapy to be able to meet those particular objectives of you, as if corruption has to be defeated. Using the court system, the normal constitutional system order that is around, might delay attaining those particular objectives. So something has to be done in order for us to be able, in order for the government to be able to remove this obstacle right away, free that particular money, whatever money that corruption has been draining from the coffer, and use it. But how do you do it when you're going to use the same methods, the same tactics that have been applied before, which have not yielded any fruit? So that's an issue that people have to think about, Now, coming to somebody like Jimmy Wanjigi, I think you guys mentioned about Jimmy Wanjigi. I think Jimmy Wanjigi is, I don't know his mission, his objective, as the way things are. He's a person who wants to claim, I think he's just claiming relevant. He wants to be relevant, all the parties were formed, the government was formed in his own house. He's the one who did this, and then the last time he goes and castigates Raila Odinga, that he told Raila to go and storm the State House. Is it State House? Yeah. He stormed the State House to take power. I mean, how do you even as an individual think that whatever uttering those kind of words to go and storm, that means by anarchy? So he's actually saying that he differs with Raila because Raila did not follow his how do I describe it? I don't know. I don't know what he wanted Raila to do. Raila is a statesman. He will not follow somebody blindly because when Wanjiku really wants to go and punish Uhuru Kenyatta, he's got a lot of difference with Uhuru. So Raila, he's using Raila to go and take over power by force. No, and he sits down there and he makes this publicly. And that's the reason why Raila was afraid, as if he's supposed to embarrass Raila, that Raila did not follow his instruction. So he fails in so many categories that he's not even, people should not even be talking about Wanjigi. People, I don't know what he really wants to do. Coming to Kalonzo is another story. I mean, Patrick will differ with me on that one, but I just tend to think that Kalonzo needs to man up as a person. He needs to be selfless. He needs to come out and remove himself, from the desire of achieving an objective that every Kenyan is yearning for. When you talk about Oka has not been swallowed, or itaitwa Azimio Kenya Alliance. Have they agreed on that? And he goes and makes that thing publicly before they even agree on the name. I don't know whether that name has already been agreed. No, it's going to be called Azimio Kenya Alliance. Or he just floated it in the air. See, somebody like that, really, you start wondering whether this man has really matured. You know, it should be relied upon as a leader. You know, so I'm sorry, Patriot, but I know he believes that he's got. You see what is happening. Let me just say, finish it. The Kamba people are in this catch-22, between. You know, they want representation at a national level, and the only person they can be able to front is Kalonzo. But when you look at the real matter, reality is I don't think he controls Kamba voters as he thinks. You know, Kamba voters are with the governors. The governors are controlling those particular voters. But because Kamba people also want a national representation, they are willing to front Kalonzo as their spokesperson, as their kingpin. So it's a catch-22, you know, for them. They know that Kalonzo is in trouble, even in his own backyard. He lost an election to, he could not even elect an MCA, you know, in his own backyard. So what does that really tell you about his influence? But Kambas need to be represented in the national at the national table. So that's what they're fronting it. So I look at all that, but my biggest concern right now is the nomination of Azimio candidates, because it's really going to create problems for the formation, for the movement, to an extent where the president himself will be elected as a president, but his party does not have as much influence as it should. You know, that is my concern. And I think Raila Odinga, ODM should start looking at that. They should start exerting their influence, even in Western province. They shouldn't be ceding ground to DAP, you know? They should not, because how can DAP become influential or gain more influence in Kakamega? And that's where Oparanya comes from. So what is Oparanya really doing? How can these particular people who are defecting to go to DAP when ODM is there, and ODM is supposed to be the most dominant party in the Western province? So that means Oparanya is sleeping on the job. So ODM should address those kind of things. Otherwise, I will leave it there. And I just want to thank everybody who is here and who has made this conversation very lovely. And mostly Themba, Alex, as usual, you know, right now he's pretending to be somewhere behind, but he's listening. I'm very, very sure. Adams, yeah. Adams, make up your mind if you are UDA or ODM, okay? That's my parting shot. Have a wonderful night, everybody.
Thank you. Alex, do you still want to have 1 minute? Okay, I think he's forgotten his point. Thank you, gentlemen. I mean, it's been awesome. Yeah?
No, I don't want.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen, for your able submissions. I really appreciate always engaging. Yeah, I want to agree that yes, coalitions are it's a way to go, but they come with a lot of challenges. And if you want to read our coalition building and how it's going to work, you can check a case study of Germany and a case study of Israel, and you can pick how it's going to be working. In Israel, the parties were able to coalesce and break out, form another coalition and remove the prime minister. So those are some of the things that come in with coalition building, and not having maybe a political party that is either majority in a coalition government, and the balancing that has to be done when you are running a coalition government. So those are realities that come with democracy. And for those who have looked at coalition building and coalition party building, you may realize that it requires a lot of high level of balancing, especially because politics and the political parties are about power. and about the causes and what you want. If for some reason you disagree on certain things, definitely in a coalition case, it's easier for you to, to start working on also taking power. How do you do that? Start forming other coalitions and relations that are going to help you to move on to power, which is okay. I mean, it's a democracy. We're gonna see it's evolution of democracy, and Constitution provides for that. So they are going to find a way out, and eventually it's going to work out and find a way of stability as it moves on. As far as the concerns that are being raised by Yara, we must realize that the Raila as a political figure, he's moving towards his sunset years in political activity. Now the people below him have to find a way that they're going to be and last beyond Raila. So that's also another factor that most of them are trying to play around. What is it likely to be post Raila? So a good politician has to think ahead. You don't have to just think within that particular time. You have to think ahead. Post Raila, what is going to happen? So those are some realities that are informing the formations that are happening right now. We must also appreciate that Jubilee had been raided very strongly by UDA, and most of the people who came via Jubilee ticket moved to UDA. So other than much of central, a few of central guys, most of guys from western area have moved to DAP. Most of the guys who are on the Rift Valley area had moved to UDA. Those are the challenges that Jubilee was facing. So it has to also announce how it's going to be as strong, because ODM is a crossboard. Apart from a few political leaders who have decamped, most of the ODM support base and the MPs are still intact. So it's kind of still represented across. You'd understand why Leonyangapu, for example, was moving to Jubilee, because he was elected in Kano. And of course, you realize if he goes on with his party, he might not, in his governor, I mean, in his county, he wasn't a Jubilee governor. So even if he goes to Jubilee, he was in Kano, even if he goes to Jubilee, ODM was not going to lose anything. You see someone like Kingi, definitely in his backyard, he was an ODM guy, but there's a strong wave of ODM. He is not likely to form a coalition with ODM, definitely, because there'll be quite stiff competition within that area. So we need to consider what is informing these parties' ideology of trying to align themselves within Jubilee, so that they are still going to find themselves having to, at least Jubilee is not going to post anybody there, so they're going to find competition with ODM. Yeah, it's true. When if Baba is not going to find, is not going to get a lot of members of parliament, there's going to be a lot of a bit of balancing within his leadership. But let's hope that as the democracy works, always as time goes by, these formations work, and some of the things that probably we didn't think were going to be practical might work out and help in governance. Much of the things we need to demand, as always, is that whatever government comes into place and whatever things they do, the interest of Mwananchi needs to come first. That is why I keep saying that we need to encourage the people that we talk to on the ground, that they need to consider so much whom they elect for MCA, MP, and governor, because a governor is going to make sure you gain whichever government is in place, whether the governor is from Jubilee, ODM, or independent. If you elect a very progressive governor and forward thinking, they are going to make sure that you are able to achieve the things that you needed within at least time that they have, at least even if it's 5 years. Most governors are going for the second term. So we are imagining that they are going to push on with whatever it is that was intended. And I think we need to focus people more with the constitution as it is. The devolved government promise more achievement for Mwananchi than even the national government. So if they can focus them on electing progressive leaders down there, it doesn't matter what party. One of the governor that has come out as the best achieved is the governor of Laikipia, who is independent. He wasn't in any party. So whichever party you are, whichever parliament, whichever thing work, the constitution assures you that you can actually gain a lot more if your governor and your county administration is more progressive. And right now we have a county like Kitui. It has its own industrial zone, but other counties don't have. In spite of Kitui being in NAC, it wasn't even in Jubilee. So some Jubilee governors have not performed. Some of them have been Jubilee governors, but they have had a lot of squabbles. They haven't performed anything. Jubilee government like Kiambu, the governor stole from them. So you see, it doesn't matter whether you have whichever MP. If you have a progressive governor, you can be able to achieve more. And sooner or later, I'm seeing a Kenya where we will not have a lot of stress thinking of who is going to be the president, because our counties will be performing and competing against each other on development costs. So that for me is my futuristic thought. We are going to be like places like maybe the US, where your states, some of the states are richer, they can even lend to the government. I think the richest state is this California, Adams. Yeah. You know, some of those states where even they are giving, even they are lending, when people are giving stimulus, they're even giving more to their citizenry. Can you imagine? So you need counties to start, instead of us having so much thought and focusing so much, like we are obsessed with our previous constitution, which placed a lot of power on the president. Let us now take them to the county, the many counties that we have. What are they good at? So that we don't obsess. This kind of obsession with the presidency creates a lot of problem, and maybe it makes us be where we are overthinking about what is likely to happen maybe after 10 years. I can tell you for sure, I agree with Adams. In the next 5 years, we might be thinking Raila is going to do a miracle. You need to think of like you're going to plant a tree on 9th. A tree does not grow within one day. A tree takes a long time. So this is something that you might not even enjoy the shade. Someone else is going to be enjoying that shade. So we need to cease thinking like now after Raila comes, immediately within 5 years, you're going to be having, no, plant the tree. This is a time for planting the tree. You might not think about you enjoying the shade. Someone else will. At least you'll have planted the tree. That is for me is what I'm thinking. The things that Raila will be doing for 5 years, we'll not even feel it. In the next 10 years, after 15 years is when you'll start feeling what Raila will be doing for the next 5 years. So I think that is, in my view, the way we can start thinking progressively. Now, I think we'll stop there for today. Thank you so much. Kindly subscribe to Mutembe. We meet again later today in our discussion. Thank you, Adams. See you later. And thank you, Patriot. No, Adams, before we go, before we go, we have to say our prayer.
Temper. Okay.
And this is the prayer that we normally say. The prayer is the first. I'll give you a chance, Patriot. The first, we say the first stanza of our national anthem. So just before we say that, let me acknowledge some few people down there. We have Evelyn Nyambongi, asante. Maggie Odengo, asante. Pen Nyagaka, Alex ametoka hapa akarudi huko chini kugonga watu. Phoebe Michelle, asante. Kikwetu Ventures, David Lolo na wengine wote, asanteni sana. Kindly subscribe to Mutembe platform and also share. And also, Patriot, what do you want to say before Adams can tell us the
I wanted to have my email given to him. I'm sure he has a pen, so that he drops me that book he wants me to read.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
He's looking for a pen, Themba.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me a paper. Give me that paper over there. The paper. That one. Yes.
You ready?
Yeah, we can break. Okay, stage.
Okay. It's heel collar. H-E-A-L. 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 C-O-L-A.
E-O.
C-O-L-A. H-E-A. C-O-L-A.
H-E. I'm sorry. Say it again.
It's okay. H. E-A. L-C-O-L-A.
O-L-A.
How does it read?
H-E-A-L-O-L-A. Heel-ola.
The guy's gone.
Oh.
No,
I'll
you
get
can.
it. I'll get it. Don't worry.
I don't know what happened. Yeah. So can you say for us the prayer, the first answer of the national anthem?
O God of all creation. That's the first time, the all of it.
Yeah, the all of it.
O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in peace and unity.
May you dwell in unity, peace, and liberty.
Oh, may we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Justice be found within our borders. Right?
Wacha niseme kwa Kiswahili, Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu,
amani
na uhuru,
uhuru.
raha tupate na ustawi. Yeah,
I did it long time ago, but I remember it very well.
Yeah, we normally close with that so that we remind ourselves that as much as we differ in opinion, we are still Kenyans. And, you know, undugu, we need to stay together as Kenyans and always remind ourselves that haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, you know, let the justice be there for everyone. And of course, we are saying also, natukae na undugu, amani,
na uhuru.
Yeah, undugu, amani na uhuru. So, thank you so much, Adam. See you tomorrow again. I mean, today Kenyan time, but tomorrow our time.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow. I meet you all at between 8 to 9 p.m. for Penzi Corner. If you are single and ready to mingle, let us meet there so that you never know, you can get someone that you can mingle with for the rest of 2022, or you can mingle with before 9th of August. See you there.
All right,
See you, Adam.
see you. Good
All
night.
right, bye-bye. Okay, good night.